Spook, Gundor, Exe, Lukewarm, Tarsman, and Pan Miyagi, thank you all very much for the resubs. I will do a full shout out in a minute for everyone. Great to see you all. Thank you for being here. We will get started shortly. Oh, it's Bailey. Hi. Hi. Hello, the ads start in 10 seconds. After that, we will get started. But massive shout out to all of you who are here, all of you who are subbed. We'll go through them all in full after the ads. We're on a level 8 hype train, which is insane. What a good start to the morning. We will be starting in around 3 minutes once the ads have cleared through. Appreciate all of you. And we're about to get stuck in. Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing out there? It is fantastic to see so many of you on this Monday morning. I know that we don't want it to be a Monday morning, but sometimes it just does indeed have to be. What we can do to make it better is to hang out, chill out, have a good time today. And take it a little bit easy, do a little bit of fun things inside Dune. Have a little bit more of a laid back Monday, you know. We can make it Sunday twice, you know. If you're willing to take a day off, TQB, we can make it Sunday twice. It is fantastic seeing you all. I hope you all had a great weekend. Mine was eventful, and we will get to it. But I'm excited to have a lot of news to share with you guys today about Dune. There's some cool things coming up. We also got the patch tomorrow. We will re-go through the patch notes. And I will talk to you about a little bit of extra news I had this morning before I need to do a server ping to our Discord server. Because there's a few things that have gone on. But before I do that, I just want to get started and give a massive shout outs to all of you who resubs into start the stream. So we're talking Draz Dawnfire with 3 months at tier 1. Sarah, 3 months at tier 1. Spook, 1 month at tier 1. Thank you very much for your resub, all three of you, you know. Massively appreciated. Gundorf, 6 months at tier 2. You've already done 3 months of that. It's great to see you. Thanks for all of you for being here. Thank you for the long-term sub and the faith for that. We've then got XA. Thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. Prime subs, really important. They keep Jeff Bezos from making a diamond statue on the moon. Chat, make sure you use your Prime subs. Don't waste it. Don't give free money to Bezos. Lukewarm Skelly, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub. It's absolutely huge of you. I really appreciate it. The 6 sub points for that towards the goal is absolutely huge. I'm really grateful that you get so much value out of the stream. Thank you very much, bud. Appreciate you. Taskman, thank you very much for your 3rd month at tier 1. This is your 3 months here. I cannot thank all of you enough. Pan Mialgi, 6 months at tier 1. 3 months in, it's just absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, bud. And the fact that I can keep going on this blows my mind. So we're starting today off with a heavy dose of imposter syndrome. Zarakis Sphinx, thank you very much for the 3 months tier 1. Tiny Savosky, thank you again for the 3 months at tier 1. The Great Goddess Freya as well, 6 months at tier 1. All of you are absolutely awesome. I really appreciate it. It means a huge deal to me. Makes up some of my more difficult weekend, I will be honest with you. Does this ping to everyone have anything to do with post-tense wording the panel below stream? No, I don't think so. The news for the servers is interesting. It's good news in a way. Valencia Thrall, thank you very much for your 2nd month at tier 1. No, you're 2 months at tier 1. You've been subscribed for 3 months. Confusing Twitch UI. Thank you very much, buddy. The Chorus as well. Temperius, thank you for your 2 months at tier 2. Absolutely awesome. And Unstoppable, maybe just coming in and just like laying the dick on the table with the 20 community subs, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you for taking that hype train all the way up to level 8. Absolutely huge. Sabu, again, thank you very much for your resub with Prime. Beans for Brains, thank you very much for the 3rd sub at tier 1. Wizik, thank you very much for your 2nd sub at tier 1, 2nd month. And Stunzia, 3 months at tier 3. Honestly, amazing. I appreciate you. I don't have words enough. Also, your 3rd. Why is the Twitch UI is awful? It says resubscribed for like 2 months at tier 3. They've been subscribed for 3 months. How confusing is that, Twitch? Thank you. Apologies, Spook. And Luther, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. Thank you very much, bud. You're awesome. Good to see you here. I really value Luther, one of the mods. He's the one who does planetologist.app chat. So if you use that app, give a shout out to Luther as well, because you know, a good fellow most of the time. And yeah, there'll be there's some stuff coming. I think it should come later this week. We're at power. Sabotage, the best thing. You thought the Tibio truck was a bullet? No, I'm starting off with the what is this? Is a weird chest to have just here. Okay. I've had to disable these because we're out of power, Luther. Where's Thor these days? He's on vacation. He spent most of today getting a new PC for the ferrets. You'll laugh like you really mean it. To me, tired with joy. You'll see the zone. We'll play your favorite song. Chicago bursts to life and your sweet smile remembers you. My hands open. Is this mine? Oops. Apologies. What? Heart opens. Eight minutes of time. Well, glad I showed up when I did. Zidane, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. You are awesome. It's great to see you here, buddy. Thank you very much for being here on this fine Monday morning. This is where it ought to be right. Thank you very much for the kind message, Zidane. It's great to see you. I think we're going to have a pretty good day today. We've got some news. Got a couple of tickets on the... We'll talk about this now. We've had a couple of tickets onto our Discord about a couple of fiefs being destroyed by the NPC exploit, which obviously they've said is an exploit, but it's very hard for us to track. Yeah, everything's perfect, so the power's only been down for minutes, if that. We've had a couple of issues with two bases going destroyed on the main on the servers because of an AI glitch where you can basically get an AI to attack the fief console, destroy it, and it frees up the base. It's a known exploit. Obviously, very, very bad experience to get on and find, though, just because someone was able to get an NPC into your base, the whole thing's been destroyed. So Funcom have worked on that very, very quickly, and there will be a fix for that in tomorrow's patch. So the patch which comes out tomorrow with all the changes, which we will go through later in detail when we've got more people in, and I'm not being asked to repeat myself too much. Funcom are delivering the patch for that in with the patch tomorrow. So that will be fixed. There will be no more AI being able to destroy the fief console. I will be disabling... I will likely put a password onto our public servers for the day to make sure nobody comes on to utilize the final chance to loot some stuff and to cause issues. So in case we're targeted, I will be putting a password today onto our public servers until that patch is deployed, because it's a widespread problem, and I believe that that will be the most likely place people will be coming on. Anyone who's part of the community will be in the Discord server and will see the ping today, which will help. But I don't want anyone coming in from the public servers to try and cause shit. Senson, thank you very much for your resub at tier 3 and the 6 sub points towards our Partner Plus goal, the PP program. I really appreciate you. Lukewarm, there is a known exploit in the game currently where NPCs can be kited into a base and made to attack the fief console, which destroys it, which means that everything can be taken over. We know there's a fix coming for that tomorrow. But in the interim, I will likely do a couple of defensive measures on our servers to make sure this doesn't happen. Hello, Misharibo. I hope you have a great day too, buddy. You are awesome. Yeah, we've had a couple of tickets made, so I'm not sure there's anything we can do in the interim to help things, but I'm gonna look into it and see what we can do. Ultimately, Funcom are working on this patch and a number of stability fixes rather than the admin parts for private servers in the interim. So it's not their highest priority workstream that we get access to be able to replace stuff, but it is something they are working on. So we are getting there. Sabu, I'll do a full ping out in a bit for that one. Because I'll go out to everyone when it's a little bit more of a reasonable time of day. And I also don't want anyone who is doing it to get too much more of a heads up. So I'm not going to ping out too early. Right, we've got space for more storage in here. Luther's been doing a bunch of work on the base over the weekend, and it's starting to look more finished. The first draft, they didn't have as much water storage, for example. Been done. You know, Demnar's sorting this out, and we're starting to fill in these gaps. And this is all likely from our Spice Sand missions. Yes, Spice Sand. Go to the buggy, move those across. Let's jump better with this one. Hang on. A very specific lyric from this song. I don't know where it's referring to. Interesting. So knowing where to spawn in southwest of Sherlock time I return to Haga from the cities. Kurdo, that depends on where it is that you're entering the Haga Basin. So let me show you this. This is weird. That was very odd. You enter in the north and you return to the southwest of the Sheol. What? So wait, when you enter from the north... Catch you in a bit, Luther. Taxes are definitely off on Bartholomew Roberts. If I enter from the north, Kurdo, this is what happens. I spawn in the north. I will check Bartholomew Roberts now for you. Ulrich over on YouTube. Let me go and have a look. We are tired. Liars. 10,090. Oh, bother. And I land in the north, Kurdow, so I'm not sure. I didn't spawn in the Sheol. You shouldn't be spawning the Sheol either. If you're entering from the north, you should spawn in the north. It's like a clock face. Does it matter where I enter or where I am when I press OK? Where you enter is where it matters. So where you cross over that clock face is where it matters. So if you cross through the one in the bottom corner and you fly straight over the Haga Basin, it won't work because the one you entered, the one that you've said OK with, is the Sheol entrance. You need to fly around the outside. That's probably what's going on if you're flying over it. The game doesn't tell you this, so this isn't on you. This is on the game for not making it that clear. They kind of expect you to intuit it, but it's not told to you anywhere expressly, which I think is a bit of an issue. Even on a new base. Okay, Bartholomew Roberts, settings, general. You definitely have taxation off. To show you this, so that all of you can see that it's off. Make sure there's nothing showing on here that shouldn't be showing. Yeah, here you go. This is the Bartholomew Roberts. Bartholomew Roberts, taxation is off. You want me to enable it? Okay, I can enable the taxes for you guys. Save changes. Taxes on. Taxes off. There you go. You've seen it. You've seen it filtered. I've toggled it. What is? Is it because I was tabbed out, went through an area? Is that what? Is that why you're getting upset, game? I like this potato mode. Look at how round all these rocks are. No, if I land on it, that's how the thopter of the rocks happens. I wonder how far... Mango's base doesn't look more phallic when it's rounded out. That's a shame. Something is going on weirdly with the ornithopter. Yeah, this is OSDA. Yeah. I pressed that button in remastered that makes you switch between them. James Brown, thank you very much for the 6 months at tier 1 for your resub. And Indie Rat, thank you very much as well for your 3rd month at tier 1. It's awesome having you all here. It's so strange to think I've been doing this now for 3 months, and I'm just so grateful that you guys are so supportive and so awesome. Because honestly, like, I know people say that the community is a reflection of the streamer, but I think it helps having a good community, which the streamer can reflect. And I wouldn't be able to do this all without you. Like, with the ability that you guys have to, like, help other people out when they need help. You know, to bring new people in to the servers and help them out when starting off, like that kind of... I don't ask you to do that. You guys do that yourselves. That's on you. Just because I might give an area where it becomes the norm, I'm appreciative that you guys are doing it anyway. G has been shouting at me over the weekend about imposter syndrome, so we're all good, right? Well, that's exactly it. It's, I had a couple of weird DMs after I gave that person who was exploiting in the deep desert another chance. And I removed 2 people from the community for it, because I don't really think that sending me a message being like, how could you let that person have another chance? They've clearly exploited once, they'll do it again. You're ruining the server by doing this, blah, blah, blah. Like, what do you think you're going to... What do you think you're going to achieve by being that shitty? Like, it's just not necessary, you know? So I removed 2 people from the community just by saying, look, you know, I appreciate that you want to be here and that you were engaging, but, like, you cannot act this way and you cannot use the terminology you've used in those sentences fairly. Like, so, I know that it's not for everyone. I know that not everyone will want a community where I give people second chances. I understand that, and also I'm not going to force anyone to be here. But like, that person was very, very scared, very upset, and they knew they'd done something wrong. I'm not going to needlessly punish them when they're already beating themselves up enough. Like, there's no need for it. They learned their lesson, and I'm pleased that they did. They stepped forward, but just in front of 750 people. They stepped forward and made themselves completely known. They owned up, they held their hands up, and they immediately dealt with it. Like, what more can I ask of any actual player than to hold their hands up and own up to shit? Like, because they didn't have to reveal themselves. I could have gone through like a couple of hours worth of work to identify them. They owned up. They came forward and they said, look, it was me. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Fine. Fine. That's all I'm going to ask of people. To ban them and to report them to Funcom for that's a bit excessive. That's... I can't let go. I'm killing every second to... Firebird. So what happened last week was we were in the deep desert and we came across a base that was functionally impregnable in the deep desert inside an area where they would have had a very strong advantage for the week had they been able to farm there safely without any risk all week. I'll be honest with you. But we saw it on stream on the first day. They came and addressed it. They removed it. They hadn't been farming. You know, they hadn't been toxic about it. And they owned up. Which was all I can ask. All I can ask for. They came onto the Discord afterwards and were welcomed with open arms. There you go. Exactly, Sebo. That's what I'm so happy about. I think that we have it is too easy in this day and age because there's so many people that you interact with. It can be quite tiring and hard to offer everyone the same level of care as you would want to be offered, especially if you're dealing with 100 people a day, 200 people a day, 1,000 people a day. Like, you know, I've seen people in customer service who just burn out by trying to help people too much. Like, it really is a thing. I can understand it. But we do have to give people a chance, like, on this kind of stuff, because ultimately, like, how else are they going to grow? If we kicked out every single person for making a single mistake, we'd never have anything on any of our servers, because people do it all the time. It takes time to get to learn the community you're sitting in and being part of, and meet that culture. Root Gore, thank you very much for the 3rd month at tier 1. You are awesome. Chat is doing good. I'm doing good today. Better than yesterday. No longer having an allergic reaction to peanuts. Ugh. Deeply funny. Yeah. The best bit was that the reason that I managed to interact with peanuts was because of somebody who has known for like 15 years that I'm allergic to peanuts, and as my parent should probably know that I'm allergic to peanuts, but forgot. Wild. Yeah, so luckily, those of you who probably know already, I'm not anaphylaxis allergic. What will happen is, if I touch peanuts, basically my entire arm will go red, itchy, hot, like semi-swollen. It's very, very painful, but it's not like... It's not urgent, it's just an absolute bitch to deal with for a couple of hours. Like, my palm becomes incredibly itchy. I'm not an only child, no. Sometimes I might wish I was, but if you ever had like a tattoo that's healing, or like a graze as it heals, you'll know that it's really, really itchy. It's like that for about 6 hours constantly, and if you itch it, it just feels like it's burning. Wait, someone else just... Wait, you had a repeat of the other issue for 4K, 2K4. Yeah, if you can make a mod ticket on the PS Discord, this is insane. Zidane, I've never been the favorite. Don't get me wrong, that's not a role that I fill in the family. You are low in the mood at all, bud. That's what we do here. If you're having issues, you're more than free to share them with us, and we were, you know, we'll help out. We'll help out where we can. It's all right. Thor 2K4. Only the cool people get targeted. You see. Sabu, I was going to strip down the deep desert. I was going to move the carry and the sandcrawler back and stuff, because realistically, today I think will be a assault thopter mining day. Just doing kind of smaller tasks rather than big ops. I don't want to do a huge amount of resource collection today, knowing that we're taking the deep desert apart. Otherwise, we're going to run the risk of running it too close. Do we know if any of the OG patch notes have changed, not being based on the test data? Mr. Bob Bovington, I know for a fact that there are things that were in the PTR patch notes which are not... Well, sorry, the things that are being released in tomorrow's patch which are not in that patch notes. So when the patch notes for tomorrow become available, we'll go through them, of course. We'll go through some of the ones that I know are being implemented, or I believe are being implemented, and we'll go through the PTR patch notes again. The one that I know isn't in there, which is being fixed, is the fact that NPCs will no longer be able to destroy thief consoles, which will prevent the current exploit of people using it to get access to damaged or offline bases. I've had that confirmed this morning for me directly by Funcom. I went and checked for you specially, chat, knowing how much you'd want to know. That looks like a spice explosion that would actually be rude for me to ignore, so we're going to collect some spice as well. I mean, look, it went off right next to the base. Well, no, Sherpa Rock, because that exploit has only really become known in the past kind of week or so. Like, openly and widely known. So, we will later go through the patch notes. We're only kind of half an hour into the stream, so I'm going to wait until people are trickled in a little bit more. You know, probably a little bit closer to the start of US time zone. We'll do it, you know, kind of in EU lunchtime. And then we'll do it again for the US later on. Whereabouts in the UK am I from? I am based in kind of the Berkshire, Oxfordshire area, which is why I sound like this. And I don't say castle. Well, actually, I do say castle, but Newcastle, Bath. But Castle and Glass. Yeah. The song by Linkin Park is Castle of Glass, not Castle of Glass. That's how that works. Yeah. Castle, C-A-R. Like there's an R in castle when you say it in the southern way, but it's Cass in northern. I mean, if you're from Oxfordshire, you will know that there is, you know, a particular road that runs north from the Berkshire area into Oxfordshire, which is sometimes my favourite road and sometimes the least favourite road I've ever encountered. I whisper, of course, of the A34. Which can be great or can be like getting a splinter in the eye. Two guilds out of NPCs destroying their faith and 95% lost the rest of the game. Yes, that is, well, it depends on how it took place ultimately, because if you built your fief in a way that someone can get to it and it's lost power and been destroyed by an NPC, realistically your base lost power. I don't have as much sympathy if a base lost power and did that, but if your base was powered and an NPC was pushed inside, then that's different. That's much more of an exploit. Yeah, exactly, TQB. Splinter. Have you ever had a splinter in your eye, Stanzia? Awful. Absolutely awful. It's the most irritating thing possible. It's like you've got sandpaper in the eye constantly. There's nothing you can do to get rid of it. I had a metal splinter when I was doing something when I was a teenager that I should probably have been wearing goggles for when we were cutting stuff, but we decided that one pair of goggles was enough for the person doing the cutting. Mistake you only make once. I mean, yeah, replacing stuff is going to be very difficult because ultimately we're going to have to replace stuff from people's private supplies, you know, things that, you know, for example, Luther, Demnar, and I create from our time in game to replace stuff as the way things currently are, which we can't reasonably justify. That's not actually doable. Because if we do it for one person, we have to do that for everyone. There's no way that we can spend our entire time like in the game replacing people's stuff. Otherwise, we'd have spent weeks replacing ornithopters. I am constantly asking for an update on dev tools. I'm constantly asking for an update on what happened to our fief. And when I have information, I give you guys the information. That's how this works. Been out of power for that one day. This was gone. Vehicles were at 20% from the storms. Which server is that on, Spook? On Henry. Have they put a ticket in? That's it. That's the next question. No, I'm just Dave. It was the it couldn't have been the NPC exploit that was used to destroy our base. It's a functionally different looking exploit, unfortunately. Would have been a nice answer, but no. Oh, you did a tour yesterday. There are a lot of crumbling bases. I think that will be the problem. A lot of people have had their base stuck because they were actually out of power. And we can't ever verify that the bases have power without logs and stuff, so it's going to be very difficult for us to tell. Yeah, we could probably, you know, run an event for those who are affected so they can get their spice back. It's probably the easiest way to do it. Or we can get them, you know, we can create a communal spice refining area, but then we run into issues around water, etc. So it's just about how we plan it. And I would really love to be able to run an admin way of fixing the stuff because it's kind of needed. Never hold on tight. You visited 11 of the Seaches. I might do that at some point as on a slower day, I think. Adrenaline high. Bork is here. He's looking for your spice, chat. Hide the spice. Oh, wait, that's actually not an efficient way of doing... Oh, no, it is an efficient way of doing this. Nice. All empty. Yeah, with logs we can do a bit more, but it's also it's very difficult to judge or find out who did it unless they did something clever like putting a there's something, when I say clever I mean dumb, by putting a fief down in its place. Good morning, War Piggy. How's it going, bud? Seraph, have you got anywhere... Well, where in your back is hurting, first of all, Seraph? That's the question. That's where I'll start. You've got a box space with a bigger boss that looks like a mushroom. Nice. There's a few like that, actually. I think there's one back here that's like that. Eyes red, energy low, but job interview coming up, chilling, watching some streams. How's things? Awesome. Yeah, well... I'm hoping that your energy picks up and that the job interview goes very well. But yeah, things are all right on our end. We've, I'm glad that the weekend is over, which is a weird feeling to have. Had a good time on Saturday. Only downside is, as ever, you know, doing taxi run for people who have been drinking, because I don't drink anymore. Some of you know. Which is always a little bit tiring, obviously, because drunk people are a law unto themselves a lot of the time. But, family time's always a bit more draining sometimes with these things. So yesterday's was enjoyable. It was lovely seeing my nan doing a 95th, but getting poisoned by my mother wasn't really on the playing cards, which is quite funny. But yeah, what's the interview for, bud? Is it Cheers, Thought UK. I'll have a look. You can probably at me in a ticket as well, just to say it so I can see it if it's an existing one. If it's a new one, then fine. Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, never mind, I've seen it. Yeah, pretty much how that one went. I took you into this world, I will take you out of it. Yes, it was my my grandmother's 95th birthday. Yes, they do. Glorious Splat, I completely agree with you. When the power goes down, I think the base should be raidable. That's my view on it. I think that you should be maintaining the power on your base should ultimately be the key part of it. I don't believe that having to kite an NPC, which is currently an exploit, is a reasonable way of people to do it. There should be no waste, but it should be when the power goes down, the base is attackable. Because the sandstorm's destroying it anyway, so otherwise you're only letting it go to waste. But people shouldn't be kiting NPCs into existing bases with shields up in an attempt to destroy the console, whether you have access or not. Capsaholic, welcome on in, buddy. Good to see you. Oh yeah, when I point out, when I like think that she was born in 1930, like she was in London during the, like she was in London during the Blitz, like while places were being bombed. She was 14, 15 in an orphanage. Like the stuff that she has seen, like I've got a lot of time for all like the old stories about things she used to get up to, how life used to be, because like it is almost foreign sounding. Yeah, she was in London during World War II. Like, fucking hell. Like, Chris Moss, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. Good to see you. Lovely as always. Lantern Ladiel, thank you very much for your resub. 2 months at tier 1. Being resubbed for 3 months. You are awesome. I appreciate you. Yeah. Like the white wolf. Shane, yeah, I've dealt with a couple of family members losing their compass mentis a little bit, and it's very, very difficult. When a family member is like that, it's hard to see them sometimes. I understand how that is. Yeah, I mean, those of you who your grandfather was one 1921's part of the Finn-Russia Winter War. Wow. Times, yeah, I mean, it changes people ultimately. One of my grandparents passed away in 2015, and before he passed away, when we went to go visit him at Christmas time, he thought that I was his son rather than my father. And that was very upsetting to see, because not only did that upset my dad so much, but it also upset me a lot, being, you know, what, early 20s, not really understanding the true depths of, like, loss as an adult yet, if that makes sense. And it was very odd in a lot of ways for me to kind of come to terms with that at the time, about 10 years ago. Oh, early 20s, that was a long time ago. Jeez. It's not easy. And props to you. Sorry to hear that you've gone through. There's a couple of members of the community who are also taking some time away. We've a couple of judges from the game jam have had family losses and stuff recently as well. So, you know, I know it's a big thing. And if anyone's having a hard time, there is support out there for people who are, you know, family members suffering, family members of people suffering with dementia. Some of the stuff out there can actually be very helpful for just giving a different perspective, because otherwise it can be very, very difficult. If anyone's struggling, I would really recommend going out and about and looking at kind of what the resources are out there that will support you, because it's not a problem that you're in alone. A lot of people, you know, are in exactly the same boat as you, and there's stuff out there that can help you. I'm sorry to hear that, Whoopi. Yeah, that does sometimes happen. It's at least I'm glad that you've got an interview and that, you know, back out there getting things sorted. Oh, Seraph, yeah, that's I can't imagine that. I'm sorry to hear that you're gonna deal with that. That's it's not a good one. Used to work in care. Yeah, my sister is actually the you know, the caring one in the family, I guess, when it comes to nursing and stuff. She actually, it was terminal care nurse during COVID. And, why can I not land this? Come on, there we go. Some of the stories she tells are, whoa, wild. This is your life in blood that's not like mine. Oh. That wasn't really what I wanted to do. I didn't want to move, I wanted to part picker it. Oh, reached the building limit for this category? Okay. It's a little bit different than what I expected. This one is empty instead. We'll take this. I said very bluntly. Never mind, I forgot something. I said quite bluntly after that, like, if I ever start losing myself like that, don't let me hang around. Like, that's a Switzerland trip, because I don't want my family to go through that, and I certainly don't want to go through that. Like, I would rather, yeah, either that or unlimited bar tab, and I'll drink my way out. Go put me on like an island somewhere with unlimited bar tab, because I don't want to do that to myself or my family. I can't do that. Rainfall doesn't go away and feeling like something to be done with everything. Oh, yeah, see, I don't need that. That's, yeah. The strength that some people have to go through that it blows my mind. I don't think I have that in me. You got booted for planned maintenance? You got booted from the game for planned maintenance? Are you on a public server or a private server? Because it might be the server restart if it's on the exact on the half past. Good morning, Troytech. How are you doing, buddy? Just doing a shout out to everyone again for those of you who have resubbed today. You're all awesome. I really appreciate the support. Yeah, NA West shouldn't restart until 3 hours time, until half an hour's time, 3 hours after ours. You did message me, you did DM me for a job. Sorry, my DM, I'm gonna be honest with you, since the start of like June, I've not been able to keep on track of my DMs. There's like 200 or 300 right now. I try and get a couple done every day, but like realistically, I just run out of energy at the moment. I just don't have the headspace to deal with them all. I'm trying to get through them. There's a lot of spam in there. There's a lot of stuff that, you know, probably I don't want to read. But I'm trying. As for jobs, if you ever DM me for a job, my answer will always be the same. I cannot do that. I have to advertise the jobs openly. It's part of my desire to be above board. And if we have a job opening, I will make it very clear on the Pirate Software server for Pirate Software jobs, in the job opportunities channel, because ultimately that's the only way we can be fair and give everyone the equal chance. My Discord looks like Thor's. I hope not. Well, you mean in terms of DMs? Yeah, I mean, you're not altogether wrong. He's got a lot more than mine, but his is so full now that he can't even get new DMs, I don't think. You're looking for a job as a trillionaire? Well, lucky for you, I've got one. Start with $1 trillion, and then abuse the system in every way you can until you've got $10 trillion. Done. Easy. You're a goose with a silent J. Nice. Dax, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. You've returned from the land of sunburn and insect bites. You think you're less stressed. Fair. That's about what you can do. The land of sunburn and insect bites sounds a bit like a tropical climate of some kind. Somewhere like Florida. I don't know if there's sunburn in Florida. There's definitely going to be insect bites. The most popular place I can think of where people would go that have such a strong population of insects. God, you're not going to get sunburn in Scotland, Tabby the Panda. Everyone knows it doesn't get sunny in Scotland. That's why they're all ginger up there, right? I'm just being harsh. Scotland gets some lovely weather. It's just not as many days of the year as I think it could be. The weekend was all right, thank you, Life According to Bird. Yeah, you know, one attempted poisoning, but hey, we survived. Didn't die. Always, you know, helpful. I'm allergic to peanuts, and I was inadvertently provided with peanuts by somebody who really should have known better. Try take it. It'll be at some point in the future if I do that. I don't know if it'll be BattleTech. I don't know if it'll be MechWarrior 5. Thankfully, I'm not anaphylactic allergic. It's just like a couple of days of suffering if I don't get to it in time. I'm basically like dermatologically allergic, so I basically get like a full body rash, which feels like it itches and burns concurrently. It's just very, very uncomfortable. But yeah, I won't eat a Snickers. There is that, or a marathon bar, or you know, anything that's made like in the same factory as a Snickers bar was. I mean, it's one of those things, right? At the end of the day, I'm fine. It only burns a little bit now. It's been like 16 hours, so it's not even the worst reaction I've ever had. The worst one I had was I ate one piece. Like they said that they made peanut-free satay was on the event. So me and the other person who's allergic to peanuts is more allergic. If they eat it, they get anaphylaxis. I ate mine. I was like immediately like, do not touch this. This has peanuts in it. And then they were like, but it's peanut free. I was like, pass me the jar. And it says the jar says peanuts on it. I'm like, there you go, not peanut free. Random stuttering, you shouldn't be. There's no dropped frames, bitrate's looking good. I don't know. This was many years ago, when some of my friends were younger and I'd say less wise, about as wise as they are now. Hey, these things happen, right? But having eaten it, normally the best method is for me to go make myself be sick, which is horrible thing to do. But you do sometimes have to like accept that you'd rather be forcefully sick than deal with an allergic reaction. What? I could have sworn there was another buggy here. Sabby might have collected it, to be fair. 4 o'clock and your eyes are staring deep. She pulls the trigger. Calls to God, stands with ovation. He thinks to himself. This is more alive than you'd ever been. No one to fool to your lies in this masquerade of dark. Small chest next to the big row, just as valuables. Right. Why does cranberry juice taste like it doesn't like being wet? I know what you mean. I just don't like the way that's worded. Why does cranberry juice taste like it should be dry? Yeah. Good. Do the stretches, Seraph. The stretches are good for you. Likely because of the cranberry spiders would be my answer, to be honest with you. And if you don't know what cranberry spiders are, you probably don't want to Google it. It might put you off of cranberries in general for the rest of your life. Oh, taste the night, and know I'm no fool to your lies in this masquerade of dark. Oh, big wasps is the second time in 2 days I've had them mentioned. No, cranberry spiders are different. So where cranberries are grown is typically in large, like kind of like bogs. Basically, like they're grown in water. And when it comes to harvesting them, the spiders like to climb the tallest available thing around inside the bogs. And so the people who harvest the cranberries, who go out in waders, who are the tallest spot in those bogs, often get climbed by hosts of very large spiders. Yes, they can be wolf spiders. Yep, that's pretty normal spider to see out in the fields. So imagine, you know, you're in a field, they flood it, and as the water rises, all the spiders flee up you. Don't harvest cranberries. Yeah, so when they harvest them by flooding the fields. Yeah, it's a whole thing. That's, yeah. Now imagine, I'm not sure if they tell the people who are on their first day harvesting cranberries about this or not, because I feel like you wouldn't do it if you knew. So I do have a nice mental image of a bunch of people being like, the first time they've ever harvested cranberries, and they're just covered in spiders, shitting themselves. But the money's really good. It'll have to be, because you're getting covered in spiders. It does sound like a good hazing ritual, yeah. I can believe that. I can genuinely believe that. It's a horrifying job. There are legal waivers about... Wow, I can believe that. Yeah. Would I rather be covered in spiders or bees? Bees. Easily bees. Bees are less... Well, it depends on the species of bees. And the species of spiders. But if you're talking about the worst possible of each of them, covered in the bees. If you're friendly with bees, bees will land on you and just kind of hum around you. They don't care. I planted some stuff in my garden last year to attract more bees. And, it's been very, very nice. Having little fuzzy helicopters flying around everywhere. I've been bitten by a spider as well, and that's only a UK spider bite, so it's only a false widow. Like, it's not even like a bad spider. Like, in the UK, we don't have venomous creatures that are anywhere near that bad. But that thing was awful. The spider bite I got ended up being about a golf ball sized lump on my arm, probably about a centimeter protrusion, and it was incredibly like hard but also itchy. If you ever get bitten by a spider, don't take that sitting down. Like, make sure you look after it, because they do get infected very easily. Dream Diva, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. Been sub for 3 months now. Thank you for the ongoing support. I mean, yeah. In the US, in Australia, stuff, you have real spiders. Like, we don't have that in the UK. We've killed off anything that's remotely dangerous. Like, the largest mammal we had until recently was probably a deer. The largest omnivorous mammal we have wild is going to be a badger, which is not big. You'll see foxes and stuff, yeah. The entirety of the UK has been cultivated. There's no wild land really left outside of national parks. I'm sorry, are you telling me that a Florida mosquito bite swells up to the size of a golf ball? Because a UK mosquito bite swells up to the size of maybe like a dime, like a 5p piece. Like, maybe like a fifth of an inch. Is that what Florida mosquitoes are like? I'd rather cut my own limbs off. I mean, because the ones that we left behind that aren't humans. The wild. That's why I said wild. Humans aren't wild. We're as domesticated as it gets. UK is the single largest percentage of biosphere depletion in the world. I would believe that. Yeah, 100%. When we industrialized our country, we wiped out almost everything that didn't learn to live around humans. Everything learns to adapt around humans in the UK. Phrasmatic, I'm going to tell you something you're not going to like. Florida Man is wild, but Florida Man only exists because of the legal structure they have around reporting their crimes. The same stuff happens in every single state, but Florida is the only one to report on it the way that it does and to be so prominent about it. Like, that kind of stuff happens everywhere. Most Europeans don't know that that is a thing. They think it's just Florida that's mad. No, the whole of the US is like that. Whole thing. Don't tell Canada you have no wolves in Britain. I mean, I think they're trying to reintroduce wolves in certain places. We've reintroduced beavers and otters. They've both taken really well, which is really good to see. We're starting to kind of re-establish our waterways. Every single state in the US is fucked up. It's just like every single country in Europe is fucked up. Don't tell me wrong. I'm not wrong. I've heard about what Ohio is like. No, British wolves go, oh, what, mate? A woo what? Fuck you up, mate. Swear on me, nan. I'm trying to reintroduce them in Northern Scotland. Good. We do need to be careful about how we do it, but we do need to increase our biodiversity again, because we cannot we cannot do that to our planet, like to our environment. It's just not good. Well, we don't have any wolves left, Krasmedic, so we don't... I don't even know if the type of wolf that we had in the UK is even existent anymore. We may have genuinely wiped them out entirely. Like, that's... To give you an idea of what happened to the UK's biodiversity when we industrialized the country, everything went. We did unspeakable things to the natural parts of our country. Last wolf was killed in the year, they go 1680. Madness, absolute madness. Assuming me to hold me back. We should get some off-word medical supplies at some point. To your hearts. Oh yeah, I mean, well, yeah, the UK was basically one of the first places in the world to start industrializing the way we did. Like, it's to be expected in a way, but also not forgivable. Just because it was that way doesn't mean that I'm gonna... yeah, I can't accept that it's forgivable anyway. Grim. We don't, yeah, I mean, the largest, we do have a couple of, you know, wildcats left. We have this, and it's the Scottish wildcat is the only wildcat we have left. And, like, we need to protect those creatures. Like, ultimately, biodiversity is more important than having all the people around. The animals should be here after we leave. Like, no, the US did not industrialize just as aggressively. Because you didn't cover every single bit of landmass. Because of the amount of space, it wasn't as aggressive. Red meat tick causing alpha... Terrorist ticks. Okay, fine. I mean, that's... Wait, wrong one. What was about culture and empires died out? Roman Empire branch was settled the UK. Have they repeatedly failed, ultimately banned the arts to complete ruin, technological void when no one had to... Well, that's exactly it. I mean, this is one of the things I find very interesting about British history. Oh, we'll have to do it off the ad break. I'll tell about it off the ad break. I've been a forced vegetarian before. There's worse things to happen. In this day and age, when we are in a position like we are now, where actually like meat replacement products are the best they have ever been. I will be clear, like I was a vegetarian for a few months, a couple of years back. Just tried out. I think I did a like vegetarian January. And like doing it 10 years ago versus doing it now, completely different. It's still not great. Obviously prefer meat still, but like it's probably the least worst time to have that problem, if that makes sense. Is the duping still a big problem? Most of the duping has been reduced. There is now, I know there is one source of dupes left in the game, but we don't have a problem with that on our server, luckily. I do check it, and I am aware of how we can find out who's doing it, which is nice. It's, as long as you can moderate, we can deal with duping. Now, the remaining type of duping that people are aware of is dealable with moderation. To love. True, but I'm saying that if, for example, imagine a world in which that Lone Star tick issue became far more prevalent, you end up with, say, 10%, you know, who couldn't eat meat across the entire, you know, collection of, you know, the world, for example, you'd find that meat replacement substitutes become cheaper because there is increased demand. There's going to be, they'll up supply eventually to do it. It's now, right now, supply is not matching demand. Demand's increasing as people kind of make healthier choices, supposedly. But if 10% of the population suddenly became reliant upon meat replacement products, you can bet your ass that it would re-give very quickly, and the market would self-correct. Glorious Splat, I'll be honest with you, I don't think that the devs, with the way that the game was set up, are able to moderate their servers in the way that we are. You know, you would need to have people who are on full-time only moderation, only ever moderation to keep things going. And I think that asking a company to do that at direct launch for the game is always going to be a difficult proposal. You need to have you also need not just a team, but you need an experienced team who know the game really well and who know how communities work really well. That's a really hard ask to do. Good moderation is actually very, very hard to create and find. I'm going to be honest with you. Warpiggy, I said that any job I advertise will have to be done on the pirate software server. I fully believe that if we're ever going to have a job opening, I need to be completely open to the entirety of the community for moderation work, because ultimately there are a lot of people, a part of the community, who have been wanting to do this for years, and everyone deserves the right to be able to apply for it. I don't believe that anyone should be restricted from being able to apply based on just the fact that somebody DM'd me and said, oh yeah, I'd like a job. If there's an open job going, I have to open it up to everyone. That's how that works. What just happened there? Okay. You guys did see that. He just kind of fell over. You're already working as a troll. I can see that. Yeah, it shows. Yeah. I think realistically, if we were bringing on more moderators, what you would see would be that we would train up people who are already involved with the company first to do more with what they do and go from there. But, you know, it depends on a few things. Like, you know, I would like us to have fewer moderators, but we need it because of drama normally. Like, it would be nice to not have to constantly have somebody, you know, have 3 people on at any given moment of the day because, you know, there's 10,000 people on. It's, if tools were improved on places like YouTube, we wouldn't need to have the same level of coverage as we do. But like YouTube has just awful stuff. Like YouTube's moderation tools are terrible. Sorry for those of you over on YouTube. But the moderation tools over there suck. Like, unbanning someone on YouTube is the worst. We just can't. If you get hidden on the channel by someone, unbanning somebody is nearly impossible on YouTube streaming anyway. It's dire, to be honest with you. Turgut is currently MIA. What, you mean the Turgut Reese server is down? Go and have a look. Is anyone else unable to see Turgut Reese? Try again, Mazroth, because I'm not seeing any issues, but I'm happy to restart the server should it need it. Did I just take off from this base? I did, yes. Quick loot would be nice and filters. Okay, looks like it was a connection issue on your end then, Mazzaroth, because I didn't do anything to the server. And the server didn't go down. Ooh. Don't know if we come upstairs yet. There's not that responsive. That's better. Bit better, okay. A little bit of a lag stutter there. GPU load's quite high. You guys get any lag on your end? Like from the stream itself? I mean, I wouldn't say it defends itself. I mean, we have good defenses against trolls, but ultimately, like, you know. No lag. Okay, it might just be a... It looks like this area... You know how sometimes we go through an area and it just causes increased level of server performance drain for some reason? It looks like today this is here. So we'll avoid this the rest of the day. We're up at 96% GPU load here, whereas back at our base, which is obviously full of entities, we're talking about 75%, which is, you know, about normal. If I'm, you know, encoding the stream, doing all of this, maintaining 3 screens plus teleprompter, you know, 75% use is about right for this. But 96% is way too high. So we're just gonna leave. Don't look back. Sentinel City is the worst for you? Okay. One you love, I'm all the same. Oh, feel your heartbeats. The Atreides might have the replica pulse on their weapons vendor. Yeah, they probably do. Coming around, coming around. Love them all the same. You gotta love somebody. Love them all the same. Oh, the storage is full already. Nice. They must feel useless. They start something. I know, yeah. I mean, the stabs will do something. If they slow blade through the shield, that's why I normally deal with the melees first. But, yeah, it's just an easy way of making friends. We will get the tools vendor, yes. Beaming someone in the face with a las gun just feels good. Yeah, that's how you relax on a Monday morning, chat. Completely normal, right? What else would we do? That's how we do this. Is it only me or after a recent restart a few minutes ago because there's no worm sign? What do you mean? A recent restart on Christopher Contend? There shouldn't have been a restart. If it did restart, then yeah, if there was a restart, then the worm won't be around for a little bit. It takes a while for the worm to start up. There's no worm now. Interesting. I'm not sure why the servers went down. Let me go look at the servers. What's going on? No, that is the explosion that happens with the shield has been written out in lore by including a safety. You all had a restart a minute ago. You got done from a public server. Okay, maybe the game went down for a second across things. Weird. Oh, we didn't have a problem. Unless the issues were exactly when we started having performance issues, which would make sense. You never know. We never know. Did I just put one back in the assault orney? I did. Did Funcom fix the churn refining contract? I have absolutely no idea. We've not had that one yet. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm getting a bit disappointed at our Landsrad results because we keep on getting the same ones. We've never had the full loot PvP one, which I think would be a really interesting way to see what happens. Because it's been so long, though, we have absolutely no, like, all the PvPers have left, so it's going to be a completely dead deep desert server for a week. Which I think is a shame. Miracle of Sound are great, yeah. Miracle of Sound have also made it that you can play all of their music on any stream because it's not DMCA covered, which is very kind of them. Happily talk about the benefits of Miracle of Sound. Good people. Spurstro shot. I don't know whose box this is. Brother Kronos. Brother Firms, welcome. My favorite Miracle of Sound, probably White Wolf. Wake the White Wolf is a great song. Okay, we got your Perforator, Regis Burst Drill Shot, Pincushion, Landcore Engine. No, I've got 6 of those. Here we go. Adept Kinjal. 10 of them. We'll make 10 of those. 10 Adept Kinjals. That gets us the Compactor Mark 6 blueprint that we need each week, chat. You fan take it back? Can we still turn something into land or stuff? You can indeed. They've made it so now that you can hand things in past the threshold. So that's what I'm doing now. I'll show you that I'm going to go hand in some of these. Anyone has any questions in chat, feel free. I want to do a shout out to Firms for the raid of 4 viewers. I hope you're doing well, bud. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. What were you playing, Firms? And Hoobsy, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. You are awesome. It's great to see you. You made a... I saw, Sabu, I need to do that because I'm getting low on liquid funds again. And actually, I need to get the Atreides set. So, where is the garment fabricator? How many of these could I make? A few. We're going to get some aluminium today. Do I want to clean up your kitchen for you? How is that for a question? The answer is no, I don't want to clean the kitchen up for you. Done. Good question. Excellent question. Oh, I think I've just used up all of the aluminium. Every time I get the talking about here. Do the devs have any plans for getting the PvP playlist better content? Not that I know of yet. I think the first bit is fixing the content that already exists. I'll be honest with you. I can understand that being their focus. But I agree. PvP doesn't feel great. But I will be honest. We were always told PvP would be optional. Remember, if you look at the posts, it's they say very clearly PvP is always optional. That tells you something about the focus of what they want from the game. Fine, whether you agree with that should be that way or not, that is what they've clearly said before the game was sold. You need to make sure that is still the case, okay? Because you've sold the game on the basis that PvP is optional. You need to make sure that people actually have that option. It's not forced PvP. And that's why I hold out to believe they need to have a tier 7 PvP and tier 7 PvE armor. Because you need to be able to have people who can choose to do PvP. Porchy, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. You are awesome. I appreciate all of you. For those of you who can see, do you know how far through the PP program goals we are? If anyone's got it to hand, you can tell me what the score is. That would be appreciated. Otherwise, I can always open it up on my other monitors. 184 out of 300. Well, I am honestly blown away by that from all of you. Thank you very much for that support and the love. I don't feel like I deserve it, but I'm trying. I'm trying to feel like I deserve it. And I appreciate all of you for being here, because I couldn't do it without you. Come back home. I am very trying indeed. You're right, you know.
Do you have something for it? Oh, it's politics. The manufacturing union. Delivery for House election. Do you have something for... Oh, it's the war council. Delivery for House Mickey.
What's your take on the required PvP zones for the main quest in a PvP not required game? Luke, I think you're 100 points out. Or you might be looking at the wrong goal, Spook. What's your take on the required PvP zones for the main quest in a PvP not required game? Just because the zone is PvP doesn't mean that it's required that you PvP in it. you always have the option of running away. There are a number of skills based around mobility where you should always be able to flee. So in that regard, the PvP is not required, as in it doesn't say if you, in order to continue with this quest, you must kill one person. That would be PvP is required for the main story. The game doesn't do that. While it sends you to PvP areas which aren't safe, it's only a different type of environmental damage when you think about it in the terms of you should be fleeing PvP if you don't want to engage in PvP. That's what I think they mean when they say it's not, that it is optional. Yeah, Spook, I think you're looking at the one that I set up as a test, which doesn't actually do what it should do, sadly. Must have can make no. Did somebody say that they wanted a replica pulse sword? I think it was Misandroth, but I could be wrong. Well, yes, exactly, and be Thunderbolt. That is a different problem. Yeah, the fact that it's very difficult to... The fact that you often can't flee PvP, or the fact that it's difficult to pin someone down who doesn't want to fight. Yeah. Mazaroth, that's the one. I don't know. Names all blurred together and I couldn't find it. Did you want one of these? I can just make you one, and you can just bring me the stuff for it if you want. To be honest, like... cheap stuff. The real, like, difficult part is the carbide blade parts, which I don't have a lot of. Everything else, maybe you should bring the melange as well. That's kind of... I have a bit of melange, but... Well, the house fence has it. You can have it. Well, okay. If you want to, you can make it for yourself, or I can make it for you. Although, yeah, if you can get a blueprint, that would be better, because then you can repair it yourself. Yeah, if you can get a blueprint, that would be better for you. Inside, mission I have better habits. Maybe I shouldn't have got high. There we go. 13,000 in that one. Actually, I should probably just add in another one. Just get the Miracle Heavy Swatch as well. So I already have it. U for uniform, garments down to heavy, miracle. We do not have the miracle one. Oh shit. This might have overflowed. But now I'm in my own way. That allows me to get normal speed. Oh, I haven't. That's a new exploit I haven't heard about. Scouts at full speed with rocket pods equipped shouldn't be possible. That's grim, and I hate that as an idea. In my head, I put myself in a drown. Have you been a victim of it on the pirate servers, or you've been a victim of it in general on other servers? Because if anyone's doing that on our servers, people know how I feel about exploiting. Exploit early, get wiped often. Vulture plus control flight mode. It gives me the anger, chat. Fills me with the anger. Pause that for a second. Oh, that... Okay, so this is the diving bug. Yeah, okay, this one's still around. I thought that had been fixed. Let me see if I can show you guys how this works. I've not done this like successfully in combat. I'm not sure this is exactly how it works, but I've seen the bug that I think they're relying on. And if you do this, I think you do this. I'll show you guys how this one works. I'm fairly sure that if you do, you press control and you go sideways in a weird way, you can get to, there you go, see that, 250? You can do all kinds of weird stuff by increasing the speed while you fall. See if I can do that again. I think that used to be the old one. We have patch notes coming for the upcoming. We don't have the patch notes of everything they're including. They are still working on it today. We have a couple of things that I know are going in, which will be helpful, and that we'll talk about a little bit later. But the main patch notes normally come out on the day of the patch when they finalize everything that's going in there. So I expect that we'll get the full notes there, but we will go through the PTR patch notes later on today, in probably about an hour's time, and talk about some of the changes they've been testing on the test server, some of the things that they have been trying out, and some of the things that we would expect to see. So we'll talk about if they put all the changes in, or certain changes, how we think it will land. But I will be very clear, like, the fact that Funcom are working on stuff so rapidly is a good sign. I know that it's not the fixes that all of you are looking for, but they are trying to fix the game as it plays. So, you know, I think we have to give them the benefit of the doubt on stuff that isn't in there as well, because some stuff they are still working on, but it might just not be in the first round of fixes. Gotta let the game cook, you know. Make sure I can see YouTube. Stop and stare. You've got a whole new terms of service to accept when you open Twitch in the UK. I can imagine that. Yeah, we have far more control here over what is broadcasted, so Ofcom regulates some of that stuff. Do you mind if I ask where Pirate's been? Yeah, Paulios, it's fine. Thor has been taking some vacation. He's been working on stuff around the house. He's been working on some ferret stuff. Some cool news coming in the upcoming days about the ferret rescue and the building for it. He's been taking some downtime. Last night, he was focusing on rebuilding the ferret PC because due to a power surge, the Ethernet blew inside the ferret PC. So we had to get a replacement motherboard sorted. How much someone has to twist his arms to take a vacation? The good bit is that it wasn't as much arm twisting as it might have been before. Hello, Smartest. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Welcome on in. How's Thor feeling? He's doing all right. Yeah, doing good. Should be some news coming out soon from when he's going to be back. So, yeah, Ferret Machine's now got a bit more of a stable build inside of it, which is good. Well, you have to remember that the PC that was running the ferrets was a repaired version of the computer that had the 4090, the Intel 14th series issues. So, like, remember that there was some existing damage to that machine already that was to be expected. So this is just kind of the ongoing part of that. Yes, indeed, the cursed generations of Intel. I'm doing good, thank you, Smartest. How are you doing, bud? Have I had the chance to visit the Wigglers? No, I have not, but I hopefully will do some point later this year. The challenge is that in order to visit the Wigglers, because ferrets have the ACE2 receptor that allows them to catch things like flu and COVID, you have to be quite careful. When I travel to the US, I have to be very, very careful to make sure that I'm not bringing anything with me when I catch anything on the plane. As much as I stream pretty much every weekday. I don't stream on Saturdays and Sundays because I have IRL things and work to do. So I try to keep those days free.
Welcome back. What'll it be?
Thork is here. Hide. Whoop. Yeah, exactly, Orochi. Yeah. No, Thor is not in the UK, although that would be quite funny. If Thor was in the UK, he'd be very fat. Too much Greg's. A private server separate from general. Yeah, deep desert. So depending on how it works, each network of sietches has. Oh, actually, I'll wait till the end of the ads before I explain the server structure. How do I give the guy the Egypt Kinjal? So you basically go to the quartermaster for you. If that's Karkanen, it's here. If it's the Atreides, the quartermaster somewhere up here, and you basically just whatever's in your inventory, you just give them. Smartest, what? Sorry, what was it that you wanted to make for me? I don't generally let people make stuff that's a lot of effort without paying people and therefore asking for work to be commissioned. So it depends what it is. Mazroth, I completely know how that is. I've done that so many times myself. But no, you do that to get the rewards afterwards. So you'll need to go back there afterwards. So I need to go and find the House Miracle vendor at some point. Caron, it's more than that, to be honest. It's not about petition, it's about the supply chain. Grace works in the UK because they can ship stuff as they need to very locally. Against overseas is a very different ask for a company. It's not really about a petition. At that point, it's about the economics, I think. So it's not quite that simple. I mean, as much as if you want to create some example ones, you're free to, but I can't guarantee that I'll use them and stuff, and I'm not commissioning it, asking for it or anything. Like, if you want to do it as a practice, feel free, but like, can't guarantee I'll even use it. Pan Miyagi, I don't think that is in the game yet. Oh, I should have got some bodies on the way back. No, it's this one. Oh, we're at the building limit. Oh, damn. How big a trebuchet would you send Grace from Crows? A big trebuchet. Real big trebuchet. The same love. Wait. What? Okay. So. At this point, you're basically talking about making a space elevator, right? An ICBT. Yep. Intercontinental Ballistic Trebuchet. Aren't most trebuchets ballistic when I think about it? Just to be clear, I'm fairly sure most trebuchets are in fact ballistic. Not a trebuchet expert, just think they're cool. There's a place reasonably near me that does like jousting and trebuchets, and at some point I want to go back and see it. It's called Warwick Castle in the UK. There's a bunch of it. A beam trebuchet. How does a beam trebuchet work? I'm interested, don't get me wrong. But a beam trebuchet? I'd like to point out that sentence, Leeds Castle in Kent. Leeds and Kent, nowhere near each other. That's so confusing. Can't believe you do this to me. I like that in the US they have potato gun competitions where they literally you basically just make a gun that fires potatoes. Like, that's just, why not? What kind of competition, you know, wouldn't be improved by firing potatoes from a gun that you've made out of like gas and like PVC pipes and put a pumpkin. Like, that is how one potates. I bet shit. And I have not heard of that. That sounds very German though. A pumpkin toss. I mean, I know the Scottish chuck trees around. They call it keeper tossing. Any idea when Thor's VODs are coming back online? Emil Face, you have as much information as I do there. That is on Thor, and I'm not really chasing him about work stuff at the moment because he's meant to be on vacation. So I haven't asked him about it specifically. I think that Scottish people have some cool sports. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that caper tossing is good fun. What kind of, you know, what kind of great sport doesn't involve chucking whole trees at each other? Cinders EU, thank you very much for resubbing with Prime to keep Bezos one step further away from his Diamond Moon statue. I appreciate you for using that. Remember, chat, if you've got your Prime sub, make sure you go use it on either here, go use it on a small streamer who really needs the support, go use it on the Ferret Rescue channel. Make sure you use your Prime sub because it is contractually owed to you by Amazon. Well, I can imagine in Scotland, you know, caper tossing started by chucking it at each other. I can imagine, you know, I can imagine that just makes sense. I think that sounds like it was worth an Ellis. No, but I know you're not German, but the word sounds German. Like a milk can, throw in some carbide, some water. Oh my god, okay. I'm good, thank you, Painless Steel. How are you, buddy? Good to see you. Good morning indeed. So toss large logs to clear areas in forest. I mean, I could believe it. Around me, you don't see as much tartan kilts as you do tartan trolley bags. So, you know. It's, the elderly. Hello, Sublime. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. You know, I never actually. I realized the day I was talking to somebody about this because a couple of my friends have recently started playing like games again. They're all console gamers. This friend group, so they're not like, you know, I wouldn't expect to play on stream or anything like that. But they've recently started playing Hogwarts Legacy, and it's nice seeing them all get back into games because a lot of them have been too busy for gaming for a really long time. And so it's nice seeing that they've actually kind of freed up some more of their own free time and space stuff. What's new with people? Probably some new people in the world. Hello, Balthazar. You don't have to say hi. Don't worry. You're always welcome here, bud. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We had a good weekend. All right, you've got 18 left to make. You'll flow into that and those. I can take these across. What are we talking about, Pharaoh Steel? Which game? Oh, the Hogwarts Legacy, yes. Yeah, I mean, I think that the problem is the Harry Potter universe is exceptionally controversial given the nature of the creator. And I think there was always going to be a level of drama and... I guess in a way... It was always going to be a difficult release, I think, given the source material. I think ultimately they did quite well with it. I think the game itself is solid. I think they were very respectful of some of the issues. And I think that, to be honest, there's a lot of fuss about nothing in a number of ways. Because as far as I recall, the creator in question didn't get a payout based on it, I believe. But I mean, Thor got a bunch of hate for it. I remember that. I'm sad they've cancelled the DLC, but I think the whole Harry Potter franchise is in a weird spot for people. I think that there's weirdness going on. Well, exactly, Sixto. Yeah. I have a lot of interest in Battlefield 6, yes. I will likely be playing that this weekend. Winky and I said that we wanted to play it together because I love Battlefield 4 a lot. It was one of my favorite entries. It's the one I've gone back to ever since it came out because the new ones haven't hit it for me. Apparently Battlefield 6 is very much like Battlefield 4, which I think is really solid. So I am looking forward to doing some Battlefield 6. I believe it's next weekend is another open beta. Obviously I was very busy this weekend, so I didn't have the chance to. Do I have a guild or playing solo? We have a kind of a group of like 3 or 4 of us who play in the same base, but most of the time our play is solo, typically. 18 hours, not just want to shoot. I'm hearing a lot of good things. I'm really glad they finally listened to their player base and they're giving people you know, they're giving people the game that people kind of wanted from Battlefield, because it's been a while. I didn't enjoy the historic versions anywhere near as much as I ever enjoyed 1942, which was just cracking. 21 and 42 solid. Battlefield Bad Company 2 I really enjoyed, but I didn't enjoy 3 as much as I enjoyed 4. Definitely didn't enjoy 5 or Battlefield 1 as much as I enjoyed 4. So I'm really glad that 6 feels more like 4. And I'm hoping to get stuck into it later this week. I might be able to get an access key to do it during the week. If not, I'll do it the weekend. So you might actually get the rare weekend stream from me, depending on which day I'm around. You're an MG main, you couldn't aim down sights without laying down in 5? Yeah, that was always a weird choice. I mean, exactly. Who's got energy for that?
What'll it be?
Yeah, we didn't need hero classes in Battlefield. It wasn't, you know, we weren't playing Star Wars Battlefront 2. I know a lot of people enjoyed other Battlefield games. Just for me, I think 6 is more promising because I think I might have just sold one of my medkits accidentally. Oh yeah, I can imagine Ellis it would, yeah. Did in fact sell 2 of mine doing that. Bipods didn't work at all during the Battlefield 6 beta. Nice. Perfect. That's what we like, right? Who needs functional functionality? Even. What am I stuck on? Yeah, I didn't. I saw 2042 release and I didn't think it hit the spot, so I didn't bother engaging with it meaningfully. In all honesty, I completely missed out on all of the advantages and benefits of, you know, where there were any good things about 2042. I was just like, nah, I'm kind of done. Did I sell my fucking still tent as well? That would be annoying. I think I might have done. Shit. Rad suits are currently one of the best returns in the game for that. Yeah, it's the quickest way to generate Solari because aluminium is quite easy to get a hold of, and so is the other stuff you need for it because it's only fibers. It may have been specific bipods were broken as well, not just, you know, one bipod. Did you say they integrated the original 1942 score? Because I love the Battlefield 1942. Some of those songs are iconic. Selling water for money? Oh, I could sell the neighbors. It sells in the shooting range. Okay, I'm just gonna spend all of my time in the shooting range then. Nice. Okay. This song's not got a very safe name. You built the large spice refinery. Now you got to fill it. You got to run it, and then you got to make yourself large ore refineries. You got to get yourself a base that's stable long term that you can come back to build. You've got as much progression as you want in terms of the lands, right? Like if you want to get lots of blueprints, you can. If you want to get to level 200, you can. If you want to complete every single journey, you could really try to, and the game might even let you sometimes, apart from some of them. There's plenty left to do with the game. It's a matter of what it is that you find fun in the game. If building those buildings is the thing that you find enjoyable and you've now hit the cap, give yourself a break. That's my advice. If you think you've hit the content cap, step away from the game. Don't burn yourself out on it. Hell Let Loose is a great game. I really enjoyed Hell Let Loose. Used to just have a fun running around on that, just doing squad leading. Well, exactly. There's so many other games out there. We're in a time where there are actually too many good games out there and not enough time in which to play them. So if you're done with this game and you're not getting the enjoyment out of it, definitely step away. I'm stuck on the Ornithopter again. Sounds about the kitchen monster. Good luck, Pan Miyagi. I wish you luck. That's not really how I wanted to park my ornithopter, but hey, we'll make do. I hate ornithopters sometimes. I mean, it's a side effect, Alpha. That's basically what it's going to be. Like, if you are choosing to use a non-standard form of, you know, operating system, you'll have to accept there's going to be a cost and a benefit to that. Just because currently or previously there's only been really benefits of doing so, doesn't mean that thing will be true forever. Like, there are plenty of games that don't run on Linux. Like, that's a thing. You cannot assume that Linux will always support everything that you want from it from when they're designing the games ultimately for Windows. If that's what they're doing, they're designing the games for it, you have to accept that there's going to be a trade-off using Linux. How shitty that might be, very, very fair, but like, that's the trade-off. There's going to be a cost to it. Steam Deck is non-standard. Yes, Steam Deck is non-standard. To be clear to you, most PC gaming is not done on Linux. That's just how it is. So a company may not choose to specialize their game into doing Linux and just only do Windows. Sometimes that happens, and like, I don't agree with that, but like, that's going to be the trade-off. You know, I completed the advanced plantologist training. You cannot find the guy and he randomly crops up at testing stations. He goes to specific testing stations, Dr. 808. So which step? Let me land quickly. Journey, contracts. Which step inside this have you most recently completed? If you can tell me which one of these you last fully completed, I can tell you where to go next. So if you check in game and tell me which one of these you last did, the name of it, I will tell you where to go next, bud. Your hand. Oh yeah, I still think it's shitty, don't get me wrong. I don't think that games should cut off Linux. But if you are choosing to use Linux, this needs to be something that you're thinking about when you're choosing to do it. You're super welcome, Doctor. No worries. Happy to help, bud. I want to be clear. Yeah, like I said, I don't agree with the companies doing this, but ultimately you have to accept that that's part of the choice when it comes down now to using Linux. Well, that's going to be part of it. So yeah, same for Apple. Like, Apple might not support all gaming forever. So if you've got like a Mac, for example, while they're, you know, solid machines for a number of uses, you may very well find that actually you do all the uses on all PCs. That's what we're getting towards. Like, why do I have so many probes? Because tomorrow, Keto Gym, is the Deep Desert Reset. I can log in, grab my probes, and just go, which will be nice and easy. Yep. It's the same with anything now, really. Sound, hardware, anything like that. You're constantly having to choose between doing, you know, certain things. Like, it'll be a thing. I'll be probing tomorrow. Your Newty Desert should be probing? Not necessarily. I just like doing it for the XP because it's getting me closer and closer to the level when I can stop caring about XP. And Nellis, how many players are on how many Steam gamers are on Windows 10 still? That's the next question, because a lot of people are. A surprising number of people are still on Windows 10. Mostly because Windows 10 hasn't actually been out for that long. Well, 200's the cap. So inside the Steam hardware, so there you go. So 60% of players are on Windows 11 and 35% of players are on Windows 10. So 95% of players are on Windows 10 or 11. That's not bad. Like, when you think about what people are doing, that's, yeah. How much XP do you get per scan? You get 100 XP per scan, so you get 8,100 for the whole Deep Desert, plus any of the areas that you go to in the Deep Desert. So, for example, when you go to the research areas the first time, you know, you go to one of the caves, you will get the XP for unlocking that when you enter on foot. Windows 10 came 10 years ago. Yeah, it just feels like it was a reasonably tight time when we got 11 versus 10 going out. I miss Windows XP Professional, like Service Pack 2, Windows XP. Give me XP. That's all I want. You know, you've only done the first part. So you've only done Buried Archives. Okay, that's fine. Let's have a look at this. So Buried Archives, you'll need to. Okay, so you'll need to go and speak to Derek. After you've done Buried Archives, go back and speak to Derek again. Doctor, yeah, if you go back and speak to Derek again, he should basically tell you about adhering to hierarchy, in which case you'll start getting this quest. Then you'll need to go to the Seleucid Bull, which is in, I believe, Arakeen. So go and speak to Derek. If he gives you the quest, it might unlock this one. If he doesn't, then you'll need to go to Cyprian Io and the Seleucid Bull in one of the villages. Well, I mean, XP has loads of vulnerabilities now, but yeah, it was just nice when XP just worked. You're very welcome, but if you've ever got any questions, feel free to pop up. I'm happy to help. I know that the planetologist tree is not a particularly well-organized one. I believe that in the patch they are improving how that quest flags you from line to line. Okay, it's quite a lot of aluminium ore. Get those running. You won't dual PCs and you have primitive Linux to game with Windows? I can see that. As a user, XP just worked. Up. Right, let's have a look at the rest of the lands, Red. So we've got this one we can... Okay, we'll need to make one more of those. Spice infused Duralamin dust for replica pulse sword. That's an easy one to do, I think. But is no one actually claimed? There's no Sissel Rat. Weird. Oh, I don't want to kill sandflies. That's awful. Way of the Miser. That seems like a typo. It might be Way of the Mist. Does Valari still suit the tier 6? Interesting. Power harness, that's good. That's quite good. But Karab is kind of boring. Oh, agave seeds are a horrible one to hand in as well. Galippo, thank you very much for your resub with Prime, buddy. Great to see you. Thank you for 3 months on 3-month streak. You rock. Thank you very much, bud. Whoop. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the ad break. We've managed to avoid Thork. He didn't steal our Spice Press Latinum. We're safe for another ad break. I need to pick something up that I forgot to grab. Where is the garment fabricator for the tier 6? I'll be honest, yeah, Windows 7 was... I'm sorry, Windows 11 was no real, like, meaningful upgrade, in my opinion. Like, you're not gaining that much by going up. Look, we should just... the only answer is reject computers, back to books. There we go. Done. Look at how efficient and sorted that was. I can't believe all of you are watching on your book screens. Come on.
Do you have something for it? Oh, it's the war count. Delivery for...
If you want Bluetooth, you're going to need Sharpies and to smile. That's it. No thinking machines. To bid, what you get up to in your own time is your own business, bud. I would like them to just slow down on new operating systems for a while until we can just get rid of the bugs we've already got, thank you. I know it's not profitable to talk about when we're releasing our next, you know, quarterly new operating system to keep shareholders happy, but at the same time, like, maybe we can just release an operating system that, like, you know, works. I know that's a wild idea, but like...
What business do you have with House
I know. I'm here for my reward, Dax Raider. We don't need the fatigues, but those are helpful. Windows 8 was... No. Windows 8 was good if you had a tablet. Windows 8 with that fucking start screen. 8.1 was a bit better, but Windows 8? Nah. Nah. This is a computer, not a tablet. Fletcher, I see your comment, but you can't use that third to last word on Twitch. It's a slur. I know it's one that we use a lot, and I try to avoid it myself, but I can't let that one throw an auto mod, unfortunately, bud. Exactly. It's like Discord. It's best of a bad bunch. Like, yes, you can't use that word, K-Van. Yes. I hated the UI in Windows 8 when it came out. It was awful. Event text bus, that's exactly what I was thinking. That the reason I always feel like it's short is because I normally feel like there's 3 OSs in flight at any one time. At the moment, we're going to be down to like 1.
Welcome back. What'll it be?
Oh, I can believe it. I can believe that Windows will be the most, the next Windows release will be the most pirated version of all time. Yeah, makes sense. And the shopping list we want in bulk.
Welcome back.
Friends at the moment are actually we're kind of short on. I need to get some friends in a minute on the way back. If you can get some aluminium, that would be helpful, Sabu, because I'm gonna need more of that. But I'll go get some friends. You got 20 plus on the roof. That's some friends. Cheers. Thank you. In that case, aluminium. I'll go get some. I also get more bodies, but look, ultimately, I think we're now in a sad situation with AI where no matter what you think about AI, whether you think you're for it or against it, AI is here to stay. You can't undo it. The genie's out of the bottle, as it were. So no matter what your thoughts are on AI and how it's kind of affecting the world around us, we've got to kind of come to terms with the way that it's being used. I don't like a lot of the ways it's being used, but hey. That's just me being old and behind the times, I guess. In 10 years' time, it'll be very different. Oh, Nellis, actually, if you're here, which I think you are, the last two points on the Bailey redeem are needing to go onto the wiki if we could do that. And I want to do away with that command because I think it just fills chat now. It's just too long. I need to find another way. I need to think about how I'm going to do it. Maybe I record a video of me reading it dramatically. Thanks, bud. I appreciate you. I think I meant to raise it with you last week and I just completely forgot. I generally might do a paste bin. I might record a video of it. Who knows? California. Really knows what I've got for you. I could make a Google Doc. The problem about making a Google Doc is if you connect to it and you're logged into your Google account, you might end up doxing yourselves. So I'd rather not make it anything that has a login window around it, like Google. Insane. Alternatively, I just make a YouTube video that like links so when you like you can run a beta command that'll give you a little YouTube, and I can include it in the description that way, so you can basically just click the drop down. It might be an easier way of doing it. I've not really thought it out in full. That's the kind of AI that I would get behind, yeah. An AI that will do my laundry for me? Nice. At that point you're talking more about robotics than just AI, because you need the hardware to do that. Why am I stuck on this? They need to stop ornithopter wings being solid. Like they just need to. There is absolutely no need for the ornithopter wings to do what they do every single time, and yet when you're in flight they don't do anything like that. I love the las gun. I want AI diminishes so I can be creative. Yeah, well, exactly. Tibbet's note. Yeah, that's the key point. I think I said I wasn't going to come back to this area because it was buggy, and I came immediately straight back to this area. I'm only at 72% GPU load, so I can't tell you what's going on. Don't worry, brains are shit meat computers anyway, it's fine, you don't need to brain. Braining is overrated. Other than that, how was everyone else's weekend? How are you all doing out there? What did all of you get up to? Something fun and exciting? Not a good weekend. You broke your foot. I mean, depends on how you broke your foot. It might still be a good weekend. You never know. Do not deposit. It sounds like a very productive weekend, though, for you, Flat, so that's what you're doing. You know, good on you. It's a good thing to try and sort. Proud of you, bud. Is that all of them? Is. A gig in a field sounds like a fun gig. Who would carelessly leave bodies out in the sun like this? You dropped a bench on it. Okay, well, generally, that's not good for your feet. Dropping benches on feet and on limbs is generally not a good idea. Coding a machine on your machine? You caught flu. Don't catch flu. Flu at the weekend isn't... That's not a fun thing to do. I'm going to assume it wasn't on purpose, Sixto. Yeah. I'm going to assume that it wasn't on purpose. I think I'd rather believe that. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, the spooder on your balcony got himself a nice wasp. That's delicious. Can me argue. Lucky spooder. Miyagi's got a pet spooder out on the balcony. Sonny, so that sounds like a normal day of playing around with Windows and Linux. Yep, that sounds like a thing. Luther expanded the base somewhat, and we've obviously processing what we did last week on stream was quite a lot of processing. So actually, we've needed to use quite a lot of invite lots of friends over for a drink. The flies love your AC. That's a really weird thing for the flies to enjoy, but okay. Yeah, invite friends over to become drink. How much water are we at? 14. Okay. 14. 1.4 mil. Oof. From it all. Ooh. I don't know why I always go up the same one and then do the jumps around. It just feels right for my brain. I don't know why. Well, I hope your issues are sorted, Kurdo. It sounds like a difficult one to diagnose and work through, but I'm glad you're doing it. My issue with Linux is just like, the functionality is, you know, everything works with Windows these days. It's just kind of easier from a streaming point of view. And secondly, I don't have the brain energy at the moment to learn how to use Linux. Make us never happen, save us from it all. Oh, hello, Journey. Sorry, I've only just seen you pop in. I did not go to DEF CON. No, I don't. DEF CON's not really my... It's not really as much me as it is for someone like Thor. Like, I would far rather go to a convention, spend time with my friends, you know, talk about stream stuff with them. Like, going to DEF CON is different downtime, different interests to me. Some of the stuff there is interesting, sure, but like, I put my physical access penetration testing behind me a couple of jobs ago. There's 40k cosplay incoming. I mean, my Swiss Guard helmet will be here this week. Shit together, bro. You've got to know this princess isn't worth these extra lives. It's for Klonos. I mean, of course. It's so Klonos can swap places more easily. Yeah.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit? How much Solaris would you like?
Spit not fires. Mario, get the shit together, bro. You've got to know. These are actually, that's a very well priced Mark 6. It's the right kind of amount. A little bit high, but probably fine. Too high. Yeah, we've got a much more stable economy here. Six. Mark 6s, yeah. Not being sold. Interesting to see what's in here. Yeah, Mario does need to get shit together. Shit. Are the Hummingbird Mark 6 wings worth it? Not in my opinion. I've not seen them being worth it. I've put my compact compactor somewhere and I've lost it. doing good, thank you, Tiny Titan. How are you doing, bud? We're doing good. Without you. I'll tell. Okay, not in that chest. I've accessed all of these. Let's check these. That's one Mark 5. We'll take that for now. It might be that it's gone missing from my inventory while transitioning server borders. That does sometimes happen. Not in that one. End up in there. I have no idea where my compactor has gone. And third one along? Yeah, it was next one up. Thanks, Sabu. Not in there. Yeah, I don't have any other Mark 6 static compactor like that would do that. I don't tend to use auto deposit very often, so where would it have gone? Did I accidentally put it in one of these ones? No, not in those. Well, that's irritating. I'm going to think about where I put that. Yeet. Welcome back after the ad break, everybody. Hope you are doing very, very well on this fine Monday. Fine Monday, because obviously, you know, Mondays are pretty shitty as is, but it's just a tolerable Monday. I appreciate that, Alpha. I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. Need to hide the Gregs. Yep. Make sure the Gregs are hidden. I can probably agree with that. That sounds about right, to know. I agree with you. Mondays are pretty good if you don't have to work. This is just assorted shit, isn't it? Oh, there's a whole assault ornithopter in a box. This song's a throwback. So this is part of an Ornithopter Mark 6, part of a Scout. This is wings. This is wings and pieces. Okay. That is a spare Mark 4. We worked Monday and Sunday night and had Friday off, 10-hour nights. Oh, okay, interesting. I don't miss working nights like that, like I used to have to do when I was doing bar work, because those were rough. Dealing with drunk people until like 2 or 3 in the morning, I was happy to be done with that, to be honest. Not that sometimes they aren't lovely people, but just they're often just a lot of work, and you know, who's got time for that? Don't know. I don't know. Don't know. I'll take my old still tent back if it's not being used, I guess. Five passives. Okay, some weird stuff in here. I'll take the damage one. Should probably check this up before I make anything new in future, because there's some useful stuff in here, I guess. I mean, some old stuff. Some odd bits. Life scanner is useful. That is just a... That's just a whole carrier, okay. We'll probably put that somewhere safe, right? Maybe we should put a whole carrier in a nice safe box, maybe? I think, to be honest with you, a lot, like, people ask, like, how did I learn to be patient as I can sometimes be? Like, most of the answer there is working in service industry, because you just have to learn to not get bothered. If you're working like in a bar, you're working as a restaurant, you know, you're working as a waiter or waitress, like if you get thrown off in like the first hour of your shift, and then you have to do like another, say, 8 hours of dealing with people like that, yeah, you'd crash. Anyone would. Oh yeah, once you reach that snapping point in a in the service industry, there's no coming back from that. Like someone might actually die. Good time zone, small mite. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Great to see all of you in here today. It's always lovely. Still suit. Don't need. Good time zone to all of you. Yeah. I think that you can generally tell when somebody, like when you're in a, I'm gonna take the base offline when I do that. When you have worked in one of those industries, like when you are sitting in, say, a pub 20, like 10, 20 years later after working service, you notice the people who haven't worked in that kind of environment. They stand out. You can just tell the people who haven't worked in a service industry place before. Hello, Flats. Welcome back in. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, when you've worked in a bar, when you're like sitting as an actual customer, when someone's being shitty, you can really tell like who has and hasn't been in bar work before. Bailey peeked in right at the start of the stream. Yes. Yeah, it's very true. Yeah, it's even 15 years on, you can just see it. Just sending that across to Funcom because ambition temp short desk is probably not what they want. Yeah, I can just it's 12:30 while these are building. I'll just preparing a ping for our server at everyone. Put that in bold. The final bit, the ping. Keep this in mind. Right. For those of you who aren't aware, there is a bug currently in the game where people have been, when bases are powerless and therefore, you know, can't be interacted with, your items are still protected inside the game. Oh, hang on. Whoa. So while I was writing that, Anna Chaotic, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. You are awesome, starting a hype train. Elaine TM, thank you very much for your 6 months at tier 1. The pre-subs are awesome. I really appreciate that ongoing long-term support. It's really kind of you. Jeez. Karen Grace, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1 as well. You know, being here 3 months, thank you very much. You know, I often notice many of you in chat, and you know, I appreciate you sticking around. And Balthazar for giving out 10, then another 5, then another 5, then another 5, going to gift subs. You're a badass. Like, you're a legend. What? How? Is it? Huh? Spectre, thank you very much as well for your resub at tier 1, buddy. You're awesome. Thank you very much for being here. I write one ping, and you guys just end up breaking everything. Elclaw, again, thank you for your resub at tier 1. Pre-subscribed for 6 months. All of you are awesome. Thank you very much for the long-term support. Welcome on in, Shoy. Good to see you. What drops does Dune have now? No, Dune does not current. Well, actually, let me check. When I checked this morning, there was no update on the drops. Let me go and look now, see on my dashboard if I can give you anything. Oh, I can see him. Hear myself. Grim. Let's see. What's the date today? The 11th. They may very well drop one tomorrow for the big patch. So that's my thoughts. But there is currently nothing published on the Twitch pages for it. Luna, thank you very much for your gifted tier 1 sub to Flats. Giant Spain, thank you for your resub at tier 1. And Shoy as well, thank you very much for your resub with Prime. All of you are awesome. Senson, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Insane. We're now at hype train level, I believe, 7, 6. We're on the hype train level 7. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. It's a great way to start the week, and I really appreciate you all. to put an edit into my my ping. I can publish that. You've got a sick kiddo. What? Oh, so you're watching when she sleeps now. Well, thank you for being here, sure. It's always lovely seeing you. Unstoppable, thank you very much for the 20 sub bomb, bringing us solidly into the middle of hype train level 9. You guys absolutely smashing it. The sub goal has been reached, has it? Or the 300? Jeez. Oh yeah, that was that one, wasn't it? Let's see. Let's do end this goal. We set a new goal. So we want to do new sub points. We want to aim for 147. No, new subs. 137. Apparently someone else just dropped 10 more while I was doing this. Yeah. Okay. Unstoppable, thank you very much for those 20, taking us into level 9. Tambury, Heartsong, thank you very much for 10 community gift subs, taking us solidly into level 9. And then Denalia, thank you very much for resubscribing for 6 months at tier 1. You are awesome. Partner program is at 186 out of 300. Remember, that's powered by individual subs, so not gifts, not primes, but, you know, I'm sure that those will take over as the day goes on, as the week goes on, and, you know, I really appreciate the support. For those of you who don't understand what the PP program does, that allows Twitch to see that that partner has a kind of large enough community that they are adding value to the platform. They get moved to a 70-30 split once you do 3 months in a row. Once we hit that 300 mark for the Partner Plus program, we actually will be at our 3rd month, and therefore from September onwards, I would be at a 70-30 split with Twitch, which is absolutely huge. It's a 40% increase from subs, etc. So I just want to thank all of you for that support, because ultimately you can't do that with gift subs. That's down to individuals choosing to stay around. And, you know, if we make Twitch's PP happy, they reward the streamer. So, you know, if we can help Twitch with their PP, we'll be in good stead.
Do you have something for the... Oh, it's Bullet, an unaffiliated delivery for house...
You got to help Twitch with their PP. They've got PP problems. Yeah. No, there's no phrasing issues there. What are you talking about? Wait, how did I give them a... How did Harkonnen win from me finishing this one? What? Alpha, thank you very much for continuing the gift sub that you got from Sensom. That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah. So converting from a gift sub into a sub will also give the sub points, I believe. So that'll get us higher up the PP goal. I'm wondering why that flashed up saying that it's that Harkonnen won when there's no that hasn't given us a Sissel rad. We haven't actually got a guaranteed win. Well, we have, because obviously we've got the numbers, but they're not all done, no, because you have to have like a line. We don't have a line, so I'm trying to work out how it confirmed it. Unless it's just that they have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, there's no way. 9 to 17. Yeah, it'd be... Well, 9 to 16 would have been. It's the second time you've seen it. Yeah, it might just be that it's a UI error. It's just very confusing. It's not one per row either, because you need to have them in a line for a Sissel rad. So it's just and I've given this as feedback a few times. Ultimately, Funcom are working on improving the language of like how they do their patch notes. So obviously we passed on the small, medium, and carrier, looking small, medium, and transport versus scout, assault, and carrier, and they're now making more of an effort in their patch notes to be making sure they're actually correctly referring to the in-game naming of the item, which is great. Yeah, we're already voting, so it looks like it ticked over automatically. It's just showing the weird pop-ups. The pop-ups aren't quite reflecting right. We've already won. So I just go find the House de Vets person. Where is that? That is... Oh, that's really close. Okay. That's like here. More Bailey. Oh, I will do an extra daily Bailey. Yep, I've got a couple I can do. There we go, they're up there.
Welcome, stranger. As always.
Most importantly, did I get the swatch I wanted? Yes, I did. Nice. So I should now, if I go to you, the uniform, still suits. Yeah. Another swatch. More swatches. More color. Yes. Hopefully, that's the goal. I mean, they are working on it. Ultimately, there's always going to be a level of multiple teams working on it. But hopefully, we'll see a little more consistency of it. Oliver Sutton, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. You are awesome. I really am grateful for all of you being here and choosing to be here. So thank you very much. Like I say, very touching. Yeah, more color, and then straight back to Harkonnen colors. Yeah, I know what's up. Suma Nubba Huma Nubba. I mean, getting me to play something is, I don't know, it's either difficult or easy depending on what it is. That one's got a lot of gacha mechanics, hasn't it? I do have feelings about gacha. I do still need to play Reaper at some point, you're right. It'd be a good, like, downtime. I'm just currently I'm still really enjoying Dune. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. The game still feels really good to me. I still really enjoy it. I know it's not for everyone, but, like, I'm having a lot of fun. Still. The game still feels good to me, but I've always liked survival games. Oh, Calacia, I am sorry to hear that. I need to find out what we can do about that, ultimately. It's not right that players have dealt with this, and I think that we can at least help you get back on your feet. You know, I can get you a scout, Ornithopter, for example. Like, you know, we can get you Ornithopters replaced. We can help get you set back with base materials and get back to at least the tiers you were at. If anyone on Blackbeard's had that issue, let me know. Would I play Noita? Maybe. I'm not very good at Noita. Have your vehicles on person gear? Okay, that's good. Do I think players will come back with the patch? I'm tired of murdering the same people and watch them cry over and over for being in the PvP zone. Barsavelli, I'm going to be honest with you. People are leaving because of that behavior, right? If people are getting PvP'd and crying, they're leaving because of that behavior. So, like, understand that people might come back, but if they don't fix the PvP loops of the game, then it's going to be the exact same position a few weeks on. So it's not necessarily about players coming back with the patches. Does the patch fix the gameplay loops that are causing players to leave? I think is the more important question. Because people are still trickling through into the game, but they're just getting burned out by the deep desert because the end game loops aren't fun or fair or reasonable. Glacier, if we can help out, let me know. Yeah, exactly. I'll still sing, but you know. Thank you, Nellis. Exactly, the Ferengi's here. Whoop. They've changed the bounciness of those chome ships, which is good because that will be the impulse that we're getting in the patch. I'm glad I checked that. Midnight Driver, that is often because people haven't actually, while the base says that, some of the devices might be running out of power before then, and so the power will drop below the threshold in total. If you haven't like shared your power across the Thief using the menu that's in the Thief console, that number won't be accurate. You do need to, you know, you do need to make sure that you are checking all of your power, basically. Because, like, you use the Y key, that should be fine then. But sometimes you might find that one of them runs out of power more rapidly. So, I don't necessarily know what's going on there. But, like, earlier we had 9 minutes showing of our base, and then I refreshed it and we had 7 days. So, like, we were losing consoles and it was just showing 9 minutes and the next one would go off. I'll be honest with you, if you can, like, minimize the amount of power you're using down to, like, 75, you should do so. And then just put it, like, if you're away from the game, particularly, reducing your power down to, like, 1 pentashield, etc., or, like, just the Thief is great. Just have it on, like, fuel cells, yeah. But if you're away, if, like, not necessarily staying, not necessarily staying below a certain power threshold, it's basically making sure that your base has power, and like it's part of the risk of going AFK from the game might be that there are bugs. You know, it's a survival game at the end of the day. Yoink. You are most welcome, bud. Averages UK, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Appreciate you. As I say to everyone, Prime subs are very good because you keep Jeff Bezos one step away from making a diamond statue of himself on the moon. That money is contractually owed to you by Amazon. Hope you're doing well today, bud. Lovely seeing you here. Yeah, good seeing you the weekend, bud. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed your night out after the night out. You got it at 4 Gs. Yeah, bun that. I do, yeah, I do. Roland, thank you very much for the resub with Prime, buddy. It's great seeing you back here. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Yoink. Very rude. What am I currently working on? I'm currently working on getting some more friends so that we can fuel our rapid water supply usage. We're also working on just getting a bit of currency. I'm going to be getting the Atreides set, and then we're going to go into Deep Desert in a little while. So we've got a few little things we're doing today, bit of base maintenance, bit of upgrading. A few little bits and bobs, bud. Yeah. Is there anything particularly you'd like to see, Dark Matter Zero? Yeah, see, look. We've got a friend. We're putting him into the Ornithopter, and we're going to take him for a drink. See, look, they're all wrapped up nice and tight. We'll take them for a drink, and, you know, we'll go from there. I mean, I'll be honest, if you are thinking of giving the game a go, just remember that it is, you know, it's a Funcom game. There's a certain level of jank, but I'll be honest that Funcom have been quite good in engaging and fixing their game. The upcoming patch tomorrow is quite big. There are some good quality of life ones in there. I just don't think they go quite far enough on all the issues that people want to see fixed with the game. But I'm very confident that Funcom are listening and that in time, the changes that we've got will be, you know, will be right. We just need to wait, let it cook. You ever jank with rockets? I've janked. I will jank again. Yeah, Dune Dash. What level is my character? Level 194, and yes, I've completed every single contract. The only thing I haven't completed is some of these trials which are broken. Some of the Deep Desert ones. This is broken. This is broken. This is broken. And this is broken. Everything else is complete. So Deep Desert is currently the part of the game that needs fixing. They do. They look wrapped up, like, nice and snug, don't they? Hello, Cosmic. I hope you are doing well, bud. I had an alright weekend. Saturday was great. Yesterday I got a little bit poisoned, but hey, we move on.
Reveal yourself. Eyes on target. Require backup.
They have 599 spice. They don't. They have 600. I got 600 from one earlier. What time? I think I was back by like 11:30. It wasn't too late, to be fair. Came back to do the drunk run, of course. Taxi service, as I do. Willingly poisoned accidentally. That was no accidentally poisoned because I'm allergic to peanuts. And somebody who really shouldn't have forgotten, forgot. You know, you don't get to choose your mothers. Maybe she didn't forget after all. Maybe she was like, you know what? He's become a streamer, it's too late. I am fine, yeah. I'm not anaphylactic allergic. I just end up with like a full body rash. I have to get hydrocortisone cream and all kinds of stuff. It's just a bit unpleasant, but we are fine. Yeah, I've got the upgraded spice yield from compacting, but yeah, I get 600 from the small spice fields. I might be able to show you, actually. Might be one around here somewhere. Does your inventory change from buggies? Yeah, buggies are the only thing that has an upgradable storage size. So you have a bigger buggy boot. How do I only pick up the Solaris? The Solaris are always in the first slot of the chest. So if you're at a chest and you press the space bar for the quick loot, it will always just take the first item. So I'll show you. If I find one. Probably one here. So if I, so you see, like, there's interact, take all, but if I press space, that's quick loot, just takes the first item. See, I'm a big fan of the Ornithopters. I love the flight, so I would be down for some, like, Ornithopter dogfighting, I'll be honest with you. Oh yeah, constantly. Yeah, I like that they, yeah, as long as you've got the right chassis, you can put, like, you know, Mark 6 wings on a Mark 4. I like that they do that. It's helpful. It means that you can upgrade in steps rather than have to do the whole thing in one go. That would be awful. It would feel really bad. I agree with you, Cinders. That would be really nice and helpful. No one. It's just me, Emily Slider, the Sith Lord, with my tiny hitbox. And look, chat, I'm not the kind of person who would choose to play a small character in a game that has, you know, PvP in it because they have a small hitbox. I would never do that. That's not something I would ever want to do. Okay, we've got enough friends. Come on, let me on. Maybe. I'll be honest, of all the characters I've played in games across the years, it is still my favorite to play as Claptrap in any Borderlands game, just because it feels so much fun. Thrallin, thank you very much for your resub with Prime a few minutes ago. Blinding Knife as well, thank you for the same. Your resub with Prime is much appreciated. And then Cosmic, your resub at tier 1 is awesome of you. Thank you very much to all of you. Appreciate you all. Yeah. Claptrap is a great character. I'll be honest with you, Borderlands 3 wasn't as good because I didn't have the choice to play as Claptrap. Catch you later in Blanky. I hope that your stand-up goes well, bud. Enjoy your daily stand-up. Yeah, I think that was my issue. I just didn't get drawn into the gameplay. I didn't get drawn into the story of Borderlands 3 like I did the first ones. I should do it at some point. I mean, Borderlands 4 is not far out. Yeah, the secondary fire on Borderlands 3 guns was quite nice, to be fair. Do you quite like the pre-sequel? Yeah, sorry. Borderlands 2 was very... I think the problem is I played the start of Borderlands 2 so many times because, like, you play with a group of friends and you get to the first area in, like, the first or second gameplay session, and all of a sudden, like, someone wouldn't be around, and then it was a bit like basically starting a D&D campaign and people just wouldn't, like, be able to make it. This isn't just a box full of friends, by the way, Chatlo. I mean, it might be a box full of friends. This is, you know, the Hotel California, you know? You should never check out. That's how it works. They come for the hotel. They're guests. Will there be a new story on this? No, today's patch is a 1.2, so it's fixing stuff already in the game. So tomorrow's patch will not be a large story update or a full DLC or anything like that. Not an expansion, it's just patching. Yeah. And look, they get really nice comfy blankets. I mean, look, it's just really... They get snugger and snugger as it goes on. We care about the safety and the comfort of our guests here, you see. No, it's not, but it does sound a lot like them, Fletcher. It's this, Poets of the Fall, I think. Yeah, let me press this button. Yeah, Poets of the Fall. Yeah, it's like a weighted blanket. Oh, God. just do all this together. Oh, damn it. Thanks, Abu. I might just leave that there for tomorrow's reset. They're going to change me or raise me. Someone said buggy, yep. Heavy observer user. I mean, yeah, you know, at least everyone in chat can see how how the drops worked while it was live. You know, it'd be great. Right, next task. We've got enough bodies. We probably should get some more flower sand at some point today. But we're going to do a little trip out to the deep desert because I feel like it. And I'd like to go to a couple of places out there. I'm sure some of you want to see me go kill some things in the deep desert. We love killing. I mean, in-game. And maybe not in this game. Maybe all games. Whoop. Do we just Luther? No, you should be good. I mean, I've not been using WinRAR for a long time. 7-zip. Cinders, legally, yes, just in games. Well, you know, sometimes in literature too. I love killing people in literature. Twitch, please, fix my dashboard. I don't need to see every single alert in a line. Have I already identified the next game I intend to play? So, I'll be doing some Battlefield 6 at the weekend, likely. Later this week or at the weekend. Winky and I both want to play Battlefield 6, so does a number of people from the community, so we'll probably get a small group of people playing Battlefield 6. I'll probably do some more RimWorld this week. Greg's has been located. You are having a sausage, bean, and cheese melt, a sausage roll, and a steak bake. If you're only looking for savoury, those three. Later this week, I should be able to, Calasia, not today. If you're going to try Greg's, try those three. That's my advice. Do I write much or just reading about people dying? I mostly read about people dying. Do you want it's a sausage, bean, and cheese melt, a sausage roll, and a steak bake. But I'm going to write it out for you. It's that important. If you want a sweet option as well for dessert, you want a novelty bun. Mango swears by them. Your post, nice. Okay, yeah. Let me know. I'll share it with chat so they can see the Gregs too. The yum yum. Okay, yeah. The Gregs yum yums are pretty good, to be fair. but the novelty buns are the ones that people rave about. I mean, yeah, no, you're not wrong. What was the question? Sorry, I was Is Thor ever going to stream again? Yes, he's just on vacation. He'll probably be streaming like weekend, maybe early next week. I don't know. Like, he hasn't said what day he's coming back yet, but today he was fixing the ferret computer. Night Monarch, I have no tolerance for griefers. There will be PvP, and I will be clear that PvPing in the deep desert is not griefing. If you are in the deep desert PvP area and someone attempts to PvP with you, that is fair game. You have every ability to avoid it and to fight back and to or to leave as much as you want. Well, Anu, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1, buddy. Good to see you, and good morning. Good morning to US time zone as you wake up. I might have Greg's for lunch. Now I'm thinking about Greg's. They well, yeah, they fixed people being able to get in your vehicle and take it. Yes, that's been fixed. But yeah, if you are PvP'd in a PvP area, I'll be clear that's not griefing. That's just people PvPing you in an area that you shouldn't be in if you don't want to be PvP'd. You can run. Demnar's gone rogue. Confirmed. Okay, there is somebody on this platform who has the account Grok. About exactly the same way that Twitch do it, or Twitter do it. Their account was created on the 4th of December 2007. Do you not, like, how often do you reckon they get pinged in chats? They just don't exist in, like, they don't. For them. The old account as well. 4th December 2007 might be one of the oldest accounts I've seen in a long time. I should stop there, right? I really should stop back there and... But there's spice. That's an old account. That's for Twitch, that's a very old account. That's what I mean. When I say an old account, that's how old that is. That's like an early Justin TV account. And more importantly, it's still active because it hasn't been deactivated or removed. And it hasn't been banned. Before Twitch, it was Justin TV. Your account is from 2014. That's nowhere near as old as 2007. Oh, hang on. Give me a second. Let me deal with Nightbot. What did Nightbot do? Oh yeah, sorry. Nightbot thinks Justin.tv is a link. Well, it technically is. Eccentric Penguin, thank you very much for your resub with Prime. You are awesome. I'm glad you're okay, bud. Wrecking a motorcycle is never a safe or good thing to do, and I'm just glad you're okay, bud. Like, jeez. Yeah, I was playing RuneScape in Pro Tour. I was playing Eve and RuneScape, I think. Actually, had I started Eve? Yeah, 2007 was the... But when their account was made, the 4th, yes, I definitely had. Yep. We do have 2 cat cams. There's one here, and there's one up here. This is also the Greg's cam when we have Greg's. Put it next to me and taunt chat with it. Disappears in segments. How did I start in Eve? I started in Eve because a mate's older brother was playing it, and I got into Eve that way. I was probably only... teens, yeah. That's definitely my fault. Very fair. Everocious, I accept that. When can I find the information? You can click on your name. Your account was created on the 4th of August 2011, Hoobsy. I mean, Sabu, no, I don't speak to that person anymore at all. Like, if you're a mod or you're the streamer, you can click on anyone, but I think you should be able to click on your own name to be able to see your own start date. I think it's part of... I think you are able to see your own user card on Twitch. You can't see when you click your name? Huh. In that case, the mods are all powerful and ever-living. Unlimited moderation powers. I can see how old your account is. It doesn't really give you much other than interest. Oh, it shows you time followed. Okay, that's fine. At least it does that. I should make it into a redeem. That's what I should do. Be like, you redeem this, I'll tell you how old your account is. There'll be a worm coming any second. Oh yeah, better Twitch TV or something similar may also allow you to do that kind of thing. There are a bunch of add-ons for Twitch and other kind of streaming services which improve that functionality. As of the patch tomorrow, this will be a far harder thing to do. As they increase the aggro caused by compacts, I'll be very interested to see what the net change is. So, there's the worm we were expecting. And after tomorrow, worms have a 50% chance to do a short worm breach, which makes them much, much more dangerous. So there's no longer will we be doing any of the waiting for the 2 clicks or anything. Now, we are immediately going to be outie when stuff's going on. Be nice to be able to see the damn worm, though. Jeez. Forget how big those plumes are. Compactors versus crawlers. I mean, Sabu, it's going to end up with the point that people will end up rocketing compactors off of spice fields, I reckon. Which I do think is justified. I think realistically, ornithopter pilots and assault should be doing what I'm doing because this is far more suited to an assault. And harriers should be out on the main spice. So what I will likely do, if it's needed, I will post like a spice harvesting etiquette guide. Because ultimately people's choice to follow it or not, but if you want to be, if you want to be considerate and you want to get treated, reasonably lightly by the community, you have to be polite. If we have that kind of common understanding, people will know when someone's not following the common understanding, and PvP will likely be better as a result. Because you'll be able to see that somebody is doing this on purpose, just because of the ping, they've been warned not to do that, or it's not necessarily polite and they might get PvP'd. That means that you can PvP them freely. Or you'll know that they don't care about being PvP'd. Fight them at that point. That's the funny part, but etiquette guides can actually increase the amount of PvP, not decrease it. Anyone who then doesn't follow etiquette is then vulnerable to PvP. And objectively, why is it spicy? Because it just erupted as we arrived at our base and we got distracted by the purple joy of spice. Who doesn't love spice? Yeah, I'm not making it a rule by any means. If you want to do it, feel free. Just know that people are going to probably try and fight you for it. I think that's neat. Rules driving conflict. You could use some spice. Come and harvest some spice then. Thork is here. Whoop. So, I fire the compactor twice in each location because while the second shot doesn't get the full yield, the area that it covers is far wider. You can actually more effectively on a quick gather do it with firing 2 shots at the same space and leaving a wider circle between the areas that you're targeting with the compactor. You're very welcome, bud. Am I heading to TwitchCon in San Diego this year? I am indeed. I've been asked by Twitch to join one of the community sessions to talk about moderation on the platform. So I will be giving a panel talk on moderation matters is basically the I think the panel name. Which I'm very much looking forward to because I've got the agenda and it gets to cover off some interesting things that actually you guys do ask about quite a lot. So yeah, I will be at TwitchCon San Diego. It'll be quite fun. Yeah, I know. Well, I've worked with Twitch on their moderation tools a few times. I've given quite a lot of feedback to them. You know, ultimately, there aren't that many channels that do what I do on Thor's ban list. So I've been able to give some interesting feedback on how that tool actually works at scale and why streamers don't use it. Like the unban tool is actually one of the most underused things by large streamers who need it the most. And I can talk about why that is a little bit later on. There is that, Sherpa Orc, yeah. But ultimately, you know, I've been doing moderation on Twitch since probably very early on, actually, on the platform. Probably when my account was made, I was really doing some moderation for friends. I probably made the account to support them. I was never, rather weirdly, I was never really a big Twitch watcher. I never actually watched a huge number of streams. I don't tend to browse the platform during my off time. It was normally only ever supporting friends. Moderating for them, you know, just providing a bit of like chat input or just playing games alongside them. That one's a bit too short. I don't even know when I made my account. Let's have a look. I don't know if I can agree with you or not, Sherpa. It's clearly, whenever my account is the best year, that's how this works. This must be full by now. How much? What? I thought I'd harvested less spice than that. Normally I get less spice from one of these fields. More spice even. My account was in 2014, was it? Nice. In that case, yeah. How do you search for a guild in Dune? Depends on which server you're on. If you're on our server, the pirate servers, you can basically look through our Discord server, use exclamation point in Dune Discord. If you're on the public servers, likely find the communities that are advertising in the chats, because there are people who are looking for good guild members all the time. You are a bitch-ass hoe worm. This spice field, it's in Hotel 2. So I'm nearly done with it. You can have it afterwards, Arthur. You're still getting Subaru adverts. That's deeply funny. It's just because we say the word Subaru every now and it summons them. I'm just helping you, you know, support the stream by providing you with suitable ad fill. Greg's en route, nice. I would take a Greg sponsorship if that was a thing. If, you know, if Greg's, if you're out there, I would do a sponsorship. Oh, Sabu, thank you for that. For those of you who aren't, if you use exclamation point Discord, you can join the Chronozone Discord server. That's where you'll get notifications on the Daily Bailey, which is the cat picture every day. You'll get a notification of when I'm going live. I'll also tell you when I'm not going live and normally why. And occasionally you'll get me, you know, just like randomly pop up in chat being like, here is an extra picture of Bailey. He tried to kill a bird today. Oh yeah, I can legally say that I have posted a photo of tits in my Discord server. Unfortunately, I mean the bird rather than, you know, the anatomy, but hey. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm pretty sure that all of them are great. Let's be real. Chat, we're all children. Is there any profit to hit 2 times the same as completely spice? So, Tyrannus, what happens is it opens up the radius of the area that you are harvesting for spice by doing that. So, you can basically get more in an area by doing like less shots, by doing 2 shots in each area. You can basically make it a little bit more efficient space-wise. It's probably not as efficient as doing it in small areas, but it's quicker. And the time makes a difference. About 30% faster, and if you're in the deep desert part, sometimes that's safer. Especially when you've got people like Arthur who just asked where I was, specifically probably to come and PvP me or still trying to steal me with a carrier, which would be deeply funny. I know what you're doing. I know who you are. I know what you're like. This isn't my first time. This is my first rodeo. Steam accounts from 03, wow. We've done plenty of PvP Red Falcon. Often will rock up, but like, I'll be honest with you, ground-based PvP feels shit. How many of you were here last week when we came across those 2 people inside that deep desert testing facility? And like, they just couldn't kill me and I just couldn't be bothered to kill them because it's too much work. Alright, some of you will remember that. Ground PvP is in a really weird state. Any recommendations on finding treasure in the sands? Yeah, fly in the wake of a sandstorm. After a sandstorm, that's when it's all in the sand. Like all of those like loot caches are all following the sandstorm's path. So follow a sandstorm and it'll be in the path of the sandstorm. A little bit of a delay sometimes when it's spawning, but like a minute or so behind a sandstorm as it crosses the deep desert, you'll find a bunch of them. Catch you later, Cyclos. Have a good one. In that case, I'm fairly sure that Spice Blow was in Golf 3. It was, yeah, Golf 3 was just here. Edge of Golf 3. Rather than Hotel 2, which is a bit further away. What about an Eastern Familiar's Gap? Again, follow the sandstorm. The sandstorm is what causes that to spawn, so follow a sandstorm. Do you find spice around, or does it show up on the map or something? You'll see in the sky, if I can see any. Quite hard to see on a Monday as the mist builds up. You'll see the big spice plumes in the sky. That will tell you where most of it is. Yeah, that's not a great one, I'll be honest. Yeah, so we've already stripped this base down significantly. Imagine asking me where I was and me giving you the correct answer, I know. Oh wait, I already filled this, didn't I? Whoops. We'll come back. Am I stealing water? No, we've already made friends. We brought friends earlier. I never steal water, I'm just appropriating it. I'm just doing what the British do, you know? I'm putting it in a museum. Oh yeah, Indy was British deep down. Yeah. He learned from the best. Yeah, easy. There's a wormy, bro. Well, ultimately, when I'm doing the production, you know, that water is being turned into steam to cool, you know, I'm assuming anyway, when we're doing the metal processing, it's using it to cool as part of the process. So I reckon that's fine, right? Dune's worms are oddly shaped land sharks. I mean, maybe land sharks are just shitly shaped worms. It might be electrolysis, yeah. But the water shouldn't necessarily be the waste product. What level am I? 194. We could try and hit a level 195 today, I guess. That could be a goal. But I should hit level 195 tomorrow. How often do ringmouths blow spice? They're on their own unique timer. I believe they last for around 8 hours, but I don't know how often they go off. Yeah, I've played quite a bit of the game. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm just not very good at... When I'm playing the game, right, I'm not very good at not doing anything. So if I'm, like, not killing something, or, like, not exploring, not flying around, I just don't like standing still. That's why, if you see me play Ashes of Creation, normally I've climbed the nearest available thing. I can't help it. I just climb stuff. Gives me the good brain juice, you know? Oh. You just gotta keep going, you know? Any news about Ashes? I'm having a conversation with Thor about it this week. Yeah. I don't know. I want to make sure we're providing something for the people who want to play. I think is the main thing. I don't think I will personally play, having seen the state of the game and what's left with it, but I'm not comfortable with a couple of things in the game at the moment, or like a couple of the community bits. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe that's the cat part of me. Maybe that's what it is. It calls out to the cats. You found the spice. Good job. Yeah, got 3. I mean, what news specifically are you asking about, Pan Miyagi? I might also delegate some stuff this time around as well, which could be exciting. Imagine me delegating things, chat. I can't believe it. I'll give Demnar and Luther a stroke if I delegate stuff. They'll be like, who are you and what have you done with Kronos? Hello, Dakaku. We are doing well, thank you, bud. How are you doing? How is it doing? They are pushing forward. I don't think there's anything that's massively... I don't think there's anything that's massively game-changing or overturning that I think is... Yeah, this is a really cool, neat, amazing thing that's implemented. It's just pushing forward. I don't... What's my favorite type of cheese? Oh. I have to say mozzarella because I put it on most things. Like, you know, most of my favorite foods include mozzarella as a component cheese, but there's so much good cheese out there. Like a nice oh yeah, nice pecorino. Ooh. That sounds like a bad bribe. Yeah, the roaming worm touching being deadly is somewhat... I'm somewhat worried about that. I think that could be... There might take some getting used to with the worm jank, but I'm hoping that the patch fixes some of the worm jank. So like, gotta hold out for that. I mean, cheddar's always a staple. Gouda! I can't take Gouda seriously because of How I Met Your Mother. Gouda! It's actually pronounced Gouda if you're in the Netherlands, but hey. A cheese ranking stream. You're welcome, Sabu. I've practiced that. It's a good sound. It's a really like nice. It's a I have to try how to describe something other than that. It's like a uniquely Dutch sound. It's great. I enjoy it. Pedantic, my man. I'm legally trained. If I wasn't pedantic, do you think that I would be where I am today? There's a level of pedantry that is always required. Oh, actually, if there's a full one here, we just need to get rid of some of the spice residue. That's what we need to do. For a long time, I was actually quite partial to Gorgonzola on pizza and stuff. It's just really nice, like, strong cheese, but, like, it is strong cheese. You pick up the pedantry way before you pass the bar exam. The pedantry starts as soon as you study. Like, it gets beaten into you in the first year of your studies. So look at how tightly wrapped up they are. They're so snug now. They've got like 15 more minute nap on the sunbed, and then they'll be so relaxed they just basically disappear, and they're really comfy. Look at how snug all the this one's escaped. I don't want to alarm anyone. One of the neighbors might have escaped. Luther, we might have a problem. I think one of the neighbors is out. Why is this wonky? This is so unlike Luther. I don't understand. Luther get kidnapped over the weekend and replaced with, like, an Austrian. Oh, you're not telling me that's going to be impossible to get into now. God damn it. Fuck this up. Invalid position. That's unhelpful. It must be the wall piece. It doesn't seem to be able to... Yeah, it's actually, they've got the wall pieces in the way. Do this. The full one. I think we're probably capped on these. That's, Luther probably made an odd number normally because we can't make any more, but... Oh no, looks like we can. Probably just numbers. Oh, you've been in Gregand. Nice. And then... Yeah, sweet. It just comes down to power again. That will be why. There's new drops for Dune. No, there are no new drops yet. It will be in the title when we have new drops. I'm hoping that there will be some tomorrow. Although I could ask. Let me do that. Gregory. Yep, there we go. Average is going to got himself a Gregory's. There you go. These are still very accessible. We can get into them easily. Run over people. Oh, wait, actually, if I do... No, wait. No. I just realized that actually if I don't do that. Oh, bother. Nah, it's only 700 Solari, I don't care. Oh, no, I put loads of stuff in there, I didn't mean to. Damn. Oops. 325 from condition. That is very good, Sherpa. We do need observer doors and pillars, yes. Oh, that's good enough. copper, iron, and steel. Greg's in Discord chat. Okay, I'm going to show Greg's. Oh, geez, that's a large image. Just don't. We just won't save that. Here we go. Gregory's. Look at this. Look at the Gregory's. How is the Greg's mac and cheese? I can safely say I've never tried a Greg's mac and cheese, Avaricious. How is that? You've never had it? Oh, tell me how it is. We need to know. Chat needs to know how the Greg's mac and cheese is. It could be unreasonable. If you die, unlucky. It's radioactive. That doesn't sound great. Well, if you do die from eating it, rest in pieces, I guess. I think it's one of these ones. Yeah. We've got a few silicon blocks. Oh, if it does Sherpa, then that's kind of grim. That'll be a good haul. I need to do one of those runs at some point today. I'll tell you what, I mean, that's a lot. It is a lot of silicon. You've also got 2 medium crates full of blocks. I mean, yeah, but Glow Splat, we're not over harvesting it. That's just literally just a run. That's... weird. I'm looking forward to seeing what gathering flower sand is like after the change, but I have a suspicion that I'm going to be doing it in the deep desert, in the PvE zones, because it's going to be really easy. Because the worm doesn't come that often. So... we're done. Hello, Bardiel. How are you doing? It's definitely the middle of the afternoon, but we'll say good evening to you. How about that? Thanks, Doctor. It's Luther makes our bases because I'm not allowed to make them because I do a shit job. Of what I'm risking if I follow you. Doing good, bud. Just doing some Monday morning Dune. If your base doesn't horrify at least one person, are you even doing it right? I mean, come on. Borks here, hide the spice press latinum. What? I'm allowing you guys to continue the discussion around when evening versus late afternoon is, but there is actually a legally definitive answer for this one. Based on, I think, the Oxford English Dictionary. If I recall correctly from the days when I've had to study it, because it's relevant to some criminal law, it is 6 PM or sunset, whichever is earlier, normally. Not a solicitor. I don't solicit. So yeah, evening is 6 PM or sunset, whichever is earlier. And it generally refers to the time of declining sun between sunset and nighttime. Nighttime is normally around 3 hours later. But darkness normally dictates nighttime versus evening basically being about time of day. Because night is a definitive. It's after you've had, you know, the final rays of light, when it is dark, it is nighttime. That's why you have evening, you know, in summer there's a lot longer evening, but in winter evening is very, very short. Well, it's relevant, you know, it's a useful bit of information. There's city dark isn't real. We're talking about when the light or the sun's light has faded, not talking about city dark, country dark. You're talking about, yeah, to me that is the answer. That's the answer by itself. That's evening. That's how long is evening. Yeah, you're fine. Like just call it what you want. You're not definitively wrong. Like, this is the point. There is an answer, but like, it's all relative to where you are, the amount of light, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. What, during an eclipse? No, because you're during an eclipse. At that point you say it's an eclipse, Zidane. Or you think that it's the end of days. One of the two. We do settle for end of days. Ah, it's Bob time. Yeah. Bob o'clock. Look at all the ornithopters out. Lovely seeing you all. No worm sign. Someone's already there. Oh, mac and cheese test timing, important. Good time zone, exactly. John o'clock. I'm not sure if I caught it like a little while ago, but thank you very much for your resub, bud. I appreciate you. You are awesome. Great to see you as always. Hope you've had a good weekend. You don't need reinforcements. You won't be here long enough. Not terrible. You know what? Sometimes that's all you want.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Actually, you know what? We'll go north. Certainly had work. Well, there you go. At least you know, that concludes the test showing that Greg's is once again just decidedly not shit. That's all it is. It's just not shit. Oh, Sabu, do you want to do the testing station in the deep desert? It's not a one-man job. Oh, let's scare someone. Oh, there's no one there.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yes, I do unnecessary aerial maneuvers that are just slow and silly. Yeah, be aware there's a sandstorm coming in, Sabu, so you might need to wait until afterwards, potentially. Fast mines? Slow mines.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, I mean, I find that truffle doesn't like automatically make whatever you put it on better, and some people treat it like it does. I'm just like, but this isn't that good. Right. Okay. No flamethrower this time. That's not too bad. Come on. I'm tanking that.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Right. Yeah, most truffle is fake. Yeah, exactly. Okay, at least there was no flamethrower dude in here this time. That was less objectionable than normal.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Abyss. Enjoy your nap time. Well-deserved eepers. Oh wait, you're going for, okay, yeah. Oh yeah, just a little sandstorm nap, you know, just while the sandstorm's over, I'm just chilling, you know. And then all of a sudden all the visibility's gone and it looks like this. This is your life now. Sherpa, that is a low yield from Sentinel City, I'll be honest. That's probably lower than I've ever had. And my lowest is 23. Yeah, I feel like the worm being out in the sandstorm where it could get struck by lightning is a bad move. I'm sorry to hear that, Twinned. I hope that you are happy with the move across. I'm really pleased you managed to find a group and that you're, you know, you're kind of settling in. I think ultimately, if we can offer a little bit of like a server where people who would have given the game, you know, a miss, or people who would have stepped out of the game have another chance, I think we'll have a good community. And you know, ultimately, I like that people in the guilds are looking to help each other out and work together to help people who are new into the onto our server to keep doing well. It's really been really gratifying to see. I'm glad you're pleased with it, bud. It's ultimately, you know, glad you've been able to get back into the game, because a lot of people, like, not everyone's been able to. Sab, are you coming to the objective? Yeah, and Twins, you're not the only person. I'll be honest, like, there have been other people who have been in the same position. Aaron the Bear, who's part of our community, logged in and found that basically all of his stuff had just gone. Like, he didn't know where it went. And we helped him, and he's now, you know, really back dedicated to the game and loves it. It's just about, if we can help people not quit and we can help them get back on their feet, that's the main thing. That is the plan, yes. I'm indeed planning on going to I'm going to drive, though, because I like driving. So I'll probably drive up to Londres. So those who just asked about, you know, let's not get caught by that little bugger. Do some scanning across the path of the storm. Oh, you won't be. Oh, okay, that's a shame, but well, we'll see you next time. Are you going up north at the end of the month? Up north. That would have been great content had that worm got me. Nice. Well, in that case, yeah. I might be able to share a lift with you if you want. We'll talk about it. I'll message you about it. Or you message me about it, because I'll forget, because I'm streaming and I have the attention span of a slug. So there you go. In the path of the storm, did a scan, find one of these. Oh, it's going to be about here. Oh, further up. Okay. No. However, that has a habit of turning the Holtzman back on. So, you might even want to do that without a Holtzman shield on you. Because ultimately, it's not worth the risk. You don't need it when you're doing this. That's how you do it. So if you're looking for the stuff in the wake of the storm, that's where you're going to find those scannables, chat. 13k out. Okay, I'm going to do a quick divert back to meet me at the base over here, Sabu. I'm going to harvest my way back to the our little fob. Calm down, Ornithopter. So silly. I've got no skills in scanning range or anything like that, so you can do this far better than I do. Okay, just a large blood bag, fine. I don't think I need or want that, but fine. I have the faction ones. There are currently no enabled drops for this, so just so you know, you won't be getting any drops because they're not live for the game. I have asked about whether there is an upcoming one, and I have not yet seen a response from Funkum. I'm very lucky to have that direct line of contact, to be honest. Yeah, I've stopped using blood bags for oh my, look at that, like what, 4 in one scan. So yeah, if you follow the path of a storm, that is where you'll find all of those. Yeah, they've been a bunch of them have been on annual leave because they do their summer like vacations. Jeez. Yep. Just get distracted. Oh, a leaf. I wish it would give me the non-fluid efficient ones. That's the funny part. Like, okay, now we're just gonna fly back because there's such thing as too much of this stuff, and Sabu will be waiting for me. And how dare a streamer make a member of their community wait? That would be awful. I would never expect a streamer to ever do that anywhere. That's not the norm anywhere. Sabu, after I finish streaming today, you should drop me a DM when I come offline later, if you're around this evening. Not about a call, just it'll remind me about a conversation I want to have about something in Dune. Oh. Yeah, but I have to remember. That's the problem, and I won't remember. I keep forgetting. Habitually online, yeah, aren't we all? Yeah, just DM me after stream. Sabu. Oh, secret Dune combos all the time. Oh yeah. You think I'm ruled by a calendar? Oh yeah, the Mark 6 with the thruster is hugely fast. It's so much fun. I am looking forward to the changes coming tomorrow where assault thopters and carriers will have the same boost abilities as scouts. You'll be able to boost up to and over your actual glide speed. It will fundamentally change how you fly an assault in vulture mode. Which I'm really looking forward to. Just a tiny little fly. Gonna grab you. Oh, you've left. Bastard. Okay. So, yeah. So this thing glides at about 188, right? You can speed up to, 213. This will be the same. So while the increase isn't actually going to be, necessarily faster, it's still going to be 163 in the assault. You might be able to boost up, say, 175, which would be great. Let's just drop off all of the shite that I've accumulated doing this. I don't drop off anything I don't need to drop off. Wish I could get rid of... Probably could get rid of stuff. Okay, well I'm redeeming that. That's the top tier. Okay. Replace my chrome still suit. Yeah, it makes sense. That's why I do say getting a Mark 6 Assault is very worth doing. I've been saying it from the start. But what you want to do is you want to do Mark 4 Scout to get yourself a Mark 5 Assault, which you turn into a van. You use that Mark 5 Assault to get a second Mark 5 Assault as a backup. And then you basically give yourself Mark 5 wings on your Scout as your backup, and you fly your van into the deep desert and start acquiring tier 6 materials. Do that. Yep. Then you basically just upgrade piece by piece. I will leave my Assault here and I'll fly in my Scout, actually. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Lol. Okay, let's go, Sabu. To be honest with you, I don't find that hummingbird wings make that much of a difference. Just everything is... The Scout is fine as is. It's not worth the Spice Plastinium for me for the upgrade. Unless you find it, you know, what is it that you find substantially different about the hummingbirds? Techno Ninja, because, you know, how much difference are they actually making for you? Go for that? Sounds odd. 5 Mark 5 6 with the ground stuck bug. Ground stuck bug? The hummingbirds make the Assault handle like a Scout. Interesting. Interesting. I haven't tried the Assault with the hummingbird, so maybe we'll do that as one of the projects. I've got enough of them. Let's have a look. Research. Hummingbird Mark 6s. That's the Rock. That's the Albatross. Do I actually have the hummingbirds? That's the question. I don't actually have the hummingbirds. That's interesting. Where are they? I thought I had the hummingbirds. Am I imagining it? Maybe I don't. Interesting. Are they not hummingbird Mark 6s? Yeah, see, I need to find the Mark 6 ones. Right, I need to change my build when we go in here as well. 4th row, 4th item. Yeah. Have a look. That's Sabu. Yeah, yeah, see, I haven't got it yet. I need to find that one. Is that this week? It's in rotation. Yeah, I just don't know I don't know which week we're in at the moment. I'll have to go look at it later after we've done this. I'll run on this one again because I know what it gives. This is a bit of an intense one, so let's have a look, see what we can do. Presentation in D3 has a 40% chance. We'll give that a go today. Arthur, if you want to come join us, yeah, what's your in-game name? Hang on. I think I have you on my friends list. Send me a friendship invite and we can oh, actually I can do this, can I? Sell this. Okay. No, I'm using Halleck's pick. Which doesn't tell you that it does any poison, but hey, it does. In here. Never bad idea to take heal kits when they're free. All right, I'm ready, Sabu. When you are. You want to go in? We can get started. Right, I'm going to prioritize the rangers because they are the easiest for me to take out, and they are... One down. Nice. Oh, sorry, we've got ads. I can't stop. But the V88, thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. You are awesome. Got close then. Preserve some resources. Oh, Sabu, did you die? Shit. Oh, bugger. Okay. I could use some stam. That was not a good place to put that. This is the moment we waited for. Breaking down. Okay, you go here, you go here, you go there. That does that. You dead. 3 down. Okay, now is the heavy gunner. There we go. Nice. Sabu's back, and just the heavy is left. Butt stab. That was nice. Defeat your body, bud. 2 knivers and 2 scouts. Yep. Makes sense. That was a little bit buggy. But make sure you stay on the move. Behind you, look out. I'll see if I can get a melee. Jeez, you bastards. Okay. That's my Sabumara. You leave him alone. Get your own peons. I got you, Sabu. You're good. Nice, let's keep moving. If anyone needs any of these parts, feel free to help yourself to Mark 5 power packs, etc. I am good. I'm basically here for the stuff at the end. And any fluid pumps if we find them. Fluid pumps, the other thing. These guys are all deserters who invaded up here, right? You're going down. No help for you. You're dead. Why do you guys just run up and do that ability every time? Shoot the one without the shields, guys. There's a whole room cleared that quickly. That's wild. Ooh. Off-world medical supplies, my favorite. More hitbox things. Okay, well I'm already slowed, so not going to do much. Nice. Another wave. Oh. More hitbox moments. We love this. Come on. Okay, fine. Jeez, just waiting for you to take a swing. Not quite sure what happened there with all my interactions, but hey, we are where we are. Go check on the others. That's his Kind's Cutter Array. It's the max tier one. These are my stairs. You must not pass them. Oh wait, you might be able to pass while I'm killing this guy. I'm gonna bully him around for a minute. So a good thing here you can do is you can put down the turrets here, and it basically stops anyone from coming up this top bit from putting you down. So it's a good spot to put them here. We're trying to keep the sound where it belongs, don't you worry. Nope. Not with all three of them. Hello, you're going to be my friend. Temporarily. Oh dear. Bad juju. We're just going to do this. No shoesting for you. Hello. Hope you're all doing well out there. We're just farming our way through the desert to get some fun loot. This is the fun loot base in the deep desert this week. Are you making friends there, Sabu? Oh, I need to wait for my stamina to recharge. That will help, wouldn't it? Leave Sabu alone. He's just small. Last wave normally, I'm gonna be honest, has flamethrowers in it, which sucks. So I'm hoping uh-oh. Okay, let's put this down here. Let's free Sabu up from the melee guys. If you... okay. I hate flamethrowers, but I love them because now I can do this. You guys can take the lasgun blueprints if you want them. Look at how kind and generous I am. I'm a generous god. I didn't burn that. Just basically good dodging. Good management of control over the heat that you build up to set you on fire. What server are we on? We are on our own collection of servers. We have 15 servers in a private world. And then we have another 10 servers over another server. All provided by Nitrado, free of charge for the community, which is really kind of them. You can use !server if you want to get information on how private servers work. Nitrado have got some cool guides up on their site as well. But Dune Discord is how you can join our specific community. Yes. Well, or anything. Fun bit of end game PvE. It's far easier in a group, as you can see, because that's the you're looking for Kurt's leggings. You can't see bullets by 5 aluminium chests of BPs. That's a lot. We've not had details yet from Funcom on what happened to our base, but I think they might be pinning it down after this patch. Not where I want to be. No, we think it's an issue with the Solido replicator and the way that the base seems to basically lose connection to the ground for a second somehow. Basically meant that everything in the base just crumbled and collapsed. So everything on top of it falls through, everything is deleted. It falls onto the ground as boxes, but ultimately those time out after a certain amount of time. And just our vehicles were left specifically in place and aligned where we left them. So that must be what it is. But they're still looking into it, so we'll know more when they do. World exclusive announcement. There will be more drops coming later this week. They will likely land on the 14th. There you go, chat. There'll be drops later this week. You've heard it here. I've had it confirmed for me by the lovely community managers over at Funcom. And there are future things coming soon, so keep your eyes out. There will be news about what's in it coming out either tomorrow or Wednesday at the latest. Cool. More observer set, I'm hoping. You got it right here. World exclusive scoop. Courtesy of Funcom. Oh, sorry, Vipanda. Yeah. Part of the cost of 2K streaming, it seems to be. I've heard a couple of people have been having a couple of problems, but it seems to be leveling out. Twitch are making it work better for everyone as it goes, so... I'm hoping it isn't more a trainee's armor. I'd like some Harko armor, please. Give me my aesthetics. My Harko brethren require it. Harko brothers, hold out. Hold out hope. I hope no one else is having audio issues. I'm seeing no issues on my end. Hehehe. I should have swept through. That's just my normal. Yeah, that's just because I'm British. Yes, true. Good afternoon, Sindri. How are you doing? Why am I showing as heat stroked and also critical health? Weird. When will it be out? We will likely get the drops on the 14th. Where's Pirate on vacation? No. Whoa. Probably put my shield on, shouldn't I? That'd be good. Oh, this is the one with the hole at the far end, isn't it? Yep. No. It might get me killed. Okay, we can get the key is in here for the safe room, Sabu. If once you get to it. Bruh. Oh, cool. You actually have a party marker now. That's helpful. Thank you, game. Bachelor Clan, you will see in announcements when Thor is saying when he's going to be back. I'm not announcing for him when he's going to be back, because that's not how this works. His holiday. I don't know. If I had some idea, I wouldn't tell you until he told you. Yeah, there'll be news out, like, when there's news. I will share it when there is news. But I cannot say anything right now, because I don't know. Hello, friend. Plundering the gold by chance. I'd believe that. Kit11, yeah, Kit112, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. It's lovely to see you as always. I hope you've had a great weekend and hope you're doing well. Poison for everyone. This world's almost over. Come on. Okay. That's why you carry a lasgun. Are there any more enemies out there? Focus it. Oh my god. Wait, wrong gun. Come on. Stamina, please. What kind of build am I running? It's mostly utility. I just have large stores of resources. So my basic goal is lots of health, lots of stamina, and power. That's basically all it is. I just have a massive sustain build that's designed around keeping going for as long as possible. So I can tank some of that stuff long enough that I can pull things off of Sabu and others, and I can basically just kind of wail on the enemies for as long as possibly can. One of those. Small hitbox. Nice. Oof. He's just asking a question. He's not broken any rules yet. You can just leave him to it. Oh, okay. Nope, didn't get what we wanted. Oh wait, this is instance loot, isn't it? Did anybody get the hummingbird wings? So I've got some damage skills, and I'm not spec purely into damage. No, it's not it's not a DPS build theoretically. Turbo boots, yeah, we're looking for the hummingbird wings. It's alright, I'll come back later and do it again. I can solo those. Heavy army with a melee build. Yeah, that's great for solo PvE. Yeah, fantastic. Like that's a really good setup and build.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're looking at my skills, all the passives in here are designed around just keeping me alive longer, right? In here as well, more stamina. Like all of this is just built around keeping me alive for longer. Got a little bit of damage, but not all of it. I'm just going to do a quick return to base and drop the stuff off. I'll redeem this. Definitely done that the wrong way around. Still got that to move out. Move these bodies out yet? Did move the friends out. Okay. We can recoup the alu. I was watching Floor's chat offline for a while, set the game. Last week, it's a deep desert bug has been cleared up. There are one or two small bugs where sometimes, very, very rarely now, someone can lose an orthopter, but it's not as widespread as it was. Far from it. Ultimately, thankfully, that bug has been fixed. The patch tomorrow that's coming out has a large number of kind of fixes, which I think are long overdue, to be honest with you. But they've been off on annual leave for the summer, so they're now delivering all the changes that they've promised. So I think that's all we can really ask of them. So, say the game is getting better, the devs are listening, the devs are doing stuff. I mean, what more do we want to ask of them, really? There's things they are fixing, things that they are probably going to fix after this patch cycle. They're fixing some of the key issues that I'm seeing, which is why I'm reasonably happy. But we're just going to move this load back towards base, because I did forget that I'm meant to be emptying the deep desert base today, and it's getting later and later, and I should remember to do that while I'm still, like, you know, reasonably sensible, right? Then we can go do some more PvE once that stuff's all regenerated, which is neat. But yes, there will be more drops coming in a few days' time, so more observer parts, which is good. The key issues, in my opinion, are the split between PvP and PvE. Ultimately, PvP players aren't getting what they want because players who want to PvP with them aren't there. So they have to resort to basically griefing and exploits, like using a carrier, using a scout and flops to down a carrier onto the sand in order to get even a sample of PvP. The additional issue is that players who want to get the end game PvE stuff have to go into the PvP area but don't really want to. The game always said that PvP was optional, but the game doesn't teach you how to avoid PvP or how PvP can be optional rather than these exploits. So realistically, I think that the best thing that could be done long term will be creating a tier 7 of materials and gear, having that tier 7 gear be available in a PvE deep desert and a separate PvP deep desert. Within lore, you could justify this by saying that the deep desert area that we're currently in is very rich in spice. The Emperor is concerned about interrupting the spice harvest and spice trading on Arrakis, and the universe is suffering as a whole. So this particularly rich area in spice of the deep desert is basically not subject to the War of Assassins. So uncanny, because it's in the name of harvesting spice. We could then create a separate PvP deep desert, which is smaller or the same size, whatever's needed, where players can get tier 7 gear. Now, tier 7 for PvE and tier 7 for PvP will be exactly the same, except for the fact that the tier 7 PvP gear, which you could only farm for in the PvP area, only has an additional bonus against players, like 20% damage increase. So the only reason you want the tier 7 PvP armor is for PvP, and the only reason you want the tier 7 PvE armor is if you don't care about PvP. But if you're making PvP as forced to engage in the same as PvE, and then they can unlock their PvP, like, That's just going to be stupid. So separate it out. Give people a reason to PvP if they want to, and give the PvEers something they've actually asked for. This is my suggestion for what they could do long term to fix it. Because ultimately, that's the problem in the game right now. People who are getting to Deep Desert, that you're taught the Deep Desert is big, scary, and dangerous already, and it kind of is, but also, it's not if you just know how to avoid PvP and how to move away from it. The game doesn't teach you about that, and no player is going to stop and teach you how to get away from PvP unless they're in your guild, because ultimately, they're probably trying to PvP you. The current form of PvP just encourages exploiting to keep people there, because there is no way to interdict somebody from leaving who wants to be there. If you're consenting to be PvP'd, you should be consenting to the fact that you can be stopped, and that you might reach a point where they can stop you from escaping. In order to keep PvP optional, that's what I think you need to do. You need to make it so there's a PvP area where anyone who is there knows that it's PvP suitable. You're only there for PvP reasons, and because it's a cool area or because there's neat mechanics, etc. But yeah, the fact that the game says PvP is optional. It's already optional in the Deep Desert. You just need to know how to escape. But people have to use exploits to stop you from escaping so that they can have their PvP, which means no one's winning. Currently, no one is winning at all, and I think we can change that. So these fixes that are coming in this week, I think, are very important in the regard that they are fixing some of the long-term bugs and problems that the game is seeing. I don't think it's going to be, this game is now completely ready to go, solved, every issue you had is fixed. I'm going to be honest with you, that's not the case. The patch doesn't do that. It's not looking to do that. It's not adding new content if you really think you've hit the content cap. This patch will not do that. You're probably more likely going to be waiting until October, which is when I think the next DLC release is with new content. I'm going to be really honest with you, that's my view on the game. I think that if you're enjoying the game currently, this patch is going to be fine. It's going to make the quality of life better, but I don't think it fixes all the reasons that you've left. If there's a proper way to escape PvP, if someone's in a scout and rockets, you're in a basic assault, you're screwed. No, well, that's why you shouldn't have gone out in a basic assault. You agreed to go out into the desert knowing that a basic assault is prey to everything. You should have had at least thrusters on, if not rockets and thrusters, to defend yourself. That's basically the way it's got to be. Unfortunately, don't take an unfit vehicle into an environment it's not fit for. I'm not saying it's the right way, but this is the way that I see that it would work, and that everyone would have the gameplay loop they want to engage in respected broadly. At this point for you, Tatty, yes it is, but someone who might be taking the game more slowly, more casually, a Mark 4 Thopter might be they might have only just got to a Mark 4 Thopter. And I do not like the zone size on the the Deep Desert. I'll be honest with you, that zone size is not the one. That said, there are potentially also changes that are coming in that weren't tested in the PTR. Potentially, I don't know whether that's what they want to do as a process. They could pull everything out of the bag last minute and release a bunch of stuff that's never been hinted at on PTR. So, it's all to play for. We haven't seen the final patch notes. We're waiting for those. The nice thing will be that I believe the PTR changes that are currently in also reduce the amount of durability damage that your wings are taking when you're flying around, so it should just make flying around a little bit easier and kind of cheaper, in quotation marks, for everyone. Right, my ornithopter is full of shit. Let's empty it out. You want loot. Okay. Test respawn time, I agree. People shouldn't be able to log off and just be able to harvest farm spawns. That's just gross in my opinion. That's all right. Take it easy. You did good in there. Thanks for coming along, Arthur. And we'll catch you again soon, bud. Hello, an average cowboy. We are doing good today, bud. Thank you. How are you doing? I'll do. Welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for all the follows. Great seeing you all today. We're just talking about some of the upcoming changes and such in the game. Doing a little bit of running around, playing. What are you guys talking about? 18 wide. Oh, so you're making a. Okay, you're talking about making the deep desert bigger. You wouldn't want to make it wider. You'd make it deeper. Alternatively, you could just walk back the boundary change to the safe area. There needs to, yeah, there needs to be better carrying of cargo back and forth. I'm not sure though that it isn't a limitation on the game of how much you can transport across gaps. Ultimately, I think that the amount that you're carrying across the gap might be the limitation there. So I think they might need to create a service where you go to like the taxi person and you pay a certain amount to get things shipped from the deep desert to your home base, for example. Okay. Well, you are very welcome to lurk here as long as you need to, average cowboy. Good to see you, bud. Well, exactly. It would give you a better Solari use, wouldn't it? Yeah. Who dat boy? It looks like you're banned somewhere else with somewhere we share ban history with. Have you been banned from Pirate Software or Ferret Software? If you have, that will be why. It'd be a bit silly to get banned from Ferret Software because they're just the little furry noodles. Like, come on. Well, sadly, that's not necessarily true. Not everyone's going to want to engage in the aluminium farms. Skyfather, you've also got the deep desert, which is obviously quite a large map area, which is the bulk of the end game kind of PvP, PvE area. The deep desert is actually way bigger than Haga Basin. This place is colossal. I mean, who that boy? Your account was made on the 28th of July, so you can't have done what you've just said. First of all. And secondly, we share ban histories. That's a thing that Twitch allows for. You can share ban histories with other people. I also share ban histories with a couple of other places as well, but I don't tell you where those are. Sprint planning? Oh, I don't think anyone actually likes sprint planning, do they? Glacier, I wish you luck with that. That sounds awful. I hope it's as painless as it could possibly be. Blind Knife, I will still be live at that point. Good luck with physical therapy. Hope it goes well for you, dude. No worries, bud. I mean, you can just watch, not chat. A secret that's been buried for 10,000 years. I mean, that's how you lure me into a DLC, right? You know? A stranded harvester, a desperate crew, a secret that's been buried for over 10,000 years. I mean, that's how they hook you in. That's how they know they got you. It's like, I want to know about all of those things. Well, a 10,000 year secret. It might be a dreadnought that's been left there since the heresy. Wait, no, that's the wrong franchise. What is this? Oh, welding wire. Nice. This what I didn't need. Bork is here. Hide. We'll be right back, chat. Just gonna grab a drink. Hello, stinkers. What is Vregs? Whoop. Welcome back after the ad break, everybody. Great to see you all. We are just demolishing the deep desert base for the Monday because the reset is coming. I'm about to make Sabu fall through the floor because it's going to be very funny. There you go. Pentashield is gone. There's nothing wrong with a giant box based. Also, I regret doing what I just did, to be honest. Need to take 1, 2 out. Meant to live in here. Trying to save some of our resources for next week. It was a very lovely base. I'm stuck inside the walls. Okay. I can't believe Sabu's landed on Australia. I'm gonna be honest, I'm just gonna do this. Don't need the rest of it. Oh no, players can loot my base. What am I going to do, chat? It's awful. Sven Marcus, thank you very much for your resub, buddy. Great to see you. Thank you very much for that. Bye. Surfing is my passion. There you go. Look at that. Perfect. Like a golf. Yeah. Basically, we're done with the deep desert. We're at 191 out of 300 for the PP. That is amazing. Thank you very much for the update, Elclaw. Violent by nature, Thor has been on holiday. He's on vacation. Sorry, the Americans call it vacation, which confuses me. He's on vacation. Vacay. For the first time in a few years. He's been doing a few things around the house, getting things sorted, you know, taking some time for himself, watching some anime, resting up where he can. Yeah, the Goblin reactor's fine. Yeah, it's completely stable. For once. Which is very rare, I know. Vacation. It just doesn't sound right. It's on holiday. No worries, bud. I've cleared you from purgatory here as well. Nice easy open. Shit. Oh, come on. Really? Okay, game. That's real kind of you. That fine. Sadly, no blueprints. Yes, Ultron, how come you haven't got a founder's badge here? Like, were you too slow? Was Ultra? Are you not a founder? You don't support us here? I can't believe it, chat. Ultra Lord is against us. Oh, I can see a Bailey. He's outside. Hi, Bebop. Ultra Lord for indeed Sherpa. I can't believe it. The cat is outside. He's not inside. He might come inside though. Knowing him, he's gonna like, I don't know, try and break and enter through a window or something. He does that quite a lot. I can't remember exactly which number of subscriber you have to be in order to get the Founders badge, but I'm fairly sure that it was like within 3 minutes of me like having completed the paperwork. People were like doing it offline. First 25. Okay. You guys are crazy. I was blown away. First 25, yeah. I've heard Bailey that I've heard Bailey can consume solid matter. Yeah. Oh, I can revoke the badges too. Ooh, okay. No, my PC only has. Well, actually, no. Probably do have too many fans inside there. Yeah, you know what? There are quite a few fans. Unfortunately, snowboarding and skiing is probably two of the worst sports for my back. So probably not able to hit the slopes as Ultra Lord, no. No, you're fine. It's not on you to know the ins and outs of my medical issues. Like, you're fine, bud. You're completely fine. I mean, Grizzly, you can talk over here, so I'd be surprised if that was the case. You can go have a look. You're not banned over there, bud. You are... You haven't spoken there since 23rd of February 2024. But, nah, you're all good. Yeah, you're fine. You've got no mod actions against you as well. So, like, you're fine. You're not banned. You never have been. We can ban you if you want. Free bans? Free bans for all? Ban one, get one free. How about that? Hello, Bunny. How are you doing? Good evening. It's good afternoon still. It's still good afternoon. We already provide sass as a service here, so I can't also do and also some sarcasm as a service. Oikos, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. I mean, we know that there's a new DLC coming out next year. I believe it is for the water shippers, or maybe end of this year. I can't remember what that is. We also know there's gonna be a big update in October with a bunch of new stuff. So there is indeed stuff. You could probably trade your ban for a British insult, sure. You're an absolute pergola. Doesn't mean anything, but it still sounds so insulting. Yeah, an absolute pergola. You know what I mean. You put absolute in front of anything, and it changes it in Britain. It becomes the tone of what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's a shady sort. Right. That's... no, you can't trade in for two directed as Ultra. That wouldn't be fair. Hello, Torflurch. How are you doing? How's it going, bud? Welcome on in. I like that. I like how much that's really off, like derailed. All. Hello. Hi, little baby. Yeah. You want feeding? I'll be right back, chat. I'm just gonna go check his food bowl. He is just having a munch, and he will be back with us shortly. Did we just leave the map? We didn't we? Yet the true streamer will be here momentarily, most likely. He's just having his lunch. Bailey does love lunch. Yeah, he's having a munch. Hi, baby. You can see his tail. Nice little stop-off base. Good spot. Hello to Chow. We are doing good, thank you, bud. How are you doing today? Chat's doing pretty good today, it seems. How are you doing? We know a few things about the auto patch, like we know we're going to get new content, etc. So, I don't think we have details yet. Turn this off until B's here so you guys can see the UI properly. Managed to hit my screen as I left the room, apparently. Yeah, Sabu's published the summary roadmap for you. Thank you very much, Sabu. Good job. Hey. Hello, meow. Nope, let's not drop that. Cat. That's all of them. Now you're going to look for more and be disappointed that there isn't an infinite number of treatses. You can't have an infinite number of treatses. You'll be round. You're already a little round baby. Meow to you too. Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna go look for some more. Oh, he's gonna check the food room. Okay. He's so funny. Going back. Hi. Hi. Meow. You want a cuddle? You can't have a cuddle. It's boiling hot. You'll cook me. And also, I'm streaming. Is Blue Sky better than X? Zoltrod, to be honest with you, I just found that like Twitter's so full of anger. When I went onto Blue Sky, the only thing that I see in my feed is cat pictures. So that's what I do. Like that, I just post it there. No, he wants me to stop the stream to go and sit on the sofa in the living room so that we can have a cuddle, Huzi. That's different. It's like in being asked in the middle of a work call. Do it. Well, I could, but I'm not going to because you know the stream is. He'll pin me there for like 2 hours. Like I can't. There's a limit. I can't be right back for 2 hours. What is wrong with you? He's currently asking for food. He's not actually asking for a cuddle. Yeah. Do you want a cuddle? You want some pets instead? You want food? Okay. Hi. Little guy. Cat. Nice baby, aren't you? Yeah, you want to go that way? Okay. Trying to get me to follow him, but you get a tail. That's what you get. He's just having a little slump now. For those of you who don't know, this is Bailey. He is kind of my cat. He chooses to live here most of the day. He's 15. He's a little monster, aren't you, baby? Yeah, you are, aren't you? Yeah. He sometimes sleeps on my desk up here as well. Sometimes have him up here on this pad. And he just likes to chill. We let him do his own thing. He's not required to be here or do anything. He just chills most of the day. Sometimes I won't see him all day. Sometimes I'll see him all day. And you know, you guys and me are just, you know, we kind of accept it when B's here. I'll be honest with you, if I could be on 0 of the social media sites, I kind of would. But like, I'm meant to have some form of engagement, right? I don't know. My Discord's the place where we'll do everything. Like, that's where the community's based, ultimately. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Steel Generation, but, you know, it's not necessarily a bad place. You know, there's plenty... You can curate your feeds enough that there's never going to be a problem. It's just, you can see what you want to see. It just takes work, like... At the end of the day, any community you make is going to be as good as how you make it. That's kind of how you have to do it. So, you know... Also, most of the big social media companies are just awful about arbitrary moderation, which they basically use to cover up like actual censoring stuff, because there's all kinds of stuff that you just don't get to see depending on who owns each social media network. Wild. Algorithmic control is genuinely scary. Yeah, I mean, what kind of community where people are taking a face value, giving second chances and stuff, you know? That's what I want to do with this. Like the person who was outspoken last week, second chance. It's just better to do it that way. People can change. Very important to recognize that people can change, to be honest with you. Like, that's why when people come in who have been banned a long time ago and they're like, you know, hey, I've thought about it, I've changed, blah, blah, blah. You know, this is what I would do different this time around. Give them a second chance. Why not? Not gonna leave them banned forever. Not if they can say they changed. Worst case scenario, we reban them when they haven't changed. But like, change is possible. People can. It just takes a lot of work or the right instigation, really. Fuck's sakes, Ultra Lord, of course. Should have known. Should have known it was going to be ridiculous. It's his Ultra Lord comment. Horrifying concept, right? Yeah. I mean, I think it depends on what you go through. Like, you have to show change. That's the ultimate part. Like, you have to live every day. It's not about telling people you changed. It is about showing it over the time. Like, but people who have stuck around, like, will say what, like, you know, they'll attest to it. They'll be able to tell. They'll tell you that you've changed. It'll happen. Like, I had a very, very rough 2018, 2019 where I had to change. Otherwise, I was gonna, I don't know, I was gonna take my own life or something at that point. It would have been rough. But, like, I had to change. I turned it around, and you know, I'm glad I did, because I was not a good person like 6, 7, 8 years ago. It was, you know, everyone changes. That's the whole point. You have to. So why wouldn't we accept here that people can change? Would I suggest more than one unban request, like after a long time, to Twitch as not from moderation tools? I think that is something that potentially a streamer should have control over, whether are people allowed to reapply to a ban appeal after a certain amount of time. Switchblade drops are currently off. They will be back on the 14th for Dune. There will be Dune drops on the 14th. There'll be a publication coming out from Funcom about that tomorrow or Wednesday, depending on how the patch tomorrow goes, really. I think they're quite busy on that. But, yeah, we've got drops coming. You're very welcome, bud. Hopefully I will see you when those drops are on, if you're wanting them. I will be here streaming for those drops. Because I want them to. Yeah, I mean, you know, ultimately anyone can be. Hey, Switchblade, thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. Welcome on in. Thank you for thinking I was sticking around. Appreciate you. Oh, that's just it, you know. Talk is here. LCF board guy, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1, buddy. You've been here for 3 months. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone who's been here multiple months. You know, it's really gratifying and really kind of affirming seeing you all kind of choose to come back and be supportive and like have a nice place to hang out and chat. I'm really proud of all of you guys. So thank you very much. Soldier, thank you for gigantifying the dance. The Thorangi is pretty good, isn't it? I'm gonna have a snack. Whee! Whee! It was quite funny, to be fair. Yeah. You don't have to get out of your ornithopter. I just
Weather
did.
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Bloodrinker, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. You are awesome. Thank you very much for being here. Great to see you today. I just my stream with the A10 Warthog burst fight. That would be quite funny. Just the sound of a strafing Warthog.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Understand that, Switchblade. Yep, that's completely fair. Not everyone would be. Not everyone wants to do a restart. Like, fine. But, Sabu, as Sabu says, the offer is there. We do help new players get themselves restarted if they do want to locate to our servers. So if you ever think about it, the offer's there, bud. The offer's there. Any member of the community from here is welcome on our deep desert. That's how we do this. You can use !Dune Discord if you're interested. And you can see our in-game server info, which will give you the passwords that you need to get on to start playing. I'm very pleased to win Assassin. Yeah, it's we're glad to have you, bud. Spice. We love the spice here. Spice calls me. It's a very rude sandstorm. That's a solid storm. The ping to the US servers in the UK, I get ping of about 75 ms, which is pretty good, to be honest. I'm pretty happy with it. Your server's dead. You almost never see anyone. That sounds unfortunately about right. Yeah, there's a few of those like that. Nice flat ground. Nice and safe, right? Perfectly reasonable here. I've heard that there are some large guilds that are just automatically PvPing like that, Lee. I am sad to hear that, really, because it doesn't really mean that people are able to engage in the end game of the, you know, the end game without, well, yeah, fundamentally without engaging in very difficult PvP that they can't really deal with because they're by themselves.
A large sandstorm.
I'm a sacrifice, exactly. A little more Deeb out there, bouncing around across the sand, summoning the sandworm.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There's the blue sky. That's the sandstorm rolling in. The important thing to remember is that the tents have an integrity, so it does degrade over time from exposure. So, like, you can't just sit out there forever. But now... Interesting. Needs the bear. There will be drops starting on the 14th of August. I've had it confirmed by Funcom today. The next round of drops is coming on the 14th. There will be a publication from them about it, likely tomorrow or the day after, depending on how the patch tomorrow goes. I'd tell you what kind of drops, then I'd have to kill you. And that would be too enjoyable. You'd get too much attention, Ultra Lord. You wouldn't. That wouldn't be good. Your carrier is done. Congratulations, bud. The carrier is a huge step. Good job on you. It's a huge piece of work to farm yourself, bud. No, that's the kind of drops that you hope for, Ultra Lord, but unfortunately, no. We can't give those away on Twitch. You're the only person who seems to want that. Ooh, lots of Solari. That was nice. Don't mind getting a Solari cache. So yeah, after a storm, this is the way that you get those open fire gems and some other, it's probably the quickest way to get the high-end materials for the game, to be honest with you. You know, in order to get fluid-efficient pumps, steel plates, this is probably the quickest way to get it. Any idea when Harkonnen gets some love? Oh, I would wait and see what they talk about when they do their publication later this week. That's all I would say about that. You know, I wouldn't want to give you guys, you know, too much cool stuff at once. You might get overloaded, and you know what happens when Ultralords get overstimulated, chat. It's a messy business. He gets so excited that he basically grows wings, but it's all fleshy and gross because from the Red Bull, you see. Exactly. I'll have to slowly drip feed you these leaked news over the coming days to be a pro content creator, right? I'll give you an hour's YouTube video, you know, looking at drops, the origin, the history of them, just gonna ruse cruise you guys into them publishing it and doing it all themselves. This is ultimately the pipeline. I've been told this is how content creators, you know, create. It's all bait. Apparently everything being bait is just the trick, and I'm not doing it enough. So starting this week, more bait. Exactly. If I put out intentionally wrong things as well, or intentionally controversial things, they'll comment. That feeds further engagement. Now you're understanding. Proto-dork, you know what? Exactly. A master baiter. Yes, baiting masterfully. I saw something. There it is. Another one higher up. Nice. A slideshow efficient. Oh, that's pretty good bait. I like that. I'm not even sure I can land the ornithopter here, so. Oh, you're fine there. You're fine there, but on an actual, like, minor hill, you have Oh. These ornithopters. I need the AI generated thumbnails of myself. You're right, yeah. I don't think that one's going to be a cache. Oh, it might be. Wow, you never see them that close to land normally. That is the closest cache I've ever seen to land. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm genuinely surprised. Yeah, a lot of things coming out tomorrow. Have the patch notes been given yet? So I haven't looked on the website in a few minutes. Granular item filters would be nice, or like be able to set a loadout so that when you deposit all, it doesn't deposit key slots. You can like lock an item so it doesn't deposit it. That would be very nice to have as well. Yep, the ability to lock a slot so it wasn't deposited would be absolute godsend, because the amount of times I've, like, you know, I've deposited something that I thought I've lost it, and I've remade it and then found it 2 days later, and I've wasted a bunch of resources to remake it. I feel like an idiot. I'm sure that's what's going to happen with my Compactor Mark 6. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, that's probably where it went. It's going to be in a box somewhere. Luther will just be like, Kronos, you idiot, here's your Compactor. Why did you make another one? I'll be like, because I lost. Impatient and lost. Well, what have I got a lot of? You're heavy. You're not that. You are, actually. Oh, that'll be it. Be remiss to not find out what was in the last one, though. It'd be just my luck to know that's one that's got, like, rare resources in it. No. No, it doesn't. Yeah. What don't we need? We don't need these. Excuse me? This says I still have a base this way, but I destroyed this base. Let's go find out. Unless someone made a new one in its place and made me co-owner, which would be very weird, but I wouldn't put it past you guys to do it just to fuck with me. Rangers. I've left this server and rejoined it, though, so one would think that it wouldn't happen. You also nuked the A-band base? Okay. Dune is a perfect game without any bugs or issues. It just works. Exactly. It's a bug. It'll disappear after the storm. Storm's cleared. Fairly sure the storm's off all scopes, isn't it? Yeah. It'll be gone after this week. After today's Coriolis storm, yeah. Good afternoon, D'Souza Gaming over on YouTube. Hope you're doing well. It would be, I would not be surprised if right now into the LOD pops a giant version of Mango's base. It's just a giant penis-shaped object on the screen. That would genuinely not surprise me. The kind of thing I would believe they do. Good morning, Jex. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Okay, no, it is just a bug. It's not that somebody's made a giant space penis as a joke, which would, you know, again, wouldn't put it past any of you. Do you have a pentashield, or are you being dismantled? Oh, there's not even any value in here. I would never loot bases on Deep Desert. Not bad, just getting into work. Well, I hope that your work day on this Monday is nice, quick, and painless. Those of you who are in the US and you're starting your work day, I hope you have a great day as we keep going through this. You're free to chill out here. Those of you in the EU who are coming to the end of your working day, congratulations, you survived Monday. At least the Americans know that you can do it, so they can do it too. Sorted, right? Australians, I don't know what time of day it might be for you. You guys have like 3 1/4 time zones. Sorry, Old Zealanders, my bad. Did you go back from vacation trying to get back into brain work mode? Makes sense. Tuesday. Ah, it's Tuesday, innit? Over there. You're very welcome. It's 3:13 a.m. in New Zealand. Okay. Wow. That's I'm kind of impressed and kind of horrified. I don't do that many 3:13 a.m.s anymore. It's just if I'm doing that, it's an all-nighter and I'm not sleeping until the evening of the next day at this point. There's a few of my darkest days on here, cause it's quite funny. Oh. This is a recommended one. It's just about on the line. I'm glad you're enjoying it, McBay. McBacon. Oh, that's the one. Yeah, of course. I would say McBay, but it's McBaconator. That's the one. Chronic pain HD. Sleep comes when it comes. I feel that. I feel that very hard. Hopefully, I can yap you to the sleeping realms. That's the plan. Right, we'll make it work. See what we can do. You want Wendy's? Oh, okay. Do 1 second, chat. Yep. Just built my first order of how do I load missiles? When you have missiles, you'll be able to have them equipped. Like once you've made the missile launcher, you'll be able to have basically add it to the inventory like you would an inventory. You'll need to make the rocket module first, if that makes sense. No, you need rockets. They're called rocket pods, not missile pods. Missiles are the handheld item. Rockets are the ornithopter variants. You guys want to see some rocketing? Oh, I need to make some space first, hang on. Oh yeah, you make them in here. Yeah, I'll show you guys the rockets in a second. Like assault rocket launcher. Out. Yep. Wait with the vehicle guy. The vehicle bay. Let me drop this stuff off. It's up this side. Ads are inbound. We'll do some rocketing of some innocent, scavengers and bandits after the ad break. Let's go get some rockets. I'm not very good with the rockets, but hey, that's not the point. They'll be over here. Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah, good shout. Good shout, Luther.
Did you delete?
Did I delete what?
Yes, though. We have 11, now we have 10.
Yes. We'll do some murder. The ads are Bezos. Are you coming? Does Bezos care? Is you okay, Twitch? Twitch is apparently not okay, chat. This base didn't take that long. It's not the most complicated base we've ever made. Oh, there we go. Shit. Whoop. Thank you for letting me know about that, Ulrich, over on YouTube. It's appreciated. Stay far away from that. Occasionally, I commission Nellis for a particular Thor, yes. Thank you very much, colonoscopy. I appreciate you, bud. Thank you. It's glad to be able to, you know, chill. Oh, you're not dead. Lower. Lower. There we go. Welcome back from the ad break, chat. We are out here firing rockets at people very rudely because we can. So for those of you who ask, once you've got a rocket module equipped, this is what your UI looks like. Yeah, so getting a level shot's quite hard, but getting a shot from above is a little bit easier. Still one more around here somewhere. Nice. Don't land and fire rockets is a good idea. Getting rockets inside is quite a challenge, to be honest. There we go. Nice. That was a good... I'm quite happy with that last shot. Yeah, the rockets, to be honest, don't make a lot of sense. You can have missiles which home using the ancient way. So why can't you have rockets that just fire straight out? I think there needs to be some kind of pass done on how rockets work once they're not so overpowered. Oh, there you go, I bounced off. I wish that did anything. That would be so nice. Oh, no. No, I'm not in a scout on a Thopter. Ooh. That one was pretty much direct hit. There we go. Yeah, they're like, oh, a large ship. Maybe I should freak out and start firing things at it. Okay, I need to get lower for this. Well, that one was quite effective, wasn't it? We'll go for the scrape. Well, exactly. I think that the game doesn't do a very good job of teaching you about aerial combat, and I think that actually I'm awful at it, to be honest with you. I've not got a lot of aerial combat practice because most of the aerial combat in the deep desert ends up being kind of spammy. And rockets aren't exactly them. They are a lot about chance based on where they're actually going to hit. That one wasn't. Anyone else? Hello? Anyone at home? Oh, that was easy. These are NPCs, but people want to see how the rockets work, and I'm showing them they're not quite as powerful as they could be, you know. Too high. Here? Yep. That was 2 with 1 rocket. That was very nice. Well, yeah, exactly. The fact that you can do this is kind of crazy, to be honest. It's a pretty cheap way like farming farming XP in my opinion. Yes, Luther, the fob's been stripped down, both of them. They're all done. Rock up, easy 50 XP, move on. You can just basically fly around the map doing that. Well, that's why you don't have Haga Basin as a... like, this is what I mean. If you had Haga Basin as a PvP zone, you could do some awful damage to it. The lands rounded voting closes in a few hours' time. So 6 hours and 30 minutes. Aromaveran, the drops will resume on the 14th. So in a couple of days' time will be when the next drops are released. The drops have ended for now. Hey, I might actually be able to get to the 10,000 Solari. Nice. By capturing that control point earlier. Can't keep my hand. The threat generation by rockets going off on the roof also is quite low. That guy was just he's just walking around on the stairs, like, just minding his own business. But, like, you'd think he'd have a little bit more urgency, wouldn't you? Like... there you go. Nice. Yeah, wouldn't you think that would work better? Nah, I'm not gonna bother doing that. Yeah, rockets make things kind of arbitrary. Yeah, if you're on foot, they hear you through walls and they can see you while you're sleeping. They know when you're awake. Yeah. Exactly. They are Santa Claus. Except if you're flying and firing rockets at them. See, no one is firing at me yet. You might actually live. Jeez, that was actually a bit silly of me. Of water. Deep desert buggy mining run using a rocket buggy to keep scouts at bay. I can see that, yeah. And I wish that the rocket buggy had homing rockets, to be honest with you. There should be a homing rockets variant of the rocket buggy. What am I doing for this? I'm doing this to show people what the rockets look like. Someone asked to see how the rockets worked. And we thought we'd have some fun. So yeah, all of that, still only 150 rockets, which is dirt cheap. Fireworks! Let me see if I can find a worm that I can rocket. Where is the Thor? He'll be back soon from his vacation, I would imagine. Here we go. We found a worm. A willing participant. Shit. Yeah, see, the worm doesn't care. One day, the worm will nom me out of the sky. I'm just seeing if it, makes him happy. See if he enjoys it. You would have been sad if I hadn't rocketed the worm, chat. Don't lie. Hello, Winky. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Good morning. Where are they? There's no one over here. You got punched in the mosh pit last night, you've got a black eye and a bad headache. I mean, that's generally what happens when you get brain trauma, yeah. On the bright side, Winky, at least it's not going to be too severe for you, right? So basically, Winky got beaten up in the mosh pit. But still had a good time. You're not dead. There you go, now you're dead. Both of you are dead. I wonder if I can do... This is a bad idea. Like a golf. The kills with the Ornithopter do not count towards your Landsrad kills. Yeah, what were you? Who were you seeing, Winky? For whom were you moshing? We have to determine whether the black eye was worth it. I think it would be a bit broken, to be honest, if I could get rapid Landsrad progression like this, though. Oh, we came as Romans after the burial. Nice. That's a very good lineup, to be fair. I do like a bit we came as Romans. Mage Annabelle, thank you very much for subscribing at tier 3. You are awesome. Thank you very much for being here. Apparently my Ornithopter is poisoned. I'm not even sure who's still alive. Oh, you two are. Yeah, I'd say Black Eye worth it. We came as Romans, yeah. I think everyone's dead. I mean, yeah, that sounds like a comparatively intense mosh pit, for sure. So yeah, thank you, Mage Annabelle, for the tier 3 sub. Honestly, super appreciate it. That's 6 points towards our sub goal. And Tears Ron, thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. From chat, using your Prime sub that you are contractually obliged to have from you know, from Bezos for having your Amazon Prime. You can use that. It's just $2.50 that you can give to a streamer every month. Go and give it to the ferrets. Go and give it to, you know, a small random streamer who's got like 4 viewers. Go and do something with it, but don't let Bezos have it, because he's putting it towards his diamond statue on the moon program. He doesn't need it. That's your money. Your choice. Don't let Bezos have it. We're out of missiles in that batch. Now, question is, yeah, see, I don't think you should also be able to reload like in the air like this. That doesn't feel right, to be honest with you. What I think of quicksand. Exactly, Bracknagard. You'll never get that back. The Hungry Man, thank you very much for your Prime sub. One step further away from Bezos. He curses us. He curses our name. Good morning, Uncommoner. Welcome on in, buddy. Good to see you. Exactly, the Hungry Man. I appreciate the support. Exactly. On Arrakis, Jeff is in fact moist. Well, not moist, he's dry, sorry. While mutual agreement is generally preferred, in this instance, concurrence to your position would result in a joint logical inaccuracy. It generally means what that looks like, and I need the context. Is it's gonna be something along the lines that concurrence is going to reference something. Basically, that's something in that agreement is talking about running concurrently or alongside, which becomes inaccurate. So what is the concurrence with your position? Oh no, they mean concurrence with. And a joint logical inaccuracy. What's the logical inaccuracy they're talking about? That's... Isn't a short where a lawyer was asked to say a common phrase in legalese? It makes sense because it means nothing. Other than saying your logic is flawed. That's all that says. Yeah. Oh, okay, I thought this was if it's from a short about legalese, that makes more sense. I thought it was something in a contract and you were like looking at what the hell that would mean. That makes more sense. Legalese is just, it's no different from when the church taught in Latin, like so that people could understand it. That's all it is. Grim behavior. Oh, I like these. Nice and light. Almost too light. Are you sure they can sleep well, Luther? I'm not sure how well they'll be sleeping when they're so lit. There's no mercy. Okay, fine. Insane. Do a slag run. Not a slag run, a fluid pipes run. They were having bad dreams and they were scared in the dark. It makes sense. Christ, it's a spice blow directly on the worm highway. Epic endgame, I know, right? Where is the worm? Hate this. This is the most irritating part. We've got no news on transfers yet, but it would be an exciting thing to have announced this week, wouldn't it? If there was if that was the case. I could grab another poison mist, I guess. Oh, Mice has got loads of lights. Let's not fly into the worm, actually. Maybe a bad idea. Probably something like that. I've got quite a few poison mists. I got up there quite a lot. I love the rapier, so why not? Yeah, I know Winky went and touched it and got immediately fried. Yeah, thought's good on fuel. Oh, we've got ads. Whoop. Whee! Found Sabu. Okay. Oh, then there was two of you. Let's not do that. Come on. Wrong side. Nothing of any interest on any of them. Oh yeah, I think the chest up here is hidden now by the terrain. Thatch. Yep, moving in out the deep desert does not feel great each week, given that you're limited to 1,000 volume at a time. I've already listed 1,000 M3, which was about to be another Eve reference. Oops. There we go. Thor is on vacation, yes indeed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good for him to take some time off, to be honest. Thank you for all the suppression. Oh, okay. Catch you later, Diesel. Have a good one, bud. Who are you shooting at? Fair enough. Enjoy your lurking, Diesel. I've already been in them. Carrier and a crawler? No, because you can't carry the sandcrawler across the gap. So you have to dismantle the sandcrawler and carry it across in an assault ornithopter, and then you have to fly the carrier over separately. So you can't just fly a carrier across with a crawler underneath it, unfortunately, as much as that might be fun. Or sensible. Okay, you can die. Yeah, so that one's not ideal. I didn't kill that sniper. Zance, are you on a pirate server? No worries, Bloodrinker. Good to see you, bud. Have a good one. My advice would be see if somebody can save you with a carrier. Maybe. I mean, if you've got a sandcrawler, you must surely have a carrier. So, oh no, it can't be saved. I'm curious now. What have you done? He's poisoned, so. You can just die. It's like 40 feet of terrain. Jesus. If it's a public server, they have got a vehicle recovery team now. You can, like, I think you can put a ticket in a way to get a vehicle replaced or recovered if it gets stuck somewhere. There was a publication about it a while ago. If you're on a public server, you actually have better protections than we have. Oh, well, I already came from Sweden, didn't I? Wait. Oh, crawler of the rocks, what is your wisdom? Yeah, Heradu, I think a lot of people did. We've lost a lot of vehicles here between us. There's quite a few people here who've lost them. Okay, well, you're gonna die first. I was Thopter Rock. I've seen a couple of other Thopter Rocks, like on new desert spawns, and I avoid them like the plague. What was that explosion? Okay. Live. What beats rock? Not pneumatic drills. Day the Fae, welcome on in. Yeah, rock drill Thopter. Well, rock cutter array Thopter. Just cutting my way through all three of them. Nice. There should be one more guy. Is he hiding? Is he dead? Nope, no more guy. Oh, I'm not on screen. My apologies. You did log into an industrial pump run. $39 pumps isn't too bad, I guess. I'll do.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
This base appears to be without power. We have problem. I have no access. Well, the base will unfortunately become rest in pepperoni then. Not badly laid out base. I mean, they'll be losing pretty much everything. That's some advanced stuff. Hmm. Well, I have no idea whose base this is, so I can't even do anything with it. Oh, I left my vehicle over there. Oops, not in the assault. Maybe I can check. Oh. No, damn. Don't know whose base it is, but it's an Atreides. The Atreides skin does look quite nice. They get a lot of good windows, which I think is nice. The Harkonnens do not get windows, which is annoying. Oh, wrong one. Took the wrong path. Oh, okay. Don't use videos. There's ways you can do it to split up your audio tracks and stuff, apparently. There's a whole thing. It's a Winky special, we refer to it here. In a good way, Winky, you're fine. Nope. A little bit of lags. I went past the crash ship there into the PvP area. I'd like to make a deep desert area that's all like this, all the way down, because it would be so tense. You'd never know if someone's on the other side waiting to snipe you. Yeah, sometimes the game just decides to grab you onto weird surfaces. That is a thing. Arstrades, I know. Terrible, right? I think Flop the Rose would be cool. Yeah. Oh my god, every time I come down here, there's more glow globes. Luther's trying to break the server. You had one batch. Oh, that's only one batch. Horrifying. I dread to think how bad it's gonna get. We should repair that. Oh, Luther says just wait, now I'm full of fear. This isn't going to go well, is it? Luther's going to create some kind of abomination of lighting that breaks the entire server every time I log in. 1 second. Luther's planning to flashbang us here. It's gonna be great, isn't it? Thanks, Luther. Appreciate you, bud. Appreciate you. We'll go this one. When will Thor be streaming again? When he announces it. He's on vacation. I'm not pressured. It's a bit like when I took vacation. Well, when he put me on vacation, it was kind of an indefinite thing. So, this is one of those things. It'll likely be, I reckon, the weekend or so. But I don't know for certain. Just wait and see what he pings in his Discord, I guess. Until then, I'm here. I'm here creating a hassle and a fuss. You are very welcome, bud. No worries. Based on how much rest he actually gets, which is, you know... Every time you ask, it's 1 extra day. Nice. That's what we'll do. Right, let's post the first Daily Bailey today, because I need to do 2, don't I? Is it now? Is it yesterday? Is it 5 minutes ago? Is it in your head? I normally just go until I don't, to be honest with you, Avaricious. I don't know how long it will be, to be honest with you. My average stream length is 10 hours, so that should give some idea, I guess. Although, theoretically, if I did 5 days at 8 hours rather than 4 days at 10, that would be more sensible for everyone involved. But hey, we are where we are. We'll see how it goes. Sheltered, nice. Did I not bring... I did bring it with me, good. I was gonna say, if I didn't bring my scout with me, I'd been a right idiot. I have been doing that a little bit, yeah. Yeah, left idiot's different. I'll run this again for the chance of the wings. Fine. The fast music makes me want to go killing stuff. That's what's going to happen. If I recall, that's on this entrance. On this side. Yeah, it is. Open up wide. Toshiro, no, given that that's a confirmed exploit, we haven't been raiding Haga Basin bases yet. It will be fixed in tomorrow's patch. Maybe not. Go on then. Easy. EZ PZ. Right, now I have to go and do this carefully. This means I have a little safe area that I can access when I'm doing the next wave sets. Can't take the intel. No, Sab, I should be fine to do this one by myself. You can if you want, though. I don't mind. Hello. Oh, 3 of you? That's not very sportsmanlike, is it? What blade do I use? I use Halleck's pick. One down, okay. Oh, come on. There's no way that last one hit me. Cheeky little shite. You just chilling there where you can get shot by the turret? Okay, fine. Where's the rest of the spawns? Ah, fine, melee it is. More fun. It's more engaging. What we're looking at again, we are clearing our way through one of the deep desert testing facilities. Look at this nerd safety Seth plays. It's been long enough, bud. Good finally seeing you. How you doing, dude? Okay, next wave is spawning. Let's put this here. We're just going to stand up here. That was that swipe back that gets me. If I was turret PvP, the turret is an annoyance in PvP at best. Its damage is so reduced that it's not really worth doing in PvP, in my opinion. In PvP, the abilities you're going to be focusing on are going to be the Bene Gesserit abilities and the Swordmaster abilities, realistically, because they just give you so much control in PvP. And ultimately, when you're in a PvP environment, control is what you're looking for, so that you can ensure that you're A, staying in PvP, but B, you know, you are controlling the momentum of that fight, so you can take a break when you need to. Buenos dias. Hello, Perry. How are you doing? Their bullets can't stop me. Also, their punchiness can't stop me, although they do try. They're very punchy. How are you doing, Perry? It's lovely to see you. No. Regret. Instant regret. Instant regret. Right, melee is down. Oof. I'm doing good, thank you, yeah. Playing a little bit of Dune. You are a big stinky... Oh, two of them. I don't like two. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go down. Nope. Heal. Nice. Murdering our way through the enemy base. Oh, neat. Oh, bugger. Okay, that's not the one. Take you this way. Oh, I'm sweetie, that's very kind of you to say. Thank you very much. Ultimately, I'm just glad that you guys are here and enjoying yourselves. Sabu, run. Why are they all... What is going on here? Sabu, this is why you need a melee weapon. Hi, Bailey. I know.
I smell.
Oh my god. Okay, let's take one at a time. Whoop. A little safe zone. Hi, Bailey. I know. I know. It's difficult being so cute, isn't it? You know the worst times to show up, don't you? Hi. Yeah, you want feeding? You've got plenty of food. Go. You can see that Baron Thorconan is very taken aback at the cuteness of the cat. Come on, pay attention to me. Down. The butt stabs. Nope. Hi, Bailey. I know. I know. It's difficult being as cute as you, isn't it? Okay. Yep. Not what I asked to do, but fine. Yeah, I know. Who's a good baby cat? I'll give you attention in a second. Let me finish killing this nasty person who's interrupting your pets. Have some poison. Right, okay. Are there any more? That was terrible. I hated that. Hello. He is the Loaf Lord. The Loaf Lord himself is having a clean. Let me through. Let me in. Oh my god. What are we gonna get? Okay, flamethrowers. I really hate the fact that Sabu doesn't use melee. Like... Is this just what we do now? That didn't go my way.
I got 7 dudes after me. if I could.
Get down into the hole. Like, pull one at a time. Hello, Squishable. Yeah, you're so cute. I should probably help Sabu, shouldn't I? I probably should help Sabu. Yeah. Yeah, you're so cute, though. I know. Sabu, I'm helping. Okay, now I have to go back to helping Sabu. Now I feel bad. Another one. Now you're stuck in the death pit. Stuck in the death pit with Emily Slider. Yeah, man. Oh. He just... Oh, finally. Whoa. Sometimes those deep desert bases are not easy to fight.
I don't know what it is, but the sticky melee dudes hate me.
I think it's the weapon that you use, Sabu. That's what it is. I think using the disruptor and stuff makes you a higher target. I just melee him. Always have a melee. Yes, hummingbird wings. We did it. We got the ones we wanted. We can try this out and see what people were saying is true. Now you can have a little head rub. Yeah, you can. Hi. There's a good boy. He's a rumbly baby. You are. Yeah. You're such a good cat, aren't you? Yeah. No. Oh, sorry, I won't stop. Okay. Well, welcome on in, everybody. This is the stream now. It's just me not being allowed to move any further away than this. Hope you're doing well. Perry, it is lovely to see you as always. I hope you're doing really well. I think you said you were doing okay. Doing good here on our end. Malachite Kel, thank you very much for the resub. 6 months at tier 1. You are awesome. 3 months in. You rock. And Tony Seaton, thank you very much as well for the 6 months at tier 1. 3 months in. I appreciate you. You are awesome. Thank you very much. All of you rock. You're such a cute kitten, aren't you? Oh, I think I've been freed. Oh, oh. 199 out of 300. We are absolutely kicking ass. I'm so proud of all of you. Thank you very much for being here. Even Perry, Chieftain, or Chieftainess among gremlins. Actually, I don't know, Perry and Vicky are both pretty gremlin-y. More study required. Yeah, the actual streamer is here. You, how dare you not be the most gremlin-y, or how dare you be called gremlin-y? Because both of them, to be honest, I think are justified. The Drops news is that there will be a Drops campaign starting on the 14th. There'll be a publication from them out tomorrow with some more details, possibly tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. That is the ultimate goal. And there will be more drops, yeah, starting on the 14th. So if you choose to be here to get those, you are more than welcome. I look forward to seeing you. Little sleepy puppy. Merry Dropmas indeed, Matthew. Matthew is not a sheeple. I was gonna elongate every single word in your name. I was gonna go Matthew for Matter, but actually, like, Matter's not a sheep is very different. Matthew Isekai Northumbria Alfarius people for your full name, which means you are Alfarius. Maticus. It is a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? That's why we call him Matt. Just easier. Someone's cross. Matt is actually short for mattress. I'd believe that. I'm going to ask the next person I see who I know who introduces himself as Matt. I'll ask them if it's short for mattress, especially for you. The next new person, you understand. Come on. Game. I'll take all of that, to be honest. It's all nice stuff. Lorgar did nothing. I'm fairly sure Lorgar did a couple of things wrong. He didn't deserve what he got, sure, but like, he wasn't the greatest of dudes, let's be real. Where else do we want to go? Look up here. Wrong adjacent, exactly, yeah. Well, Sabu, exactly, you know. The faith around the Emperor is a very murky thing. But if we get deep into 40k lore, I'll go off on a tangent, like the likes of which there will be no recovery from. That is old spice. See that spice? It's gone brown. Old spice. The new spice is purple. You got your salamander chapter purity seal. Very nice. Tattooed. Very cool. I don't think Lorgar really won, let's be honest. I think that everyone lost that. That was the whole point. The worm's definitely one, yeah. Be super fucking careful. He's such a little goblin. He could use his cat bed or the big comfy desk bed, but no, he just likes the floor. He's so silly. He's cute though, so he's kind of worth it. I have indeed checked the cave on Foxtrot 3, yes. Oh yeah, I universally agree with fuck Erebus. Erebus was awful. The cardboard is indeed the stronger appeal. Ignore me. Nothing to worry about. I have a permit, you see. I have a permit.
I see someone. I've got you. I need reinforcements.
Did one of the melee guys follow me? Yeah, they did. They'll follow me in, so if I kill this guy, he won't bother me during the combat upcoming. Okay, fine. Whatever. That's... I only hate that a little bit. Fine. I don't want those. Little one in here. Wild. Very nice moon. Wait, that's no moon. Yes, I fast looted it. This is my little chubby bubba. You okay down there? Yeah. You're such a cute kitten. Yeah. Hey. Oh, what's up, little baby? Such a good boy, aren't you? Yeah? You want some attention. You want some food. You always want food. Okay, you want to cool down. Hi. Meow, meow. Is your food bowl empty? I will be right back, chat. His food bowl is likely empty. Give me a second. He was deeply suffering with the case of his food bowl still had some food in it, but not as much as he wanted. Classic cat, but here we are. He may be back once he's eaten. He may not. We never know with him. Be right back screen should be a slideshow of Daily Baileys. It could be something like that, yeah. Slideshow of Bailey photos scrolling across the screen. I could do that at some point. Only because he eats his way through the middle bit and leaves stuff around the outside. Like, he eats the pile and leaves the rest. Yeah, he does exactly glorious play. If I push it back in together in the center, he just ignores what's in the center. Yeah, yeah, to be fair, he is like the way that we harvest small spice blooms. Yes, exactly. That's exactly, it's a really good analogy, actually. Nice, I appreciate that. I mean, I guess. Been looted. Betty doesn't drink water in the house. He likes puddles and the pond in the back garden. I don't ask why. He just likes the outside water more. We are, you know, we are. He's just a strange 15-year-old cat. Like, I don't ask questions anymore. It's not to do with whisker stress. He just likes the middle of the bowl. It's a big, wide, flat bowl, but he still ignores it. He's just a silly cat. Boy cats are notoriously bad at drinking water. I True Feathered Serpent. I don't tend to talk to her about the DEFCON challenge, to be honest. Like, I talked about them on stream. Like, I don't bother asking that much. Does be like rainwater? Yeah, yeah, he likes rainwater. He likes licking dew off of the grass as well. So he'd probably be quite good in Arrakis. He'd go and find all the plants and get a dew harvester, and just go eat it all. Nim 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 nim. Yeah, Reaper Bailey, exactly. I think Bailey would be a Fremen, yeah. I can imagine him riding a sandworm. Kind of like lazed out, just chilling there. We are doing good, thank you, Smallhead. How are you doing? I'm glad that you are good, bud. Good to see you today. Anthony Mustard, I completely agree with you. Being able to stack storage crates would be very, very useful. Stacking and labeling are two of the things I want the absolute most. Labeling would be gold. Like, all right. Catch you later, bud. Thanks for hanging out today, Avaricious. I will see you soon. Good luck with your stream. A sorting feature. I mean, we already have some partial sorting features. So I think the labeling would be more helpful, I think. Labeling and stacking. Hello, Mihawkspawn. We are doing good, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Num num num. Eat those. Those. That. Exactly right, yeah. Showing the container, like the container contents on the outside would be great. Only 34 degrees Celsius. That's not an only. That's a no, nah, not for me. When it's that hot in the UK, the humidity makes me want to actually like curl up into a ball and die. I can't do that. $28 at midnight. No. Well, I'm somewhat concerned about the Australia trip. Yeah, but I'm not sure showing this, like showing the little map icons is going to be as efficient because there's all kinds of items that don't have a map icon. The ads are about to start, chat. Oh. I will get up and stretch my back when we do that because it is good to unscrungle my spine, unshrimp yourselves, consider the outside universe, think about hydration and other things. Twitch is having issues starting its ads today, it seems. So, oh, nice. More aluminium ore. Sweet. There are the ads. There we go. There's Moist Jeff. Yeet. Be right back. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Welcome on back in after the ads. You're all doing great. Went to go stretch my back, clicked it in like 11 places, think I might have discovered a new set of muscles that I didn't have before, so everything is going well. I can't run another ad for a few minutes, unfortunately, Blinding Knife, so I will run them when I can. Wait a second. Shit. So I definitely didn't forget that I took my assault ornithopter to the deep desert. Definitely didn't leave my assault ornithopter in the deep desert and forget about it on the day of the deep desert reset. I would never do that. Trip down under is gonna like excuse me, likely gonna be April, May next year potentially. Probably April 2026. If things go to plan. Like, there are some things that obviously need to be done first. For example, the ferret rescue is going to be breaking ground pretty soon. We've had some progression there that will likely be announced soon. And so Thor will tell you about that. But if he has to be around for the ferret rescue building, then we might have to push it. But I'm sure we'll try and find a way. I'm fairly sure I left it in like Charlie 3 or Delta 3. There it is, yeah. There we go. Demnar has rated his Greg's experience and gives the sausage, bean and cheese an 8 out of 10. The pastry a 10 out of 10, you know, in whole, that's in the fillings. The steak base was rolled by 7 out of 10. Pretty good going. Decidedly not shit. Remember, that's what we're aiming for. That's all the Greg's is. Decidedly not shit. That's the definitive. I mean, Sabu, you are always welcome here, though, bud. It's always lovely having you. So you're very welcome to be Top Clipper. Can't believe I left my Thopter behind. It's very rude of me, I have to say. I did leave it nicely snug, so I left it in a nice spot, but I did forget that I had it out here. I was too excited by my loot. Pretty well hidden, to be fair. My Thopter and I have an understanding. We're good. We don't need to apologize. We have that kind of relationship. We're very close. Very forgiving. Oh, hang on. We could do a wing gamber. Check the wings. Oh, the wings are still remarkably strong. Oh, the generator, though. That's not a very fair gamber. Well, if you leave the 3x3 square that your Thopter is in, you don't get the notification. You don't see the little icon most of the time. So it's very easy to forget sometimes if you've just done a big loop of Deep Desert and you've been out there for a while. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the changes to Assault Up the Thrust, so this will bring it up speed rather than down speed. Oh, Qui Gonzalez, I hope that you've recovered. Hope you didn't lose anything. But yeah, First Deep Desert Crash is always a sobering moment, as it were. Yeah, for sure.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That's the Coriolis Storm starting in 3 hours. And then the apex is reached 12 hours after that. Do we need to claim anything? We do still, don't we? We still need to claim this one. No, we've got that one already. Oh, good. I'm glad you got lucky and you didn't lose anything then. Good to hear. Buff Machine, he is on vacation. He will be back soon. I hope so too, Qui-Gon. Yeah. There's a stability change that would be nice to see. Yeah, he'll be back soon. There'll be some pings coming out shortly. He was fixing the ferret stream yesterday because we had to get a new machine because some of the outages recently blew the LAN the LAN part of the motherboard. So one machine later, the ferrets are back up and running stably. Wild. That was a board that was damaged by the Intel 14th gen issue though, so we had to remember that. But he's just taking his vacation, so he's been taking some time away, which has been good for him, I think. I mean, imagine taking vacation. Couldn't be me.
Ah, you're back.
Oh, it's not this one.
Can't get enough of me, can you?
I don't need the Atreides sets for vehicles and such. No. I already have them for the flying vehicles. That's the only vehicles I use.
Hello again.
Milan. I think part of the motherboard potentially died because of the CPU. Yeah, indeed. Kind of what it's pointing at. Basically, the entire land section of the car just burnt out. Wouldn't even recognize it anymore. Doing driver updates, anything. It wasn't even possible. But I don't know what you mean. The NMing. Naming shops. Naming. No, I don't believe so. I'm not I've seen anyway. I'm looking forward to the changes in market searching because it will be a lot easier to do everything once that's set up. And change the naming conventions in this will be helpful because this is awful. Fight a tank body hull. Whoa. Nope. Yeah, there was a series of power outages that basically seemed to have taken out part of the board. Yeah. Weird, but hey.
I knew you'd be back. Only a matter of time.
There are any new contracts to do? I've not seen any new contracts to do, to be honest with you. We'll go have a look and see if there's any contracts to do. Anywhere? I'll check this guy first. I've got all the swatches, etc. that I want. Yep. Fairly sure it has a UPS. I'm fairly just sure it's. I think it's exacerbated the Intel issue. To be honest with you, I think it's more that than the outages. I'm sure they will at some point, Blunt Force. Yeah, I'm sure they will. It's right now they haven't. Scavenger territory. Do I have 1,000,000 spice? So we've got like 9,000 melange, I think it was. I'm fairly sure it was over 9,000. I remember making that joke in my head, but I could be wrong. It might be 5,000. I'm gonna eat it. You know, like Scrooge McDuck rolls around in his gold and dives in it, Winky. That's what I'm gonna do, but with spice. Just all spice, constantly. Where is everyone? There are normally more of these people on the roof. Yeah, as Funcom do, they'll just release chunks when they do. But for now, it's so that we can just keep playing the game as much as we want to and always be able to repair and stuff. Just, you know. As with any of these sandboxes, the amount of resource we have available to bear will always help us when it comes to the next set of releases. So, hey, I'm ready for that. And I'm really still enjoying the game. So, you know. I'm really confused about where they all are, but okay. I'm gonna dive into all the spice and roll around in it and come out purple and glistening and able to see every single timeline. Oh. That's a parking spot. I don't trust you. Maybe that isn't a parking spot. This is a parking spot instead. That one wasn't like a golf, correct? Mine. One body in this whole damn complex? I can't believe it. They've taken the bodies from me, chat. You probably don't need more flower sand. I'm just going to be honest with you, that you probably don't actually need any more flower sand. You probably have enough. I don't need more flower sand. Stop it. Cease. I do not need any more flower sand. I bet Sabu's been out collecting bodies. Sabu or Luther. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, all dead NPCs turn into bodies. They should do anyway. I'm just not sure where all the NPCs are. I might have shut up and rocketed them all to death earlier, but I thought that was a while ago. Brave Bold, it'll likely be some point later this week. What a name. Friend. My friend. Oh, friend. Okay, well, we're just gonna land flat bang in the center of the complex then. We'll just get shot at a bit. Yoink. Thank you. Next body, nice and quick. What you doing? Where are you going? Come back here. We're going... I'm taking you to a better place. This way. I'm just relocating their water chat. That's all I'm doing. It's just water management. It's a vital part of climate control on Arrakis. I'm helping. See, I'm helping stabilize the planet. Exactly, water discipline, indeed, Aaron Duran. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, DEF CON was cancelled this year. Yeah, yeah. Thank you all for all the follows. Welcome on in. TLDR on the patch is they're closing a couple of things that are bugged, but for our favor. So, like the ability to, you know, harvest the flower sand safely. But they're also getting rid of certain other things that, you know, that have been bugging the game for a while. So there'll be a bunch of fixes on the crashes. There'll be some changes to compactors. It's quite a mixed patch. It's quite a lot of balancing, quite a lot of fixing. It doesn't fix and change all the problems that people are having with the PvP in the end game. I'll be real honest about that. Like, but I think that's one of those things that's not going to get fixed overnight. That was always going to be a longer term issue for them to resolve. So I think it's a step in the right direction. I'm looking forward to the next drops campaign. And broadly, I think that, you know, they are still listening and looking to get the game in the right kind of, the right shape. And I just idiotically deposited a bunch of stuff I didn't mean to. It's not ideal. No idea what it was that got dropped off inside there. What vehicles would I like to see added? I would like to see a ball turret added to the carrier, ornithopter at the very least. I would like there to be a dart machine gun that exists on the assault ornithopter. Because I'm going to be honest with you, like that's technology we've had since World War One, World War Two. Why on earth would we not still have that on Arrakis for ground-based combat? It's an LM. Is it? Yeah, a tail gunner. Exactly. Like, there's not. It's not like that wild to think about, is it? But not necessarily a vehicle. But I want to see a change to vehicles. I like the changes that are coming to ornithopters to make them a little bit better. Yeah, that's going to be appreciated, I think. Let's tuck the neighbors in for a nap. There will be more Bitcraft streams, yes, just about when I do them. Bitcraft's a really great kind of chill game, but right now I want to be playing Dune. Like, I don't. It's like a background game almost. Like, I don't have something to play it with. Yep, man, side turrets, side gunners, like some stuff from the from the films that has they've got side guns on them. That would be awesome. Stuff for the drops for Dune restart on the 14th. So later this week, there'll be a post coming out from Funcom about it in the next couple of days. Whoop, the ads are in progress. Whoop. Have a drink, maybe even a snack. I am sharing our water. I'm very generous, you know. The guests are coming in, they're going to the stills to get water. They leave and they give us a gift of extra water. Oh, we're killing Karab now. Ace the Doctor, thank you very much for your resub, buddy. Appreciate you. It's good to see you here today. I hope you're doing well. The bold one is indeed back. Look at him in his bold majesty. Friend. Whoop. Okay, fine. Okay, game. Fine. Fine. Yeah, he's an old boy. He's only been with me for a year and a half, 2 years though, so... What year is it? Oh god, maybe a bit more than that. Yeah, he's doing really good now. He's very healthy compared to... He's nowhere near as chubby as he was before. He was not in a good state. He wouldn't have been able to make it through some of the really hot days he's been dealing with. I'm glad he's doing okay now. This whole area is a bit buggy, so we're just going to get in here and leave. Thank you very much, NoteClip. That's very kind of you. So yeah, there will be drops coming in the next few days, which I'm looking forward to. I'm hoping there'll be some more parts of the Chome sets, because that's what we're kind of been working on. Hot UK temperature, so it was like 30, 32, 33 degrees Celsius for him. He was struggling quite a lot in the heat, so... No one's here. Whoop. This is where all the NPCs have got on the map. Jeez, they're all here. Nice stun. Good job.
Shields up.
Oh, we got space for for many more friends, yeah. Next one, come on. Fine. Too slow. I think the melee kind of is, yeah. It's a very duelist style. With the rapier, it ends up being very duelist style. If you can get people one-on-one with the rapier, you can generally bully them pretty well. That was true, yeah. When I was advertising the hotel with the fireworks, it was very fun. Explosively fun, one might say. Melee is the winning build for these, but I mean, to be honest with you, I personally find melee quite easy for the end game. Some people don't. Some people find being a heavy and gunning. Whatever works for you is ultimately going to work. So try out the different builds, try out different like methods of clearing those, because you'll find your way of doing it. And I don't want to give you my way of doing it as gospel, because it definitely isn't. There are many people who have very, very different builds to me who are highly effective, if not much more effective than I am, in many of the end game areas, just because they've got more practice and they understand their builds better. My build is just lazy. It's just, I've got loads of resources, so if I make a mistake, I've got more room to bring it back. Right, I'm gonna do blinding knives ad. I'm gonna grab a quick snack while I do that. So actually, I'm gonna press that button. Do this. Run the ad early. I will be right back. We'll do a wing gamber in a bit. How about that? Love me again. Yeah, you. Wait. Yeah. Better Thor. Exactly. We're gonna do a quick one of these. Quick one of this. Okay, cool. Cool. No doubt, no doubt. Right, we'll do a wing gamber because this is a fun, interesting color that we don't get to see very often. So let's set the gamber up. For those of you out there who oh, I've done one of these before. Nice. Here we go. The gamber is live. For those of you in Scandinavia or the Netherlands, I'm sorry, but the rest of you, you can gamble your channel points, your hard-won channel points that you've gained for free by watching. Ronaldo Moon, especially, excuse me, especially for you. The drops news is that the drops will resume on the 14th of August. There'll be a new set out, and Funcom will be releasing something either tomorrow or the day after, giving full details of what these are. So they are coming. They'll be in a couple of days' time. The rest of you, I hope you're enjoying the gambling. No problem, bud. Hopefully see you then if you're looking for the drops. If not, well, hopefully you enjoy the stream now. WL, if you're saying you must gamble, like the must part, that you're probably the reason why that rule might be in place, bud. Step away from it. You don't need to. It's not a must. You won't die. Oh wow. Okay, this is an interesting one. It's basically split down the middle. Most people think it's either 41 to 45 or 46 to 50%. Surprisingly, I mean, you guys are getting better at this because this is 49%. So, it is 50% of you got that right, so it's not going to be a huge payout. There we go. That prediction is complete. We're going to let these wings run down even further. Legit, they will not be dropping new content this week of for the game. So there won't be the patch tomorrow won't be new content the way that you think it is. Not what you're asking for anyway. What you're talking about is the big patch in October. A new sandbite variant is not new content, Rootgorth. I'm sorry, I hate to tell you this. It's just not. It just isn't. Eventually, I mean, legit, I completely agree with you. Yeah. I really hope they do too. I think they will. Yes, tomorrow's changes to the worm behavior will be the most interesting part. I'm going to be doing some worm behavior testing. We'll probably do some worm science, chat. You want to do some worm science? This is the part where I didn't empty my inventory. No, I did. Good job. No, Winky, I understand that. And I don't think that, you know, they've done anything to earn your optimism specifically. When it comes to PvP, I think that the game has, you know, obviously taken a step in the wrong direction, in my opinion, but I'm hoping they'll course correct in the right amount of time. We'll just grab this while we're here. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the change to the... Did he just blow... That's hilarious. Fine. Blow yourself up with your grenade. Good job. You got killed for the first time by the worm yesterday because your carrier pilot forgot to check the fuel in the carrier. Oh, that's a rough way to go. I'm sorry that happened to you guys. That's... The carrier drinks fuel, I will be honest, but that's a rough death. To be honest with you, the carrier pilot is probably absolutely kicking himself. I would like to see the PvP and PvE elements of the Deep Desert split now, I think. It's, excuse me, it's at that stage. You don't have an Andaman. That's why they need to separate the PvE and PvE elements of the Deep Desert, in my opinion. People need to be able to do the end, like have an end game of PvE, because the Landsrat is not an end game. So that needs to be the Deep Desert PvE there, but there also needs to be a PvP end game. There needs to be tier 7, you know, gear. Or, you know, there needs to be PvP gear, there needs to be PvE gear. They need to have separate goals. Like there needs to be separate things for those two player bases. You can't just expect them all to do PvE into, like, because the PvP ends up really toxic because there's no actual way of interdicting. PvP is meant to be optional, so people are choosing to run away. PvPers don't have any content because the optional PvP is there. Like, there isn't an end game because it's not linked. You need to if you separated the Deep Deserts, if you had a PvP and a PvE one, like I've been saying when I've been suggesting ideas, you might at that point. Oh, hang on. You'll find that the PvPers want to be in the PvP deals to get the PvP gear, you know, which has a bonus, for example, against players. So there's PvP armor. It's got all the same stats as the PvE of the same tier 7 when it comes in. But it's obtained in a different way, different area. That was rude. Doubly rude. Yeah, like the Dark Zone is a separate PvP area and it has separate gear and separate stuff in there, and completely separately balanced. You need to balance PvE and PvP separately. I've said this in every single game. You cannot balance the two the same. It doesn't work. It's functionally different player bases and intents from the game. Exactly, Winky. There needs to be, well, there needs to be a measure of it, but ultimately, like, if you're going to want casual players in the game, which they seem to have indicated that they want, then you need to be able to give a casual level of gameplay, and right now they can't do that. So there needs to be ultimately a change to that. Faint Dot, thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Welcome on in. For those of you who have a Prime sub and forget to use it, just remember that all that's doing is funding Jeff Bezos' Moon Diamond statue project. Make sure you use your Prime sub. Go support the ferrets. Go support a small streamer somewhere. Use it here if you really want to, but make sure you use your Prime sub because you are owed that by Amazon as part of your paying for Amazon Prime. Don't let Moist Jeff keep the money. He's got enough of it. We've had a very different experience here than we have in the public servers, yeah. Yeah, there is that. I hope so, Twinned Assassin. It would be nice, especially going to and from the Deep Desert, which is particularly challenging. There are some issues and concerns, like, that I have. I think there might be a limit on that due to what can be transferred across borders without causing problems. But yeah, I would like to see an increase in ability to take stuff at least to and from the Deep Desert in some way. Profano, the drops are currently off. They will be resuming on the 14th of August. There'll be new drops. Funcom are putting out a post about it tomorrow or Wednesday. We just have the early scoop here because I asked earlier. The Twitch drop news is that the drops will resume on the 14th. We'll be seeing more drops, and there will also be some other announcements coming out about that as well. So, Just stay tuned for their announcement. Okay, we're doing good on bodies again. How are we able to place our base there? Well, it's on a bridge. There's a big rock bridge that runs along it. We've just built along the rock bridge. We made sure that the way we built, you could easily get around. Like, there's another gap up here, and you can also get around down here. So we're like, we haven't put it in an area that's too shitty. We just want to have something that's really close to the quartermaster on a flat area of land. It's not my chest. Ready for tomorrow? Very nice. Turning out some more silicon block. Good morning, Krautesh. How are you doing, buddy? Is it all physical melee? I'm not going to roast you at all, but don't worry. No, there's plenty of range in it. I just like to use melee. I'm not the best example of I mean, I carry the las gun because I like it for the memes, but you know, this is a shotgun that allows you to drill through shields. This is a very long-distance sniper rifle that poisons you. This is a las gun. It goes bzz. So there's plenty of range in this. I just tend to use melee because I feel like a Sith Lord and it's kind of fun. Why wouldn't I? And that's only like a fragment of them. There's loads more weapons. If I go into here to research and into the weapon trees, you've got, you know, for example, that's an SMG that disrupts shields. You've got the shotgun that drills through shields like a slug shotgun. You've got an actual kind of spread shotgun. You've got the sniper rifle. You've got an assault rifle. More knives. You've got a pistol. You've got a snub nose, which is a bit more like a revolver. High powered. Uses heavy darts. You've got, you know, you've got the minigun. Raphael, I'm not a person who can really answer how difficult it would be to develop that, because to my understanding, you're carrying two separate entities together across. Now, what happens about landing on the far side on the sand? Like, what happens if there's a desync between what those entities are carrying? Like, you have to dismantle the crawler to get it across. You need to fly the carrier across separately, which is kind of a pain. There needs to be a better way of transferring those items across. I agree with you, but I'm not sure how much work it's from a development perspective to change the way that you can carry things across, because it's not something they can do so far. So I don't know what's stopping them, if that makes sense. Thank you very much for the 100 bits, buddy. I appreciate it. It's very kind. Thank you very much. That's all right. We are completely open to questions here, you know. I don't know, Raphael, maybe something like that. Like, you could drop it off if you're carrying one there, but ultimately, yeah, it doesn't really feel right at the moment. I'll give you that. We'll go and do some of the last minute flower sand harvesting, shall we? I don't think it's about what's practical, Raphael. I'm wondering, it's literally about what is technically viable. And I'm wondering what, yeah, I think it must be a technical restriction of carrying two separate entities, because if you remember, if you look in the logs, for example, each assault ornithopter, or each ornithopter has a unique identifier to their systems. I mean, this is assault thopter 1,999,000. Like, that's, these numbers are huge. You're carrying two entities across a border at once will be the problem. But it might be based on how their game has been designed that it causes the issue, and I don't know on their end exactly how that works, and I'm not technically minded enough to tell you. I'll be honest with you, I'm not a developer. I might work with developers all the time, but I am a I'm just a professional yapper, let's be real. That's what I do now. 10 minutes you get Ancient Way from the vendor? That's exciting, bud. Ancient Way is very good fun. Yeah, I think so too, Dave. Is that... No, I don't need the spice, but I want the spice. God damn it, okay. You don't like the way you're meant to? No. Apparently not. Wait, is this safe here too? That's unreasonable. Safe spice is silly. This is ridiculous. I'm glad they are fixing this bit, to be fair. Excuse me, that was a big old sneeze. I think I just lost brain cells. Hey, Faint Dot, thank you very much for the 5 community subs, buddy. You're awesome. I'm glad you've had a good time here. This is what's getting fixed tomorrow, chat, for those of you who don't know. Faint Dot, thank you very much, buddy, again. They have indeed, so the compactors will attract it more. This won't be possible because these fields won't be here, they won't be safe anymore. It'll be an interesting time. What compactor is this? This is the Mark 6. Compact. The, Oh, they backed out the compactor aggro. Nice. Okay, that's good. Because that was going to be ridiculous. Well, exactly, yeah. Don't punish the player base still in the game. I mean, the headlights on this just make it a bit more visible to be seen, Johnny. Pocket-sized. Yeah, pocket-sized. I'm still grabbing this flower sand. We've used it all up in our base, so, you know, I've got no flower sand left. This is important. I love the flower sand. But they do need to fix this. This is kind of ridiculous. Let's see. Like, it doesn't take us long to collect thousands upon thousands of flower sand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is exactly what it's like. You're about to have shortages, you see. It's a critical good. We need this. Yeah, it makes sense for them to get rid of these. If they're not increasing the compactor aggro, then I feel better about it. I mean, ultimately, that's going to be the key part. And that's why we need to look at the patch notes as soon as they are released. We'll go through it line by line, chat. I mean, I've been waiting for it all day, but it's likely we probably won't get it today now. It'll probably be tomorrow, won't it? Thork is here. Wait, no, it's not even Thork, it's Baron Thorkonen. Hide. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, getting rid of the fields and increasing aggro would have felt like a kick in the teeth, but just getting rid of the fields, fine. And the infinite water holes, like the flower fields, I'll need to get rid of those. I'll be honest, like that does need to be gotten rid of. Patch delayed, is that what we're saying? Patch delayed till the 13th or 14th? I think it'll likely be the 14th then. Okay, well in that case, no patch tonight. That means tomorrow we will do Deep Desert Reset. So we'll be here for the Deep Desert Reset. We will be doing all of that normal stuff anyway. We'll talk about it after the ads. Actually, that does something. If the pentashield changes are delayed as well, that's funny, and I'll talk about why. You're alright, Johnny. You don't have to apologize for your questions ever. You're fine. You're all good, bud. Don't worry. Very nice. Welcome back after the ad break, everybody. A little bit of news for everyone. So, hope you're all sitting comfortably. The first bit of news is the patch is delayed. So, this was always going to be a maybe today, but I'm glad that it's been announced. So, look, I would expect that, given the drops are starting on the 14th, it might make sense for them to do the patch on the 14th as well. So that kind of would line up time-wise, you know? Secondly, that means that the changes to pentashields will happen midway through the week. That's funny, because anyone who's currently using the full pentashield base is using a known exploit. It's a known bug, it's a known problem. They'll have a chance to make their bases in the deep desert, in the PvP area, where it's perfectly safe for them to do so. And then, come the patch, all of those bases that are already up, where people have been exploiting to do it, will become immediately vulnerable. And anyone who's been exploiting will suffer. Crash XTV, the drops will resume on the 14th. They have now finished. So if you're back on the 14th of August to this month, the drops will resume for you, bud. There'll be an announcement coming out from Funcom about it tomorrow or Wednesday, they've said. Exactly. Exploiters getting wrecked always gives us a giggle, right? The Dune goes very well today. Thank you, Steffi Doll. How are you doing? It's good to see you. 11 sandfly carvers? Yeah, exactly, Shepherd. You've got a ton of them. You're alright, Swordphobic? Yeah, Thor's taking a vacation. He'll probably be back at some point fairly soon. So wait and see on his Discord for pings, I guess. He's just taking some time off. I'm doing good, thank you, Steffi Doll, yeah. Ah, that's alright, Swordphobic, I understand that. Not a worry at all. Glad we could help and give you an answer then instead. There are people using it aesthetically, yes, I'll give you that, but ultimately it is still a problem for the game. It creates invulnerable bases, and we can't have that. So a little bit more flower sand, just a little bit more. We'll go and get some more, just in case that wasn't enough. Ooh, 1 second. Flower sand is used to make silicon blocks, which are used for crafting. This isn't silicon blocks, it's the one. Silicon blocks. We've not got that many of them. How's AOC been coming along? I've not checked it out in this phase. There's some interesting stuff that they're talking about, but ultimately I think phase 3 is not going to be substantially different from phase 2. So, I'm still concerned about the economy positions. There's a lot of stuff that's kind of missing from that story and that side of the game. So I'm going to wait and see, basically, is my answer to you. If it's enjoyable, it's engaging, I'll go back and play to it, but ultimately if the community isn't that engaged with it, or there's toxicity inside that community which we don't want to engage with, I won't play it. That simple. Like, the fact that they're still doing like doxing and stuff in that community, and guilds are kind of getting away with it or not really caring, is kind of weird. So, hey. Maybe I just missed the old internet. Ultimately, playing the game is exposing our community to those communities, and if that's the current going attitude and style of gameplay inside those communities, it's not one that I want to link our community to at any point. I can't endorse that kind of behavior if that's being done by those guilds, and I don't want our players coming into contact with it. I think it will still be a promising game. I just, for now, I think let it cook. They're not focusing on moderation so much right now as they are development, which, you know, is a valid strategy for them. You know, they're still trying to develop their game, and they're still, you know, still releasing a lot of patches, making a lot of changes, which is good. It just depends on the community that's in the background while they do that, ultimately. Apparently, I've lost connection to chat. Well, exactly, Bokog. Yeah. I mean, you're not quite free. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, just Twitch being silly. Twitch has been having a problem with its chat service for a couple of days. Anarchy. The sand is consuming us. I mean, it is possible to ruin the song with like we're saying one word in the chorus. I'm not saying ruin. You'll never hear it the same way again. The patch is not still coming tomorrow. No, Lolo sir. It's been delayed till the 13th or the 14th. I think it will likely be the 14th when the drops go live. It kind of would make sense. It'd be nice and neat, wouldn't it? Do the patch the same day all the drops go live. Yeah, Joriel, because I can get one of these a week. Like, it doesn't bother me. It also doesn't use that much to do what I'm doing here. We were talking about Ashes of Creation before. We just might like to get attacked by a worm that doesn't have a breach sign. I don't like that. That was alarming. Catch you later, Ploppy Slow. Hope you have a good one. I mean, I don't think it's possible for Bailey and Meatball to co-stream, given the nature of how they are very remotely apart. Bailey is 15 and very grumpy and will never leave the house. Meatball could travel, but I don't think that he would because he's just a big fat baby. You a fan, are you, of that? Yeah, D'Souza I've seen. Yeah, I'm glad. It's easy to get sand in Harga with the aggressive worms of deep desert when the safe once the safe zones are stopped. I think it will be easier to do it in the deep desert. Personally, yeah, it's a good question. It's a very good question. I genuinely think that it'll be easier to get in the early parts of the deep desert in the PvE area. Yeah. It will also free up people who are harvesting spice because the worms will have additional things to go for, which will probably change some of the deep desert gameplay, which is interesting. I think you'll find that, yeah, people do a lot of this in the deep desert. Because the worms are far slower and less active. I can't guarantee when B will be here, though. That's the problem, see? Oh. Yeah, the 50% quick breach will be important, but the worms will travel a lot further in the deep desert, and I think that will make a difference. Yeah, worm behavior is going to be very different. That's what I'm looking forward to doing tomorrow. Well, after the patch. Anyway, not tomorrow now. But I'm looking forward to doing some worm science, testing out worm aggros, seeing the 50%, like, seeing the short breaches, that kind of thing. Because it might fundamentally change how we have to mine with carriers. If that short breach is too quick... Yeah, if that quick breach is too quick and you can't. It'll be a matter of whether you can get the sand crawler up in time for from the breach being the first warning you get. Is that enough time? If it's not, then you need to be more prepared and much more careful. Well, you need a buggy with the bigger buggy boot 6, and then you just like fly around the carry and have people basically just dropping it into that buggy. I never had a problem, but we used to harvest up here. If you harvest up on the tip of this, we used to never have a problem because you could basically get a few thousand before a worm even shows up. Erythrite crystal is still an absolute pig to get a hold of in any decent quantity, though. I'll be honest with you, like, I still miss being able to get that. So this will probably be nice enough to allow us to keep going for the rest of the week. We can always grab some more tomorrow or the day after if we need to. East of the hammer, that's rough. No, you want to go north of the hammer. East of the hammer is not a good place to be. Yeah, that's a rough crossing by itself. The worm is very active there. He does laps. Mango had a ton of spice, to be fair. I don't know if actually, not spice, of the paste, so I need to find out if he's got some. I think he's been bit crafting solidly for months. He's just fish maxing. I dread to think what the fish maxing has become in Bitcraft. I need to check in with the mods. Little Ham was getting out of control. He was very much fish maxing. I'd believe that just today. That could happen, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Tortuga's working on T8. That, wow. That's a lot of fish. A lot of fish. I just kind of wish that there was a different vacuum for the sand crawler that would allow you to pick up flower sand. I think that would be nice. I think that would be really effective. Why do we not have that? That'd be really neat. The buggy has different variants. It has, you know, the rockets. It has the laser. Why would you not have a different vacuum for flower sand? Doesn't make sense. Give me some more reason to risk it in the deep desert. Give me bigger, richer fields deeper into the deserts. It'd be neat. Yeah, great. Okay, well that's a little bit more flower sand. I think we're good for that. I think we're good on that for a while. Yeah. They were going to give us tanks, but there was just no real need for them. They didn't really add anything to the game, I think, and the use case is very limited. Ultimately, the other thing that will happen is if you're short on flower sand after the patch, just trade with people. It's dirt cheap. Other people will have stocked up like tons of it. You'll probably find someone and be like, yeah, hey, can I buy 10,000 flower sand for, you know, a couple of thousand Solari? They'll be like, yeah, you know what, sure. It's a meme harvesting that much flower sand at the moment, so some people will have stocked up, and you'll probably be able to take advantage of that on the market. An easy way to fill these would be very nice. Yes, I would like that a lot. Oh, we're not doing badly. We're getting there. We've very nearly filled up all the water supply for the base today. Being able to sell silicon would be nice. Yeah. I agree, Proto-Dork. Being able to auto-fill those would be very much appreciated. It's slow. Oh. Faint Dot, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs again, buddy. You are awesome. I appreciate you. Very kind of you, bud. I'm glad you've enjoyed the community and you feel like you want to stick around for a bit. Very kind of you, dude. The ads have begun. Oh, actually. And we don't gamble on the carrier. It's too valuable to gamble on. Oh, our poor generator. That generator comes from the Thopter of the Rocks, chat. It's an old and tired generator. The last piece that remains of it, really. Even the tail's been replaced now, got destroyed. Oh. Bugger. Not what I wanted to make. Carry a gamba for fuel. That would be quite funny, to be fair. We could do that at some point. Fuel is always going to be low. I've got that. All set up for tomorrow. No, we're not quite. We will grab our probes. We need these for tomorrow. Is this game worth getting into right now? I've heard a lot of negative things about the end game where bigger guilds just gatekeep Titan and Spice. I'm going to be honest with you, right now, I would not suggest getting into the game. Wait and see how the patch on Thursday comes and see what the changes to Deep Desert look like afterwards, because I think the changes to Assault Ornithopters and Carriers might be a very interesting shake-up to the end game. But as of right now, today, this second, I can't fully recommend the game to you, especially if you're playing solo. If you're joining a group, it's a very different proposition. It depends on the servers that you play on. If you're wanting to join our servers, yes, I would fully recommend it. Everyone's having a great time. We have a very well-maintained and kind of polite Deep Desert, which I think helps with some of the issues that people would be experiencing on publics. So maybe have a think about it, watch it for a little while and see if it's the kind of game you would enjoy first of all, and then wait and see how the performance and behaviors change as a result of these patches. I can't expose people to a community that I think is toxic, and unfortunately some of the public ones do come across as quite toxic. So in all honesty, that has to be my answer for you, bud. I know it's not necessarily the easy, clean-cut answer that people want, but hey, that would be too simple, right? Endgame is a long way away. Should you get this game? You should get this game again. Yes, Silvus / Arthur, who was in my squad earlier. You should definitely get the game for a second time, so you can game while you game in your game. Just saying. You know it's true. You know you want it. All right, chat. I've been live for 9 hours and 45 minutes. I've had a great day hanging out with you guys. Good Monday. Really appreciate you all being here. We are going to raid into the ferret software. That is a fully, kind of a full ferret rescue. If you don't know it, they are furry little noodles. They are there for, for life. Kind of, some of them are terminal care. Some of them are there just, they've been surrendered. All the ads that you watch, everything you do over there supports that. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you all for being here today. I'm constantly flattered by how many of you turn out. And, I will be here tomorrow for the Deep Desert Reset. We will do more Dune. And then we may look at other games as well. So I will see you guys soon. Take it easy. Thank you all for being here. And enjoy the raid. Bye. Bye. Catch you later, YouTube. Take it easy. Have a good one. Thank you all for being here.